Hi, good morning. Welcome to day two of AfroAnimation.
Welcome. Yes, day two, AfroAnimation International Virtual Summit 2021. My name is Keith White, founder and co-chair. Rio?
And I'm Rio Cyrus, head of programming. And, Keith has very graciously given me the title of co-chair, but or co-founder rather, but he has really done all the work here to bring all these wonderful people together. So before we kick off the day, Keith, let's just get into yesterday. How did you feel about day one of the first ever AfroAnimation Virtual Summit?
It was amazing, really electric. Like we did not expect what we got. The amount of talent, the amount of wisdom, all the gems that were dropped, all the tips that were dropped, all the connections, the connectivity, the networking. It was really amazing.
Oh, I agree. I mean, for anyone who missed some of the summits yesterday, they will be on demand after the summit closes today. But we had some amazing talent. We had folks from Creative Artist Agency, we had folks from Nickelodeon, folks from DreamWorks, folks from Disney. We had a lot of independent artists as well and independent creators who are really sort of changing the game. They are independent, they are self-publishing, they are doing their thing, and their talent is amazing. We also had our friends from Africa yesterday, and hopefully we have some more visitors from Africa today, from Kenya and Nigeria and South Africa. So that was phenomenal. So, Keith, what was your inspiration to lead us to this amazing summit, and what do you hope that people will get out of Afro animation?
Well, first, what I'd like to do is thank all the people behind this because without a team, a really great team, none of this would be possible. So we'd like to thank the Afro Animation team. Thank you for all of your hard work. Certainly, all of the speakers and moderators that participated yesterday and the ones that will be participating today, we really thank you. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't be where we are. So there are independent studios like Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Network, which stepped up in a major way. So thank you, Kevin Hart. Thank you, Jeff Flanagan, for your support. And also, they're looking to make deals with creators. So stop by their booth and connect with them. Aside from Canada, big sponsor. They're doing some amazing things. Toon Boom, that's creating amazing, award-winning animation software in the industry. So I like to say thanks to everyone, and also you too, Rio. Without you, this wouldn't be
Yay.
possible.
Thank you so
um,
much. No, it's been phenomenal. And again, a lot of folks were just asking, what was the inspiration for you to get all
sure,
these folks together?
sure. Well, couple of things really. 2019, I was doing a deal in Kenya, a media deal, and was running across a lot of creators. And the takeaway from the conversations were they wish they could connect with their American counterparts, and so that stuck with me. And then last year, what happened with the George Floyd incident, I think it woke American consciousness up about race relations in this country. And a lot of American companies stood up and said, hey, we want to be a part of this change in a positive way. And so that stuck with me. And then, we're all in the pandemic. So there's a lot of time at home. And I started coming across a lot of illustration work that was being done by Black and Brown and African creators. I've got a 20-year career in media and tech, and really, I kind of had no reason to pay any attention to animation. I just kind of always thought it was a kids medium. But the work that I saw online, I was just really blown away with the talent, and it got me to thinking, like, wow, everybody's putting on. Well, first, it got me to thinking, like, well, are these creators just posting on YouTube or Instagram to build their brand or to build their community? Or is there really a real monetization opportunity? And knowing what I know about the industry, the answer to that question probably is absolutely not. There's just too much clutter. I'm not blaming YouTube. It is what it is. But, to get above the noise and to make money for your work, your talents, and your creation is a very difficult thing. So, given that everybody was doing a webinar platform, I thought, well, wow, it might be inexpensive, pennies on the dollar, to put together something for this vertical, specifically for this vertical. And so I reached out to a couple of networks unsolicited. I didn't have relationships, primarily through LinkedIn. And Disney responded yes, Sony Animation, the president of Marvel. So all those things really checked off for me as a marketeer and a guy who builds digital platforms around the world. So my next step was to grab a team, and you were the first one, of course. And so we got started with that. But actually, as we got into it, reaching out to speakers, we realized that there was another problem in the industry. It wasn't just specific to the US, but we also heard this in Africa, that animators, creators, black and brown, don't know each other. We heard from accomplished creators that might get a job with Disney or a project with Disney or Netflix or another film or television network, that if they had the opportunity, when they have the opportunity to greenlight bringing on diverse talent, they don't know who these people are, other than the ones that are already working within those corporate entities. And that made me realize that there's another problem in this specific vertical, that there's a disconnect. These creators don't know each other, and maybe no one's ever put together a conference or a summit like this to bring creators together, really for that connectivity. Without that, there's no unification. And so that was a problem that I was like not necessarily happy to hear, but I think in developing this summit, if we in any way can connect people, get them to network, get them to know each other, then that's a win-win.
And talk about connection. I was just looking at the feed all day yesterday, and folks were making a ton of connections just through LinkedIn and in the chat. And so I invite everyone, all 2,000 folks who've signed up, and we're still taking registration. So welcome everybody. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that everybody makes the connections that they want. And like you said, LOL Studios and LOL Network from Kevin Hart, they are taking submissions. So while you're just a little bit of housekeeping, while you are looking at us on stage, to the left of your screen should be a couple of little tabs. And so there's a networking tab, and we're going to have time in between panels for folks to get together, and you can literally meet people. It's kind of like a little speed dating thing. So just click on the networking tab and you can start to meet people, and hopefully we can walk some of our speakers into that networking area so you can meet them and talk to them as well. And then on the expo is an amazing place, and I know that it's a virtual expo, but it's just as amazing as though we were live. And so you'll see banners from all of our sponsors and all of the folks who are providing information and providing content today. And so I urge you to click on those banners when you click on the expo link, and you will see videos from not only the folks who are joining us these last 2 days, great creative and great creators. You'll see some amazing original animation, original IP. You will click on LOL Network and you'll see some of the stuff that they're doing. And again, you can drop your virtual business card in. Hopefully there'll be somebody there. And again, they're taking submissions. And at the end of the day, hopefully we'll be able to connect some folks. Toon Boom has their booth as well. So go in and take a look at them. They have some information in there. And then also Cinesite, if you haven't gotten a chance to see some of the stuff that they're doing, they have an amazing video that's up there. So again, throughout the day, stick with us. You're going to have some real knowledge from folks, not only in the traditional animation areas like your Disneys and your Nickelodeons, but Lion Forge Animation, they're doing amazing things just off of their Oscar win. So you'll hear from Carl Reed this morning. You'll hear from independent producers like Okima Moore. And then again, independent artists out of the UK, like my man, Geoffrey Makumbu, who's, young brother out of the UK, who's just doing a lot of amazing things. Canada and Brazil are stepping up in a big way. Adrian Bob, I see you. AdrianBob.com. So just really check out everybody's Instas, check out their websites. This is a place to bring people together. I wish we were live. Hopefully AfroAnimation 2.0 will actually get to shake some post-COVID hands. So with that, I am so excited to introduce our keynote for today. He's backstage, if you will, virtual backstage. His name is Conrad Montgomery. He's a brother that's in doing some great things with Nickelodeon, but he himself has had an amazing journey within entertainment, within animation. So with that, I'll go ahead and just open up the stage to Conrad. And Keith, thank you again for everything that you've done these last 2 days. Thank you to all of our panelists and all of our speakers. And welcome, Conrad. Good morning. It's early for you.
It's early morning, Rio. How you doing?
I'm great. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave the stage. So the stage is yours, my friend.
All right. Thanks, Rio. Oh, it is early for me out in sunny Los Angeles, California. Usually sunny. It's a little overcast today. But hello, everyone. Like Rio said, I'm Conrad Montgomery, Vice President, current series at Nickelodeon. I'm really honored to be here today to be your keynote speaker. Truth be told, this is my first keynote, so I'm sure there'll be a grading session after this, so make sure that you use a curve for yours truly. You know, being the vice president of Nickelodeon, it's an honor and a privilege, and I don't usually, hang my hat on accolades or titles and so forth. But since you don't know who I am, I feel necessary just to kind of give you a snapshot of what that means, certainly in this industry and to me personally. What my roles and duties tend to be is really to oversee as executive in charge of series and production, and from soup to nuts, taking these ideas and taking them to written materials, premises, outlines, scripts, and then working with artists as they design these great characters, going to storyboard and animatic, which is kind of like a snapshot of how these scenes and these panels and these sequential storytelling elements start to move before we ship with color and start to animate them. And when we come back, making sure that we're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and making sure that things are looking right, reading well while we send it out for delivery. Then working with all the facets of all the areas in the studio and out of the studio. So that means, current programming, making sure where it's going to air, how it's going to air, and how our audience is going to be receptive to them. Making sure that we're working with marketing to give them the ins and outs and the tools and the messaging so that they can do what they do best and make sure that our content is going out there. Working, with merch and games so that if we're fortunate enough to make content that really penetrates and gets through, that the audience has some of these great things to hold on to, if it's their favorite character or a storyline or just a theme of sorts, because it's what we do, and it's another way to be honored and to be inspired by all these visuals and narratives that we get to make, and always thinking about not only the content that we get to make, but the audience, and also all the great people that are part of going into making every single episode. It is very difficult and hard, but it is the joy of my life. It's actually made me the best version, the best person that I can be, and I'm just getting started. So, accolades. I'm fortunate enough to have worked on some great shows. I'm on Transformers now, a new show called ZJ Sparkleton that was announced recently. And I've been at Nickelodeon for just over 8 months, and it's really a great ride. I've been fortunate enough to win BAFTA, a couple of Peabodys, nominated and won some Annie Awards and Emmys, and just some very nice things that would make my mom proud. And if you know me, as you get to know me over the course of this keynote, I'm going to be speaking about my mom. Actually, I dedicate this keynote to my mom and all the people that helped me get here. And certainly most of those people, there's some amazing dynamic women that helped me raise my game, helped me self-check myself, and let me know or believed in me that I could actually do this at a high level and to keep it moving. One of the things I'm really proud of that I do get to do is work in areas of diversity and inclusion. While it's not my job title, it is absolutely my responsibility. And one of the things that my mom has shared is the power of voice. And it's, once you find your voice, it is your obligation to help people find their voice. And so when I look at it, what I get to do on a global scale at Nickelodeon now, and it's make some of the best content globally for kids and families, it's to have a mind's eye at all the people on the crew and production line that are putting so many heavy hours and parts of their stories and who they are into this content, and also being especially mindful of these little kids growing up like I grew up, that wanted to see themselves, that wanted to be heard, that wanted to be represented, that wanted to have these feelings, that wanted to laugh, that wanted to be inspired, and then watch it again and again, and then do so with their friends and their family. And so when I look out, I want women to be represented and to be seen. I want these Black boys and brown boys and kids all over the world to be seen. My friends in the LGBTQ community that's on the come up, their stories are now being told, and every marginalized group on this planet that has not seen themselves, as long as I'm in this position, I'm going to lend my voice to that, so that I'm going to tell them how hard this is, but how fun and rewarding this is all the same. And that's my mission in this life. I often say, when people ask, like, how do I do this, or how do I get in, or what can I do to better myself and get a job, I can absolutely understand the merits of wanting to have a job. You want to pay the bills, you want to have insurance, you want to wear nice clothes and have light and food, and so forth, and go on the occasional trip, and have access to things. And if you do well, and if you're qualified, and if you're constantly and consistently a student of what we get to do, you'll have a job. If you do your job very well and you network, you're honor bound, which means that you are doing what you need to do at a high level with strong work ethic. You're considerate of the teams and the groups that you get to work with, because no person's an island. You have to work with people to get this job done. You'll have a career in this. But for me, as my mom always put it, if there's something that you really want to do well, don't think of it as a job. And if you want to be good at it and be good at it for a long time, don't just think of it as a mainstay or longevity to hold on to your job. It's a lifestyle. And in this lifestyle, I wake up chomping at the bit to read a premise. I wake up chomping at the bit to see, the stats or the breakdowns of how our content is being taken in different territories and communities. I stay up late going over storyboards, or looking, at animatics or new animation sequences coming in from some studio that was just made from, could be from South America, to Japan, to Canada, and all the areas in between. And I get to work with some of the best people in this industry, where I can bring the best of who I am and continue learning. And I can still give of myself to them. But to get there, it really started with just fine tuning who I am and recognizing that this all comes from story. And so if you allow me to do, and as I honor my mom and the people that helped me get there, it really is, starts as a young Black boy, born and raised out here in Los Angeles, California. Definitely moved around a lot, but the main story really starts in a township within LA called Pacoima, California. And if anyone has access to Google or Yahoo or Bing or any search engine, Google Pacoima, California, go through the history, and you'll see it's an interesting place. It's a tough town. And when I was coming up as a young Black boy, it really was on the shoulders of my mom, and her name is Tierra Leone. She passed away 3 years ago. And actually, it is 1 week, almost 3 years to the day, where we laid her to rest as a celebration of life. And so being able to be in animation and in content creation, I get to celebrate her sacrifices, celebrate her commitment to life and to me, and what I get to do. And so I want to share some of that story with you. We grew up poor, And I've shared this story with friends and families. And now that I'm using this voice at work to let everyone know that you don't have to be rich to do this. You can come from so many different facets and walks of life to do this. And I came from poverty, actually. We wanted to be poor because we were so low on that totem pole that we're like, if we get poor, that means we're actually moving up. Like, that's how serious it was. And on the outlook of being, a young Black kid in Pacoima, it was surrounded by hardships. It was, staying out. It was trouble all around. There was gangs, there was crime, there was drugs, which is not solely what Pacoima was about, but that was one of the big things that I had to deal with just coming up. Just that threat, that sense of safety, and how that can affect the world and your point of view as you're coming up and trying to identify and find yourself. It was a story that really starts when I was in first grade. My mom, single mom. She had 2 kids. Myself, my older brother Torian, who's hearing impaired, and so I was often signing for him and trying to keep him out of trouble as well, and to also use my voice literally for him. That certainly helped me in this capacity today. And I'm not a fearful person now, but I did have my fears coming up until this point. And one of them, for a little kid when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, was just this idea of dying young. I'm sure many of you may have heard this in the States, certainly, that it was likely 2 in 10 African Americans, males, will likely not see the age of 25. And usually you will be killed or affected by another Black man. And that kind of dark cloud over you was something that really pushed me and opened my eyes and started my inquiry on life, and just asking these tough questions of why, how can that be? What can I do to change that? And so my mom just kept me out of trouble, kept me in the library, and just kept feeding this big, huge noggin of mine to not really be held or cornered or locked in by my surroundings, but that I have the freedom to do whatever I want, and for no one to really stand in my way, and to use that as leverage and motivation to be the best version of me. And so, I guess my path in content, my path towards this lifestyle really started in first grade. I was about 6 years old, and I finished all of first grade in about 2 months. And my mom got called in. She had 3 jobs, and she thought I was in trouble because I knew I was going to get it if I got in trouble, when she's trying to keep me out of trouble. And so she comes in and was telling, and the teacher and the principal was just sharing, like, we don't know what to do. We can put him in second grade, but he's likely going to finish that. And this was just a very impoverished school. And so I had all this free time. So my mom had to drop 1 job and was taking care of me at home as well, between these gigs. And so what does a 6-year-old kid do after reading books and playing with toys? My head's in the screen. I'm watching television. I'm watching movies. I'm playing my games and whatnot. And I'm watching stuff like Twilight Zone, reruns of The Jeffersons, Good Times. Animation. I'm watching Flintstones, Tom and Jerry, Scooby-Doo, Bugs Bunny, and sorts. And then, the first movie I ever went to that really just changed everything was Superman the movie, just believing that a man could fly. And all that just got my head spinning with just, wow, like how I'm being affected by these images, by these characters, by these stories. And my mom, God bless her, I was asking her at the end of one of these stories, and I was asking her when it said the end at the end of the credits. So then what happened? And she said, "Baby, that's the end," because I could read. And she said, "Well, that's it." And I said, "Well, the guy said he was going to do this tomorrow, and then they're, the happily ever after. What does that mean? And then, they're going to sail across the water for this story. So when are we going to see that?" And that's when she was looked at me like, "Boy, and she just clicked and she stopped herself, and we laughed about it much later. And that's when she knew that I thought that a lot of this was real, and that TV, I knew animation wasn't real, but that a lot of these were reenactments of real life events. And she's not in this industry. She's in the medical industry, was a nurse, and she went back to school, became a respiratory therapist, but that came later. And she was giving me all the knowledge she could at the time, which was, the writers, came up with these stories, and then the director says action and cut, and there's these people that are producers at these studios, and they start to figure out what these stories are going to be, and where they're going to put them in the theater, and what time they come on TV. And as a 6-year-old kid, it just blew my mind that that this wasn't real, but B, that people are being put together to make all this stuff that I've been watching for years that has had this profound effect on my life. And I knew right then and there, like, I wanted that. I wanted that so badly. It's amazing because when you think about it, and even this affects me now, and I have 3 kids of my own, Zachary, 7, my daughter Haley just turned 4. She's going to take over the world. Is a strong woman. And my youngest son, Michael, just turned 2 back in December. And I think about how kids are affected mostly. It's just a generational thing, but it's one thing I never want to lose a kid in myself. But just really, kind of hearkening back and thinking about these stories, these images and characters, and the content, and just taking in how it made me feel, and the infinite wonder, like this youthful imagination, and then juxtaposed with where I was living, which was the projects, and just the reality, in a home where it was a challenge to have food on the table. It was a challenge to have water and power every month, and it was dangerous to go outside. And certainly, I'm sure I'm not the only person that when the street lights came on, you better have your butt in the house. These were the streets where I was tested that made me tough and gave me a strong work ethic. But it was also that defining line when I was talking to my mom about television and content, and I had this light bulb go off that I can make my reality. I don't have to always be here, even if I'm here. And that was another lesson that my mom was giving me, which comes to power and passion, which is really going to be one of the themes that I want to speak to for all of you. And it's that you're not defined by what people tell you. You're not defined by can't and I can't. I don't like that word. It's useful. It's a challenge. But when someone says you can't do something, or that you are destined to end up, like A, B, or C, and you have no role or say in it, no, that's not going down in my household with my mom. And so what she did was that, since I kept asking her all these questions, like I was that kid that said, why, how come? She would pack me up in her little car, and we would just putt around Los Angeles, and she drove me to Disney, the studio out in Burbank. It's like, this is where, Mickey Mouse and all these great things that you watch and we watch on TV, like this is where they make this. And just seeing the lot where I would one day work, it just blew my mind, how big it was, because it seemed like a kingdom. Like, I know they say it is a kingdom, and then, you see Disneyland and everything, but it just blows your mind when you see something as marvelous as that, and that all that is and the people walking the grounds is responsible for seeing the stuff coming up on the screen. And she would drive me to Sony down in Culver City, another place that I would end up, interning in and walking those grounds, down to Paramount. Her favorite was Warner Brothers, because that's how she would get down with Casablanca, and she was a big Humphrey Bogart fan, and just all these places. And then we would go back home and she would cook, and we would just talk about this content. And that's when I knew I wanted to be in it, but I had no reference. I had no road on how to get there. I had no inclination really of how is this 6-year-old kid going to be able to write or direct or be involved in making this content. And she said, don't worry about that, baby. Like, you're going to figure it out. But these are going to be some of the keys. And one of it is just, to keep, my feet grounded in reality and Mother Earth. That's gonna keep you humble, son. You know, everything comes from the ground, so it's gonna keep you alive, but it's also gonna keep you real. Never ever stop dreaming. Keep your head in the clouds, because that's what, you know, bigger things are made of. These are, when you have vision and insight and heart, you can push yourself beyond the limits that you think you have and set new ones, then break those limits and keep going. But have your feet grounded in reality and Mother Earth, and keep your head in the clouds. And that, with that, I know that I can take in my surroundings. You know, I can listen to the stats and the naysayers of what I can't and can't do, and then I'm going to manifest my reality. And then she really sat me down, and it was getting through this thick noggin of mine, and she shared these two things that I say to myself pretty much every day, and it's power and passion. And so I did that this morning, as you know, I was talking to Rio and Trayvon last night, and propped up to Keith as well. Thanks for all your help with this. And it's, you know, power and passion. And so my mom would say that, you know, it's not about money and wealth and all the resources. Like those are the signs of power, but power it starts with you, and it's the ability to say yes and no with conviction, and it's understanding the stakes, it's understanding the circumstances, and living with that decision with dignity. And that is one of the hardest things to do when everything is pushing you to say no to something, or everything is pushing you to say yes to something that you don't want, and to stand in the front of that by yourself and to make a decision and live with that. That is power. And then the rare time I'll say can't is when it comes to passion. And my mom would lay into me over and over again, because that's something that we have inherently. You can't teach passion. You just can't teach it. And you can see that in the people around you. They may be passionate about things, and that's the spirit, that's the light. And you can find it. You can be inspired by others until you find your passion. But when you find it, as my mom would say, you know, you can use it as the fuel and motivation to drive yourself anywhere your heart wants to take you, and just enjoy that ride. And that's exactly what I did. And so, being this, you know, 6-year-old kid, I left my neighborhood of Pacoima and was going to schools in Granada Hills. I was auditing schools for a whole year, until I finally started going back to school regularly in 2nd grade. And I was going, all the schools I was going to up until college happened to be in Granada Hills. And if you have your laptops out, your computer up, Google that, and you can see the demographics. The demographics don't look like me at all. I was fortunate enough to be in a lot of honors classes, and not that that really means anything. It's just the juxtaposition of who I am, what I look like, and my experiences, where I come from, with everyone that lives in that neighborhood does not look like me. And so even teachers were just, you know, kind of coming at me or testing me, like, are you really this smart? How are you here? Is this some kind of token thing? So I'm nobody's token. Like, I've earned my place here, and I'm going to speak and make some noise in the right way with dignity. And there still had to be this way of trying to fit in. And I didn't know it yet, but that's when animation really came to my rescue and saved my life. You want to fit in, you want to belong, even if you want to be an individual. You know, we're on a planet with 6 billion people. You know, I'm living in, you know, Los Angeles, California, with a population over 6 million people. You know, there's people from different walks of life that, you know, that migrate here, that start families here. And, you know, we talk about these melting pots and crossing over. And a lot of these things I had seen coming up even at that early age. But where I was, I was really by myself, it seemed. I was the only, for the most part, Black kid in class. Black, you know, but when it came to sports and athletic, you know, I can get down like that, still competitive. But animation was that street lingo that allowed me to fit in. And it was talking about, you know, cartoons again. And, you know, later on, as I was going to school and having similar experiences, because we're watching the same things, and it's like DuckTales and Animaniacs and He-Man and just all this stuff, so that I wasn't sitting alone at the lunch table, you know, because I was good at sports. But, You start to make friendships other than just not getting picked last for kickball, and these are the things, like the ties that start to bind you, because you may not have the same experiences, but some of your beliefs and your thoughts and your dreams and the characters that you fall in love with, they're the same, and they inspire you and they bring you together. And that's what animation did for me at a young age. It's the main reason of why I do that today, but I hadn't arrived there yet. So, went to junior high, went to high school, went to college. College was tough. I was going to school in Arizona, had to drop out because couldn't afford it. And, my family was going through some very tough economical times, which a lot of families do. And so I came back, California, had 2 jobs, and put myself through school at Cal State Northridge, represent Matadors. And I got a degree in radio, television, and film, which is now, I think, television, communications, and new media, I believe. And, it was beset by the Northridge earthquake right before I had started there. And so, I had a full-time job. I had 2 internships, even though you're supposed to have 1, and they recommended that you do it in your junior and senior year. I wasn't listening to that. I'm like, I'm going to get at this. So even if it was off the records, off the books, or I would go with friends that had internships, and I would just be their backup, because I knew that was going to be the only way I was going to learn this, by experience, hands-on, not just going to the library, not just getting good grades in school, but investing in this medium and doing it the right way, and just to constantly being a student. And so while I was doing that, and I was interning at Sony, I was interning at Paramount, I was interning, at all these shingle, studios, whether it was television, whether it was electronic news gathering, whether it was making commercials, or even at agencies. I wanted it all, and it was hard. And I loved every minute of it because it was a challenge, and I was hungry for more. And things really kicked off at a place called Ignite Entertainment, which is a little small studio out in Hollywood. And I had my second internship was at Good Morning America on the Prospect lot in Los Feliz, California. And that's where they were making Superman, Lois and Clark. I was a big Superman fan, so it all comes full circle. And General Hospital, and a lot of big productions. And I started off as an intern, and then I finished they said, you know what, we want you to be our assistant instead. And I already had a full-time job and a full caseload, working at school, going to school. And
I know there's never a good time to interrupt. You said you were a Superman fan, so I'm going to have to interrupt you there, because I'm Marvel all the way. I'm sorry.
I love Marvel too.
No, I'm just kidding. I am jumping in. The folks who are attending here are loving you. This story is completely inspirational. You are doing your mama proud. We appreciate this so much. So I'm just going to let you know that we have our friends for the first panel up in about 2 minutes. So I'm just jumping in. I'm pulling a Kanye. I can't believe I'm pulling a Kanye right now, but please.
I'll wrap it up. Yeah.
If you when you are ready, if you will join us in the networking booth, and if you need some help getting in there, I know there's a ton of folks who wish to speak with you. So I just want to let everyone watching know that hopefully we'll be able to take Conrad, put him in networking. But I'm going to jump out and allow you to wrap up, and then we have our folks who are, and if they weren't, standing by from France and and Martinique, they're a little, they're hungry. It's a little late in the evening for them, but amazing keynote. When we asked you to fill 20 to 30 minutes, I had no idea. So you've done as a mom, as a mom of a Black boy, you're doing the moms proud. So please, I'm just gonna go backstage again, and thank you so much for this.
You got it. So thanks, Rio, for that. So I'm gonna take some of the wind out of my sails and wrap it up. Really to say this, and is that with animation, it is the best medium in the world. And I say this because there's film, there's television, there's live action, so many things that you can do, but it is really a test to your vision and perspective and your sensoriality, and how you can reassemble it and change it. It takes It brings out the best in you. It brings out the sense of teamwork and play. It brings out character and drive. It brings out, you know, your sense of seeing a goal, meeting it, and surpassing it, and it keeps you moving forward because you see yourself in your work, you see your friends and your family in your work, you see your teammates and coworkers in your work, and you see your audience in your work. And so, just to bring it back to what I said about power and passion, like say yes and no to your life, invest in yourself, and show up early. Invest in yourself for this. And passion. You can't teach it, but find your passion. Be excited about something. Turn your job into your career. Turn your career into a lifestyle, you know, and give back and pay it forward. So I want to, you know, thank, you know, AfroAnimation for the opportunity to be here, Rio, Keith, and Trevon. You know, special shout out to my boy Neil Wade, Camila Eden, and Dana Claverius for hiring me, along as Ramsey Nato at Nickelodeon. And all the amazing people on the shoulders of giants that I'm standing on, and my mom. So this really means a lot to be here. And I hope you really take in all the panels and on the offerings of AfroAnimation. So thanks, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Munya. I'm Munya Aram, the founder and president of Munya Aram Company. My company is specialized in bringing African animation to the international market. So today I'm pleased to moderate this fantastic panel about partnerships and cross-collaboration between Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean. So with me, we're going to hear from the executives and creators who are driving cross-border initiatives and boosting deal-making in the industry. We're going to have Yasmina Edwards. She's the founder of EGM New York. Hi, Yasmina.
Hey, Munya. Bonjour.
Bonjour. And we're going to have Camille Selvin Abrams. She's the founding director of Animary Caribbean Animation in Trinidad and Tobago. Hi, Camille.
Hi. So happy to be here.
Yeah, happy to see you. And we're going to have Saïdou Bernabe. Bonjour, Saïdou. He's the co-founder of Parallel 14 Academy and Parallel 14 Studio.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour. And finally, so last but not least, I mean, she's my favorite, Kenya Matisse. I really love her work. She's the co-founder and CEO of Listen Me Studio in Jamaica.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Very nice to have you all. I mean, it's super nice to have you. I'm sure we're going to have a great discussion together because we are traveling all the way from Paris, where I'm based, New York, Yasmina, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Martinique. So I'm going to start with Yasmina, please. And please, other panelists, if you can mute yourself, that will be great. So Yasmina. On your company website, you have a quote that is very fantastic. It's from Chinua Achebe.
Yes.
So, let's say it. I'm going to say it properly, okay? Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So how does this quote align with your company's mission as it relates to promoting African stories?
Well, Chinua Achebe was a Nigerian writer. The first time I've been hearing this quote for a long time, and I didn't realize that actually this quote is actually a bit of my journey as a Black woman, French Black woman who was born and raised in France of African descent and who's been living in New York for almost 20 years. My stories and the stories of my ancestors have traveled around many continents. And when I decided to launch my company 6 years ago, I didn't realize, it's not until then that I realized actually how impactful stories and narrative matter. And when I say matter, I think all of us here know that, but understand that there's nuances in the case of us, of African descent, among Black. It's not a monolithic personal story, it's different stories. So, and I would like to think that my journey, and that's what I try to bring to my work. At first, I was represented, or I was managing underrepresented talent. And over the years, my vision has expanded. And specifically last year, with the George Floyd brutal murder, I really wanted to be part of the solution. Not that I was not, but in action. And what I always say is, you know, what is stand between talent and opportunity? It's economic access. So my journey is obviously very much creative in animation and so many other areas of my work, but is also having access to to fund so we can actually execute our idea and making sure that we own our narrative. And this is where this quote of Chinua Achebe means a lot to me.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Thank you, Yasmina. And yeah, I'm also wondering how you are looking to drive this collaboration between these different parts of the world.
So one thing that I always do is any meeting tables that I am in, I always try to bring 2 or 3 names, or at least one, in my network. I start with my own company. I represent different type of talents. I worked in different projects because I do speak several languages: French, Spanish, English, of course, and Yoruba, because this is my African heritage. I'm able to, to be part of many different conversations. And it does make sense to me because I understand the nuances to bring different people. Maybe if you're Francophone, and I'm using the Francophone term instead of the French word purposely, because even though that I was born in France, I consider myself as a Francophone. French is spoken more outside France than in France. There's like 300 million French speaking people around the world, and 50 of them actually are part of the African continent. So when I am in a meeting and I could be in a meeting with mostly American, I will always think of how it can connect with, I would say, French speaking, someone from Africa. And that's really how I drive my partnerships. Now, in my career and my experience for the past 7 years, I had the opportunity to do branding, working with brand in Africa, in South Africa, like Unilever, Estee Lauder in the US. I work with GT Bank in Nigeria. And these opportunities, and I've been able to drive these opportunities, I would say again, because of my journey and because of my knowledge of languages, understanding also the culture.
Thank you, Yasmina. And I'm gonna go to Camille now because I know you have a very famous event in Trinidad and Tobago. And I've heard it's a special year. You're gonna celebrate your 20th anniversary, correct? Please unmute yourself, Camille.
How many times have I done this? Yes, I'm extremely excited to say that we are celebrating 20 years this year.
Yeah, and so, I mean, animation is a specific tool, and I know you know that, you are aware of that. And how do you think it is important to develop the industry in the Caribbean specifically?
I think it's critical, and it's because of my experience, and I've been in this industry for 20 years, over 20 years. I studied abroad. I went to the UK. I wanted to do film, and when I got a taste of animation, immediately film went out the window. It was like, okay, no, I'm doing animation. Now, what that did for me was, as a Caribbean person, I recognized that we didn't have that option in the Caribbean. In the schools, we don't have that. So in my 4th year, I submitted my film and I won the Royal Television Society Award. this one here. And what it did was it really sort of made me realize that, one, I have to represent me as a Caribbean person. I have to represent me as a woman. I have to represent me as the other in this industry. And therefore, coming back to the Caribbean, I felt, listen, I need to give persons behind me the opportunity to learn animation, because there is a shift that is going on right now. And it is right now, you know, a lot of people are saying animation, digital media, it's worth more than oil and gas. We know that. And coming from the Caribbean, and especially from Trinidad, we are an oil and gas industry. It took a lot of convincing for us to realize that, for us to realize, or for the powers that be to realize its worth. So it is important that we bring the sector to the Caribbean, because I do feel that we have to have a seat at the table. We're good enough. And I do feel by collaborating with everyone you're seeing here, because we all collaborate here, that it will allow us to really have a wonderful seat to be part of the future.
Yeah, you're totally right. And, you know, I'm not the one to convince. I'm a woman and I'm promoting African animation. So I totally agree with you 100%. And yeah, and how the festival is promoting actually this growth and the collaboration into the animation industry. I know you're bringing a lot of guests from all over the world. So can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, for some people, the festival may seem frivolous. You know, it's something you go, you know, you have fun, people come to the island, but the festival is critical for any island, any country looking to start a movement in the sector. So we have had over the 20 years, really high-end, top-notch people visiting the island. So for instance, Bruce Smith, who is now with Disney, Tyree Dillahy, Sidney Combo. If you all don't know who Sidney Combo is, look up Sidney Combo. Sidney Combo is now with Weta Studios in New Zealand. He is one of the lead animators for the Avengers. And he was born in the Congo and is now doing fabulous, fantastic. Look him up. So we had wonderful, experienced persons visiting the island, loving the experience of the festival, but also sort of giving their time to our new industry. And because of that, we are able to call back on them to kind of support the sector as it grows now. So for instance, this year, we are doing something called Rerouting Our Stories, which is about really getting stories from all over the world, including Africa. Monia, you know, we spoke about this, and creating a platform for us to take it to the next level. We are also doing something called Live, Lime, and Work Like a Local, where we are working with the government to create a platform to encourage professionals in the field of animation, game, and new media to visit the island for 3 months, live Lime. Lime means, in the Caribbean setting, means to have fun, and work like a local. And what it really is about compassionate labor, because I do feel that what we are doing right here, there needs to be some compassionate labor, because it means that some support that certain islands or certain countries may not be able to afford, we can afford to give that support to those places. So I am calling it compassionate labor, but it's critical to the success of the Caribbean.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, we always talk about promoting diversity, and I think diversity comes from the islands, from Africa, and we need to work towards it. And I'm glad you're doing such an amazing job, Camille, and thank you for that. And before going to Saidou, I know you are involved into education, and I know that you collaborated with Saidou in Martinique. So Saidou, can you please introduce us your fantastic academy? I think it's 7 years old now already.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So, Parallel 14 is a 4 years of academy. Actually, we started right after my last production, when I used to work in New Zealand on The Hobbit, just before Sidney Combo arrived, I think. And after that, I felt the urge to create something about education in the Caribbean, just because, you know, New Zealand is an island, and there is one of the biggest, you know, visual effects and animation studio on the planet. And I'm like, okay, but I'm coming from an island too, and we're pretty, you know, well good situation, next to the US and the rich, environment. So with my partner Johan Pavadi, we decided to create this school. So the project is to create a studio, but it had sense for us to start the school. So so now today we have 7 years old. We have 3 promotions out of the school. It's a private school, a 4-year program, and we have our students, our old back then students. They are now working in France or in Canada in big studios. So we are really proud of them. And recently we had the great pleasure to have a prize at the Kingston Festival, the last Kingston Festival, for our student film, Tall. So so it's something that we started a while ago. We took time to improve the program and to make sure that our students are getting better and better. Just before the second step of our Parallel 14 big project, which is really create a studio. What we started, and we're currently working with our students. I mean, now new junior, technical artists. We're working in the studio and starting working on different projects, short films, motion graphics, animation, etc.
Yeah, this is great, and actually it is super smart to do that. I mean, to have an academy, as we know in this industry, especially in the Caribbean, in Africa, we have a lot of self-taught talents. They need access to education. They are talented, we know that, but being able to attend a real school and learn and be able to be ready for the international industry, it is really important, and it is really needed. And thank you, Saidou, for doing that. And it is smart as well, because you have your studio, so then you can hire the students and keep them with you in your studio. So this is great, and I think it's really important in order to have a real industry in the Caribbean and also in Africa. But I'm not going to be speaking. I'm the moderator, so I'm not going to be speaking about my projects in Africa. So let me speak to Kenya, because as I said, I really love Kenya because we work together on one project. She has a super great studio in Jamaica, in Kingston, and it's Listen Me. We work together on Cam. So yeah, I'm super excited to collaborate with you. Can you tell us a little bit more about your background and why animation?
Yeah, so animation, and especially children's animation, is at the heart of why we started Listen Me in the first place. And that's really because of 3 primary reasons. In looking back, we realized that, the animations or the cartoons that we watched growing up, they grow up with us. We never really leave them behind. Like, those stories live with us to this day. And to really make a big impact and a big change, we thought that really starting at the heart of storytelling with children is a powerful place to start. And by telling stories that can really inspire a generation of producers, of creators, of people who feel like they have control of their destiny, that, children's animation is a great medium to inspire that type of imagination. And secondly, because, what we're being fed is really like stories from all over the world, like we grew up seeing other images on our screens, and now there's so many more screens, and we're starting from an earlier age. So how can we sort of influence that journey of self-identity, if not through storytelling that's starting with children's storytelling? And make more homegrown content so we can really identify ourselves with the stories that we see. And then thirdly, although we've focused on children's stories, we really see it as like family content, because a lot of the stories that, we might watch as children, we can relate to them as adults because the themes are similar. As a matter of fact, we're all just grown kids if you think about it. So, seeing it as family content is really at the core of that. And so my background is actually in, brand development and marketing and storytelling. And it was in storytelling that sort of inspired us to say, well, this is where we wanted to start as a company and focus on animation and design, digital design as a studio for clients, for companies. But when it's our passion projects, to really focus on kids content.
And I know you did some work with Sesame Street, and I'm wondering how you are planning to partner with the international countries. I mean, outside Jamaica, are you planning to have some co-production, split the work with other partners?
Absolutely. I feel that, co-productions are a powerful way to take advantage of what we have, which is, an abundance of stories, amazing, natural, homegrown, self-taught talent with expertise that is global, that, people who've done it before, who have the experience, and who also have access to distribution networks that can help to open doors for Caribbean content. And so for me, I really wish to partner with people who, well, for me, partnership sort of grows from three main things. It's passion for what you do, which the previous speaker spoke to. Trust in the people that you would collaborate with. Trust that they can do what they say they will do. Trust that they have the ability, the expertise, and, that you can actually have a good working relationship with them. And thirdly, and not least importantly, budget. Can we afford to do this together? And so a lot of times partnerships start with, budget might be seen as, the most inhibiting factor. It actually isn't, because if you figure out the who, sometimes the how comes actually really naturally. And so I think that having more forums like this where we just meet each other, where I can be like, hey, Seydou, how you doing? Camille, what's going on? Yasmina, what's the latest? If we just build that rapport and that community and that trust with each other, then ideas will flow in conversations. We'll explore the how and we'll figure out the way to do it, whether through co-productions, whether through small experimental projects sometimes, to just, build that working relationship and then sort of, build the networks and the advantages through the people that we have. Because we have access to so much resources when we're all together and we're actually thinking of how to grow ourselves globally.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, Kenya. I think we all agree with you. And let me get back to Yasmina. Yasmina, I know you are building bridges between the US, Africa, Europe. So when we speak about animation, how do you see, how do you think we can do some cross collaboration in the future?
Well, I really want to piggyback to what Kenya said. I think that it does matter to leverage our connection, and platform like that is always someone said it yesterday. I call it the call for action. It's amazing the work that Rio and Keith have done from the ground up. And but how do we leverage that? Obviously, next year, a year from now, in 2022, what came out of it? And I know the way I work with people is, let's chat. What are you working on? How can I be of service to you? For me, it's very simple to say that because I know what my missions are. I want to make sure that our stories are out there. And coming from that perspective, every conversation that I have is, please, I want to hear what you have to say. And let's see, if I cannot work with you directly, let me introduce you to someone who may be able to work with you. I mean, whether it's animation, right now we're talking about animation. I think that there's a lot of talent in Africa. What's missing in the continent across the board in the industry, it's definitely education and training. And I think that we all need to be aware of that. And I know, Munya, you're doing great work. We already had a conversation before this panel, how we can implement that, because many of us share that the fact that there is a lack in training, but it's really about how do we execute that. And I'm a very practical woman, so I know that there's always a way, And I know that in 2021 is definitely something that I want to focus on, because otherwise we're still going to be having the same conversation a year from now. And we don't want that to happen.
Exactly. And to help us, I think to listen from Camille, what she's doing in Trinidad and Tobago should be really interesting. I know you are involved in education there. Can you tell us a bit more what you're doing exactly?
So my approach to this sector was very much focused on industry when I recognized that exactly what Yasmina said there about how important education is. I want to share an example with you all that it's a real thing that happened. So I returned from London, spent 12 years there, and started the Full Circle Animation Studio. So I'm the founder and director of Full Circle Animation Studio. And we did everything right for the industry. We went out there, we got a test. And that test, if you know anything about the industry, if you're now starting as a studio, you know, they won't give you a big job. They will give you 15 seconds, 20 seconds to do. And we did this 20-second test for a huge organization. Of course, I'm not going to call any name, for a very well-known animation series. We spent about $120,000 to do it, knowing that it's not a paid job, but we wanted to test, we wanted to show that we could do it. And we did it. And the response we got back from the executive producer was that, you know, this was really good. You all did really well. It's just the line quality was, you know, a little bit, you know, to do with the line quality. And that was it. And that made me realize that we are never going to fit into this space. We have to create our own space. And in that way, they will then fit into our space. And I know that's kind of radical thinking, but that was an eye-opener for me. Like, we did everything you told us. We did everything. And we looked, but what the outcome of that was that we did not fit into that model. So therefore, what would they do with us? So because of that, the focus on education for me was utmost. So although I'm in animation, I'm an educator also at the University of Trinidad. We started with the diploma, but we then went on to the degree. But what was very groundbreaking was a support by the Inter-American Development Bank to create an outsourcing hub. So with my travels, I travel all over the world. Well, I used to. And the main thing I would get is that animation and game students were coming out and they were not ready for a studio setting. They were just not ready. It was too much theory and all of that. So with the IDB grant, what we did was create a 25-seater outsourcing studio. Of course, COVID slowed us down, but we're hoping by the end of the year we would be open to the public. But what that would do is definitely speak to what Yasmina is talking about. It would allow our students to have the studio experience, working while doing and being given a grade at the same point, and give them that experience so that what they would do is, okay, we could fit into the hub that is there, or I could go and do my own, have my own studio, because I have learned the pipeline. I have learned what it is to work with people. I have learned that an animator is not one person sitting in a room and doing everything, because that's also a thing that we think. And it will give our students an opportunity to be part of this real change that is happening. So that was our approach as far as education.
Yeah, and speaking about cross collaboration, I know you collaborated with Saidu with Parallel 14, and this is great. I think we need to collaborate together. I mean, yes. Caribbean and African, in order to be powerful in the international scene, and this is great. And Saidu, may I ask you how this collaboration went?
Pretty well, actually. We've met with Camille at the Anime Carib Festival. It was about now probably 6 years ago. We found the importance to create this collaboration, find a way to collaborate and make sure that our students and their students could get better. And we were fresh out from our career in the visual effect and animation, Johan and I. So what we did is we got some European funds, a special program dedicated to a Caribbean collaboration, which is named Interreg, and we got this program to finance the exchange. So we had 2 students from Parallel 14 going to Trinidad and Tobago, and 2 from UTT coming in Martinique. So it was really interesting. They were there for a trimester. So it was a cultural and technical, exchange that we started this year, but because of COVID, we did that from a distance. So we're doing this. It's more a mentoring program during the all year. So we have teachers, trainers from UTT and Parallel 14 training the students and mentoring them on their film. So the idea is to have films created in the Caribbean, but with this cross collaboration between trainers and from different islands, and it's going pretty well so far. Really interesting, and our will is to really duplicate this model, to do that with. I know there is this in Jamaica. It's this other university working on an animation programs and in different other places. I think it will be interesting to duplicate the model and to get all these students being in connection, because for me it's really important that these young people, when they know each other at this time of their life, they are training themselves, they may be able to collaborate in the future, and this is really important for us. So that's why we're doing that, and that's why we want to make sure that to create a focus on the Caribbean, saying, okay, you have those productions coming from the Caribbean. It's really not this island or this island. It's all the islands working together. Like there is a region, focused on animation and developing animation.
Yeah, the power of the Caribbean.
Yes.
No, this is great. This is great, and then we can imagine in the future collaboration between Caribbean and Africa as well. So I guess it's on the pipeline, and maybe.
If I may say something, Munya,
yeah.
I think that we can imagine it, but we can actually make it happen now.
For sure.
We are living in a digital world, and what really matter. Growing up, my world was Hollywood, and once I started working in Hollywood, I realized that Hollywood was actually using us. And when I say using us, let me just explain myself. I think we know that we have the contents, we have stories that haven't been told yet. The stories that have been told, one from the point of view of people who are in power. So that's why the quote for Chinua Achebe rings so loud for me. And young people need to understand that it is time for us to be aware of our power, and our power is content. All we need is to learn how to execute it, and that's where the technique, the skill set is needed, but it's something that can be acquired. So I just wanted to add that.
And very quickly, when you see the talents they have being self-taught, can you imagine what they will do when they will
exactly.
Yeah. And if I have a question from the audience, and it's going to be for Kenya, I think. Has it been difficult for the panel to get international distribution for their content? So it can be for Kenya and Saidu, I think.
Sure. And actually, I want to just add to what Saidu and Yasmina were saying, because the Caribbean Development Bank, in partnership with JAMPRO, now have a Caribbean animation business model project, which is spearheading this drive to have a business model that sort of encourages regional collaboration between Caribbean creators. So I'm hoping that with more and more programs like these, that we'll actually start to see some more content coming from, regional collaborations as well. And to answer Fieldman Robinson's question, I would say that there's distribution and there's distribution. Some persons would say that, distribution is basically YouTube or, social media, putting your content out there as long as anyone can see it. And I think that the question that he's probably asking is, well, when we're talking about getting it to the streaming platforms or the networks, has there been any challenge there? And I think that the challenge that I've experienced is probably twofold. One is, getting shaping your story to the level where it's ready to be, a part of, what the gatekeepers, if you will, of the international distribution, networks would want to see. And a lot of that comes through what Saidu and Camila are working on now. It has to do with training, script development. I don't even think that sometimes we're focused on the visual, but the story is really core to, is there really an IP here that will have global appeal, that is scalable, and that can last and make money? At the end of the day, these people are thinking of money, right? So that's one thing. And then the other thing is networks. I think that the challenge has also been, well, how do we meet the people who are looking for this type of content, who maybe are willing to meet you where you are, which is not quite sort of polished yet, and get you to the point where you're polished and ready to be pitching to networks and to be having those, meaningful conversations. And I can definitely say that it has been challenging, but Kingston and other festivals like Anime Carib are opening doors. I think that the confluence of training programs where we now have graduates who are ready to enter a pipeline and who can produce really cool content, and also networking opportunities where we can go to MIPCOM, we can go to Kidscreen, we can go to these festivals and bring people here so that they can see what it is that they're sort of, just drinking the culture. That infects us, I think. Let me not use the word infect. I think it plants a seed that, starts to germinate and say, okay, there's something here. How can we, meet these people where they are and then get them ready to be distributed? Because everybody has to see this. And I think that's that tipping point where we are right now.
If I can add something, because actually we are a young studio at Parallel 14 Studio. It's pretty young, so we didn't get the opportunity yet to have any program, distributed in the international platforms, even though we are in contact with them, so in discussion to bring some new contents. I just wanted to add a practical aspect of that on the technical aspect. The thing is, it's something we started with the studio in St. Lucia, Malfini Studio. We're currently working on creating a sort of cluster of animation studio throughout the Caribbean, and I'm thinking about the big region, even including some Central and South America countries. The thing is, how we could create some tools to make sure that if any project comes from the big studios like, I don't know, Disney, Nickelodeon, Sesame Street, or whatever, we most of the time we're not enough people to get them to the end, because we mentioned the training part. And even for the professionals currently working, they need some training. So what the discussion we started with St. Lucia is creating this cluster, and they got funds from Caribbean Development Bank, and the idea is to create a collaboration platform that allow us to exchange files, to make sure that we are in the same pipeline, make sure that all the productions can go through using the same tools, and make sure that we can have training, we can train each other, make sure that we have the same level, this famous level of quality required to get all this program, on the different distribution platform. So we're currently working on that, and I think this aspect too could be duplicated, even in Africa, having all the studios working together to make sure that we get the production go properly.
Yeah, and I think I can add that we should consider the diaspora. They are eager to work with their home country, and I'm speaking about myself as well. Helping the talents be trained by having professionals from the diaspora go there and teach them and tell them about their experiences and how it works. And it is possible to have an industry there. I think it's really important. And we have, I've been speaking with a lot of people in this industry from the diaspora, and they are eager to come to the schools, to the future schools in Africa, and to give some masterclasses and to teach and to share the experiences to help the industry exist and grow. And I think it is really important to count on them, because I'm always saying, speaking about collaboration and partnerships, we can do co-production with, for example, France and Trinidad, and France and Jamaica, or America. But can we count on the diaspora? Maybe, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we can find them and we can bring them to our projects, and they are willing to reconnect. And I think Yasmina would agree with me, and Saïdou, because they are from France as well. So.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I live in New York, and I know that, you know, there's a large African immigrants here, and I'm one of them. I became an American citizen, and there's many American of Nigerian descent, and there is absolutely, especially during COVID. Just to share with you, I traveled to Africa for a month, 2 months ago, because after a year in the lockdown, I just could not take it anymore. And I was amazed. Oh, I mean, we are experiencing it as we're living right now. But because during COVID, a lot of people from the diaspora actually made the choice to go back to their parents' home country. And there's a mindset that has been already there, but has been, I'm not sure how to say that, but that is now, at least for me, it definitely happened to me. I've been going to Africa every year for business, but I had an opportunity now to be there for a month, and you just realize that, damn, this can happen. All I need is just to come in with my project, and also be aware of, you know, how I can help and what I can do. So, you know, to confirm what Munya is saying, yes. And that's, I think, where we need to tap our resources, the resources of our knowledge that we acquired here, and how we can give back.
Munya, could I just add to what Yasmina is saying? I think I do feel the diaspora is critical almost, you know. And I'll give you an example. At the university, we had our games person, Kaifas Moore, who Seydou works along with closely, you know, top lead artist at EA Games, gave that up to come back to the University of Trinidad and Tobago. His pay is probably 1/3 of what he would get at EA Games, but he was one of the 4 top lead senior artists there. But he gave that up, came to Trinidad. And our students' work went from here to like there, because what he did as a lecturer is not just apply his knowledge as a fine artist, but he applied his knowledge from the industry. So for me, I think, but that is where I talk about compassionate labor, because obviously he would have had to give something up to come back and give back. But the what he is seeing in return, it's just so valuable. So I totally agree that the diaspora is critical for our success.
Yeah, Saïdou, would you like to add something about the diaspora and how you can, I mean, I know you come back to France very often, and you have some connection there. So did you think about bringing the talents there to help you with the Parallel 14?
Yeah, this is what we do. We started when we started school, working with all our network, you know. Just a funny story, when I used to work in a double negative in London, I remember receiving an email from a guy, was an African-American man, and saying that, okay, we're doing a bro lunch. I'm like, oh, what is that? So I came to the bro lunch, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the revolution, guy. What's going on? They said, Joe, no, just a lunch with a lot of brothers, you know, a lot of black guys from everywhere. And that was it. We didn't even talk about being black, you know, and that was really interesting to see that. Why he did that? Because we don't have so many people from the diaspora working in the industry in Europe or the rest of the world, you know, and that's why it's really important. Project like AfroAnimation, that's really important to have this type of project, and because now we know each other, we know that, okay, this guy is doing this lady is doing that, and we have all the tools now to start building something strong, you know, and this remote time that we're living currently is a sort of opportunity, you know, for the studio. When I'm talking about having a studio here in Martinique, I'm like, okay, but I don't have enough, you know, supervisors. I don't have enough, you know, senior artists. But actually I do have that now, because I can just contact them and say, okay, can you please work on that for me, from distance, and that's it, So now things are really like we can touch them. It's just a matter of a bit of time, finding the budget, but even this part, I'm pretty sure we can find a way to make it work easily. And there are so many brains, with this will to create something really strong. So I think now let's do it. I'm really glad to be in this panel, because I'm like, and all this Afro animation event, it's really motivating. Let's do it.
Yeah, Saidou, I was going to ask each one of you for one sentence to conclude, so let's do it. So can you just give me one sentence, one positive sentence to conclude this panel? Can I start with you, Yasmina, please?
I thought I would have more time to think about it.
Do you want me to start with someone else?
No, I mean, just to conclude, let's just keep working on what we have started. That's really what it is. The question is, what is my call to action? I'll try to give myself one every time I'm invited somewhere. Anyone needs to contact me. I usually very good in LinkedIn or on my social media. And I'm working on many projects, and anything I can help for us, for our story to be put out there, I'm always here.
This is great. Thank you, Yasmina. I know you are very fast to reply, and you connect easily. Thank you so much. And Camille, can I ask you, please?
Sure. I had a little time to think, Yasmina. So I definitely will want to say that we are good enough. Our stories are good enough. I was once told about 10 years ago that your stories won't really make it because it's not the kind of stories that people want to see. That's a lie. Remember that. And this is the time for us to actually start telling our stories.
Kenya.
I would definitely say that we have everything we need, and it really is now for us to do what we can with everything that we already have. I'm definitely open to collaboration, to conversation, to keep this conversation going. It doesn't end here. It doesn't end with this panel or AfroAnimation. Please reach out to us all. You can find me on social media at Kenya Mattis. You can connect with our studio, listen me, and let's keep the conversation going, because it's in connecting that we'll find out the who, we'll build the trust, we'll use our passion, and we'll find the budget.
And Saidou, let's do it. Let's give your sentence, please.
Yeah, I give my sentence. Just focusing on the fact that when we're talking about animation and video games, we're talking about some multi-billion dollars, industries. So I think it's time for us to be part of it, and keep in mind that it's an entertainment industry, but it's also a way to educate our young people. So that's why it's so important for us to get this journey, to get into this journey, and yeah. So now all matter of discussing, trust each other. Kenya mentioned that, and yeah, one step at a time, but we'll get there surely.
And if I may conclude, we're not talking about the future. We are talking about the present. It's now that we are acting together. And I guess, with this energy that I felt during this panel, I'm very positive and very optimistic about what's going to happen in our industry, in the Caribbean and in Africa. So let's keep in touch, all of us, and we'll work together. And yeah, the present and the future is ours. Thank you all for joining. Thank you so much. And take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, good morning. What a phenomenal panel that was. We had our friends from the Caribbean just really giving knowledge about all the things that are happening in their islands. So I'm Rio Cyrus again. You guys have seen me in the last day or two, and head of programming here for AfroAnimation. And it is my great pleasure to introduce the panel that I'll be moderating. The name of the panel is Developing Original Film and TV Series. And as an ex-studio executive, this is where my passion is. I love to see, love to build franchises, love to see what these folks are doing. So let's get it started. We're going to start with Okima T. Moore. She's an award-winning Producers Guild of America actress, director, and writer. Her credits include projects for Nickelodeon, Fox, BET, DreamWorks. Okima is also a producer on the Webby Award-winning NAACP-nominated, partially animated documentary Unladylike for PBS and American Masters. Welcome, Okima. What a phenomenal set of credits you have. And then we now welcome Carl Reed. Carl Reed, just off of the Academy Award-winning animated short Hair Love. He is the president and CEO of Lionforge Animation, and I love to see what Lionforge is doing. You know, you guys are really making a name for yourself, and so it's going to be, I know a lot of folks in the audience are going to be excited to see what's happening. And then we have Warren Holder, who's a lead character designer for Netflix Animation, and so much more. He is a Black Brit like myself, even though his accent sounds a little bit better than mine. And so, Warren, we're going to be excited to know what kind of stories you're developing now. We have Kibwe, who's a writer-director, also from Netflix Animation, co-founder of Factory 15. So Kibwe, we are excited that you're here. We are excited to talk about what you're doing now since you released your award-winning film, Robots of Brixton. So much to unpack there. And then we have a young brother from the UK. His name is Geoffrey Mukumbu. I just like saying his name, Geoffrey Mukumbu. And he's the Dark Knight there. So hi, Geoffrey, how are you? And then last but not least, we have a good representative here from the gaming industry, Gavin Ball, representing, I think, Toronto. I know he's Canadian, so I think we're in Toronto, right, Gavin? Don't forget to unmute.
Pretty close, pretty close.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's get into it. I am excited to hear, like I said, the name of the panel is Developing Original Film and TV Series. So really going to probe and see, even though you guys all have your day jobs, you know, what you're doing to promote original stories. So let's start with Okima, because we are a little bit light on female representation in the last 2 days. So I'm going to be a little bit biased here. So Okima, it's often said that inspiration is everywhere. Can you talk about who and what inspired you when you began your creative journey, and also what's inspiring you now?
Well, hi. Thank you for having me amongst these amazing Black men, because, you know, I love a Black man. I am inspired by a lot of times. So I know you said you guys just finished the Caribbean panel, and I'm Guyanese and Bajan. So I grew up with a whole bunch of unintentional griots, right? There's always a story. Whether it's at dinner, whether it's to make you go to bed, whether it's some conflated story that your grandpa's telling you about his heyday, there's always a story. So I was just really inspired growing up by the stories around me, whether I was reading them, hearing them, watching them. I remember being a little kid in Guyana, and like we had like 2 channels at the time. This was like early 80s, and you could only watch the same episode of Soul Train twice, right? So I would take my VHS tapes from America back home when I would go for the summers. And I probably shouldn't have been watching it because I was really young, but Whoopi Goldberg's One Woman Show, I watched it over and over for an entire summer. By the end of the summer, I could do every note, every word. And I was so inspired because this Black woman looked like me. She wasn't, and this is nothing against my ethnically ambiguous sisters, but she was brown and she had 4C hair like mine, if you want to categorize it. Like she had textured hair, she was brown, she was beautiful to me. And a lot of people think that she's not conventionally beautiful or say that, but listen, she was beautiful because she looked like me. I could look at her and say, that's me. And in the islands back then, I was probably a good 10 shades darker because I was always in the sun, right? So I had all this chocolate to look at. And so that was probably one of my biggest inspirations to say that I wanted to do what she was doing. Not necessarily comedy per se, but like she wrote that and she performed that. And at a time where women weren't allowed really on the other side of the camera, she produced that, you know? And so I was like, oh, and I didn't know it at the time, but to look back on it, they say hindsight's 2020, right? Looking back, I'm like, oh, this was the setup. Okay. And as far as what influences me now, honestly, everything. Like we just went through the worst year ever. I had a lot of loss in my family. I'm in New York, so we had a lot of people in my circle, family and friends, fell victim to COVID, and we lost a lot of people. So just waking up every day at this point encourages me and impresses me and influences me. And being able to watch the work of all of these gentlemen that work so hard to do these wonderful projects, and just, you know, this conference is an inspiration because there aren't a lot of us in animation in any way. Most of my animation work is mixed media. So it's animation and live action. But like, I don't know a lot of women in animation, and I want to grow in the space as well to do more solely animated work. And so, you know, everyone on this panel is just a huge inspiration to me. So I'm just really honored to be here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Definitely an A+ answer. Definitely a good thing to compliment your fellow panelists. So Carl Reed, let's go to you. So as president and CEO of Lion Forge, again, love the stuff that you guys are doing. What's your origin story? Because I know I LinkedIn stalked you a little bit and internet stalked you. And as I'm looking to see your story in terms of Lion Forge, but you've been in the business over 20 years. So talk to us about, like I said, your origin story.
You know, I'm small correction. I'm president and chief creative officer. Dave Stewart II is our CEO, and we just. Oh,
I hope I didn't. Did I promote you or demote you?
Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. I'll take whatever.
Awesome.
But you know, I started out, actually, it was pretty strange in the late 90s. My older brother and a bunch of folks locally were into comics, and they were drawing their own comic books and going to comic shows. Now, these are in the days where comic book shows were like in a ballroom in a hotel, and it wasn't so big. But I went out to one and I saw just the fanfare. Like people were lined up to have them draw. And I was like, you know what, they're making money doing it. And you know, I'm a little guy, you know, from a family that's struggling to make ends meet. And I was like, you know, I love drawing. I think I love reading comics. I think this might be for me. So I was like, I'm going to work hard this summer. And then I knew they were going out to San Diego Comic-Con later, which is, you know, even then it was the big show, but it's like a baby Comic-Con or what it is now. But so I worked so hard pulling a portfolio together, went out to Comic-Con and got some comic work. And I was like, okay. So from then on, I just pursued illustration, animation, formed with a couple of those same guys, agency here in St. Louis. And we were doing illustration services, toy design, animation, etc. Since the late 90s, early 2000s. And that just grew and grew. And we were doing, we expanded our services to animation and, like, you know, apps and things of that nature. But in the Midwest, there was no entertainment kind of market at all. And so it came to a point where I was like, we want to do bigger things, and we want to do, you know, TV and film. So I had to go out to LA to get some actual practical experience. So I started working with a studio called Animax, and we did everything from, you know, service TV shows to our own shows to video games to, at the time, virtual worlds were big. So we did some virtual worlds, and I got like it was a very small studio. So I got like a ton of experience in a very short window of time. So I've always kind of, you know, forged without to not have a pun.
Well done. I see what you did there.
But forged my own path. And so we came back to St. Louis, and David, who I just mentioned earlier, he was exiting from his last venture, and we were like, what are we going to do next? And so we were like, let's go ahead and pursue. There's some big opportunities in comics, and we don't see the representation of Blacks, especially from an ownership level of comics. And there's a lot of artists and writers and everything that doesn't get their due. So we decided to start Line Forge Comics, and then luckily the market was ready for it too. And so we grew pretty fast. We wound up growing, and then in 2018 we decided now's the time to really spin off and start achieving our kind of animation goals. And you know, so far so good.
That's amazing. I love that. And, you know, it's super inspirational because I think what a lot of folks are hearing is at your heart of hearts, you're an illustrator, you're a comic fan, and you've forged your own path, like you said, and now you are working with folks who are winning Oscars. So more on that later. So I'm just going to go in order here. So Warren, how are you this morning? Warren, you're out of New York.
Yeah.
And so as I'm looking at your bio, you've had a career that many in our audience could only dream of and are looking to replicate. You've worked on amazing IP, both live action and animation. And so tell us, what was your big break, if you've considered the fact that, you know, you've had a big break, you know, you've worked with folks that, you know, just for anybody who doesn't know Warren's credits, like he's worked on franchises like Fantastic Beasts, Alice in Wonderland, one of my favorites, Skyfall, Guardians of the Galaxy. He's worked with Tim Burton. So again, just an amazing career, but tell us, what was your big break?
Yeah, thanks for the intro. Hi, everybody. Big breaks. So I guess I was kind of straight out of university, college. And, you know, I basically kind of like growing up with comic books, illustration, you know, animation, all this kind of stuff. And my mum was kind of like a fashion designer, women's couture designer back in the 80s and stuff. So and my dad was an engineer. And so I grew up with this kind of like this mangled kind of like style. I was borrowing from these two different worlds, you know, and basically, you know, that was kind of like the essence of my portfolios growing up, that it was kind of like, you know, heavily fashion leaning, or, you know, on one side, and the other side, it was kind of like very kind of like sci-fi and all this kind of other stuff. And you could see that through my portfolios as I got older. And basically, graduation show, someone had seen my work up, and someone had got in contact with the head of my year, Andrew Hall at Central St. Martin's. And they'd got in contact with him, and then he got in contact with me, and he said that someone's looking for you to come and, you know, work at Pinewood Studios in London. And yeah, that was my big break. And I went for the interview, and Colleen Atwood was there, and she was working on she was about to start production on a Tim Burton movie, and it was Sweeney Todd. And yeah, that was my big break.
That's,
you know, she
that's
loved
a nice
my work.
break.
Yeah,
that's a nice break. She's a beast.
Yeah,
and I mean that in the most complimentary sense of the word.
Yeah,
phenomenal. And what's amazing about the folks on this panel, especially with, you know, folks that are independent, you know, again, I'm just going to do a shameless plug here. We're so honored to have a sponsor in the form of the Kevin Hart's company, LOL Network. They are actually taking submissions throughout the conference all day today. And so please visit their booth. But outside of being sort of shamelessly plugging that, it really speaks to the fact that that company, along with Carl's company, like Lion Forge, you guys are encouraging like real creative stories, real originality. And at the end of the day, as much as everybody would love to have Warren's career, Gavin's career, Keebway's career in terms of being able to work at a Disney or a Netflix or what have you, the reality is what's innovating and what's innovative about these last 2 days is understanding how much independent artists are doing, and what you guys are doing, winning awards towards, and really just kind of forging your own path. I'm just going to keep using Forge. So so I appreciate you guys for doing that, and I appreciate LOL Studios for not only supporting AfroAnimation but encouraging creators here to submit their works. They're getting into animation in a big space, in a big way, and we're going to be hearing from their head of production and development a little bit later. So with that, let's keep it in Canada, I guess, and go to Gavin. Gavin, how are you? And what's happening in Toronto? You are only gamer on the panel, or one of few gamers these last 2 days. So talk to us about storytelling in the gaming industry. Are you seeing any innovation there?
Yeah, no, I think definitely primarily in the indie space, like with independent developers, coming up with their like idea that really resonates for them. And there's more avenues now to kind of bring their projects to market. There's tools that are freely available like Unity and Unreal and Godot. And then beyond that, you have platforms like Steam and itch.io and other platforms where they can kind of showcase and sell direct to consumers. And then of course you have Kickstarter, where you can kind of pitch and fund a project. But what you're finding is people taking risks and being honest and kind of telling stories that are true to themselves. And I think that's kind of the space that I personally want to occupy, where we have these, AAA titles which are successful, and some of them are doing new things with filmmaking and storytelling as well. But I think you're seeing more of that happen in the indie space, and I find it super interesting, and just like almost like with manga in Japan, where you see every kind of story gets made, and every kind of genre is covered. Down to whatever, something you never would have thought of. You're seeing the same thing happen in the game space, I think, here in North America and across the world, right? So definitely it is happening 100%.
Are you seeing much more representation? I mean, I know the folks at Riot are doing some good things with Valorant is, I think, one of their newer games that has a black, superhero or black I forget what the character. So are you seeing a lot more representation in some of the stories with games, or not so much?
I am to a degree, but I think again it's more so happening in the indie space with black creators, developing games, or conscious creators, of other race ethnicities, saying, there should be more representation, amongst people of color in games. And I just remember growing up, like, I love Nintendo, I love, Mario, and I love Zelda and all these things. But, I think, like, what's the last black character I saw in a Nintendo game? It was the trainer for Little Joe, Little Mac, or whatever, in Punch Out. You know what I mean? And I'm like, so there's growing up, there was a gap, but I think it's changing. It's slowly changing. And I don't think we've seen a ton of these smaller studios, like with black-led creators or people of color, making big commercial projects yet, but I think it's coming. So it's definitely, there's a shift happening.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. And as a mother of a 14-year-old, you tell those folks at Steam, they owe me hundreds of dollars. But the other thing, and I want you to hang on to this nugget while we prep Joffrey for the next question, but when I'm seeing black characters in video gaming, oftentimes it's in the first-person shooter games, and that's great. We're a big gamer household, but I also want to see a little bit more variety. I want, and again, I'm not sure, when we talk about original stories and original characters, I really challenge the folks who are, looking to get into gaming to really bring that originality, because, we've had first-person shooters forever, and we've had, black characters in those games forever. So anyhow, Joffrey in the UK, how are you? It's getting a bit late up there. Have you had dinner?
Yeah, I had my.
So Joffrey, you describe yourself as a storyteller. You say you tell other people's stories. Can you tell us about the stories that inspire you and what you're working on currently? And don't forget
I'm working on. Is that on
You're
mute?
good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm working on like people who got stopped and searched. So I'm turning like their experience to animation. So what I mean is, when I went uni, I got stopped and searched because of my paintings after my degree show, because they thought it was unknown. Like they thought it wasn't normal. So when I had that experience, I was like, oh snap! Like they're questioning me because of my art, and then it made me feel like a criminal because of my work. And then when I went back home, I was just like thinking to myself, I was like, this is not normal. Like, why did this happen to me? And then when I had conversation with my friends, all of them had like the same experience. So everyone was talking about like how they got stopped and searched, and like one of my cousins was talking about he got stopped because he had a nice car, but they said his car wasn't registered in the area, and that doesn't make sense because you buy a car to drive around. So when everyone was telling me the experience, when everyone was telling me the experience, I was like, nah, I need people to see this. So that's the project I'm working right now. So I'm doing like a commission with my old uni. So they're the one who financed me with the to start this project. And yeah.
Fantastic. And it's really a shame because you're probably among one of the younger folks that are participating in these next 2 days. And the fact that we're still talking about stop and search. I was in New York 100 years ago, and stop and search was a big thing there. But kudos to you for really taking that experience, which is a negative one, which is a scary one, surviving it, number one, and also then using it in your art. And if anybody would like to check out Joffrey's work, he's at joffreymakumbu.com. And I send you there because what this brother's doing with a lot of different media. I haven't seen a lot of people working in claymation, but the stuff that Joffrey's doing, the characters are amazing. So, and I think you were talking about your old uni. So I'm assuming just, old Yankee here. You're talking about your college or university?
Oh, university. Yes. I forgot it's different.
Awesome.
I forgot it's different. University, yeah.
No. You got that strong South London accent. I love it. Well done.
I'm from East.
East
London.
Oh, I thought it was South London. All right, no worries. That shows how much I know. All right, Kibwe, bringing up the rear here. You are also at Netflix Animation, and you're a co-founder of a company called Factory 15. Now, Kibwe, I took a look at your award-winning film Robots of Brixton, and it's coming up on 10 years since you produced it. And it's interesting because you talk about the film. If anybody, please go to YouTube and check it out. Please go to Kibwe's website. But the film deals with a lot of issues like race and class. And I want to just ask you, just in terms of where we are 10 years later, do you feel your film is still relevant? And then also, why robots? They're kind of raceless, but you kind of made your point. So would love to hear your inspiration about robots.
Well, I'm from South London. I think so. It's 10 years. It's like
Southie.
I like it. I don't like to think about it. It's been a lot's happened in 10 years. Sadly, I think the film's still relevant. So initially, I studied architecture, and I made that as part of my architectural degree. That's like my dissertation. And really, I was sort of finding myself as I was progressing as an architect and kind of doing more and more sort of like, essentially kind of doing more and more sort of like studying and doing more and more degrees. Really, I sort of found myself in more and more sort of like spaces being like the only like black person in the room. And so I essentially wanted to kind of like talk about kind of race and class in a way that sort of like felt quite open, and I looked at films like I think at the time I think District 9 came in like 2009, so I think I made it a couple of years. I was quite inspired by those films that essentially kind of sometimes abstract the conversation that allows you to kind of be very direct about what you're talking about. That's sort of why for me I was allowed to kind of like, the reason why I sort of chose robots is a way to sort of like use another sort of like, it's basically a way to kind of talk about the other without necessarily kind of saying, okay, cool, being super explicit. And I think that allowed it to kind of be quite broad, and also ended up kind of prompting the start of my career and my move into kind of being a writer and director, because up to that point I was still kind of planning on being and going into architecture.
Well, we're glad you didn't. And so just overall, can you tell me, how do you, at the work that you're doing now, and this is for anybody who wants to take this question, how are you guys finding your producers and your directors?
We bump into other, just like in, you know, this conversation now, we bump into other, you know, Black directors, producers along the way. And I think there's some sort of camaraderie in being part of the club and being one of few. And so I think just maintaining those relationships have helped us a lot. And even kind of putting the word out there on social media that this is what we do helps us meet a lot of folks. And I think on that side, we've actively been kind of searching, going from the schools to see the emerging talent. We work with a lot of creators on our publishing side, maybe some that already work in animation or want to work in animation. Additionally, some folks from the film and TV world, the non-animated film and TV world, are so interested in animation. So I think anywhere and everywhere there's possibilities. It's all about kind of latching on to the group and utilizing as much of the resources that we have around us as possible.
It's so interesting. As a non-animation person, mostly, like I said, most of my work has been like mixed media, and it was literally between Little Apple. For any who are not familiar, Little Apple is a live action series. We won Best Web Series at ABFF in 2019. But we open in animation, and the writer creator of that project, Riley Wilson, he actually is going to be on a panel today at like 3. But he has incorporated some level of animation in everything he's done. And it was kind of him that made me say, you know what, this animation thing could be really dope. And as an actor, I VO a lot. So I was like, okay, well, if I can work the VO, I really want to learn more about producing and directing. And so I did a series for Nick Jr. that was, it's all animated save for the one little girl in the series. And we shot it in the like July of last year. So like COVID, we still didn't really know. And then we had to get our mom to say, cool, like we shot her in like an entire psych green room, just me and her. I was like 1,000,000 feet away. It was crazy. But to watch the end, you know, to watch, then they drop her into this animation and then me to direct the voiceovers. It was like all of the pieces were so interesting to me because I'm so used to being on set and like working with all the humans, right? But in a COVID world or a post-pandemic world, so much is possible with what you guys do. So I agree. There's so many people that want to get into the animation space, both because it's sort of like if we get another pandemic, we could be okay and still work. God forbid.
Don't say that.
Listen, these days, I don't know what's going to happen. But also from a space, because like you said, there's none of us. Like I'm the only woman on this panel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even in the animated projects that I'm pretty much working on, I have sought out the opportunity to work with animators because I don't know a series of female animators or other female animation directors or producers. So, you know, I love that you go looking for them because we exist, we're here, we're interested. A lot of us just don't know where to find you, you know?
Well, oftentimes, first of all, Carl meet Okima, Okima meet Carl. When Carl met Okima, you know, as an ex-studio executive, a lot of the directors and writers are on staff at the studio. And so I've worked with the folks at Gracie for The Simpsons. I've worked with the folks at Fuzzy Door with Seth MacFarlane. And there's a lot of female, wouldn't say a lot, but there's more female executives that are writers, producers, exec producers, but again, they're on staff. They're getting promoted from line producer or from creative executive. So again, it's not the path for everyone. I know, Kimmy, you're independent, but again, I hope with with sessions like this, people will see more and look more for the independent guys. Because again, what's happening in the independent space is amazing. And I'm just going to segue to my next question for anyone on the panel. I mean, I think it's probably more relevant for, you know, a Carl or a Warren or a Keebway, but there seems to be a real rise in the demand right now for animation. And I'm going to just go ahead as a consumer and just say, look, I see Netflix jumping into it in a big way. I see Disney hanging on to their foothold and not just, Disney, but they're also partnering with animation studios in Nigeria. So what do you guys think is fueling that? Do you think it's the fact that, everybody's got a streaming, platform to fill up 24/7 and on demand, or do you think it's consumer driven? Anyone, go ahead.
I think it's a combination, a few things. I think it's partly because I think there's more, essentially like each kind of platform has to kind of stand out a little bit more because there's more competition there, one. But I also think it kind of like some of it's been leading from the fact that it's been slightly accelerated because I think it's kind of coming anyway, but I think it's been accelerated partly because of COVID, because animations have been easier to keep going than sort of like live action filming and being on set. So I think there's been a kind of general trend anyway to kind of like to diversify the content that people are receiving, and also I think there's that kind of like it's just been like kind of bumped up and kind of pushed faster because animation has been managed to kind of keep going because essentially people can work from home and kind of collaborate that way a lot easier than like essentially you're not trying to get 100 people to one set and having to kind of all the implications from COVID. So basically there's a kind of catalyst. COVID's been a catalyst, but it was happening anyway due to the kind of demand. I do think it's sort of like consumer driven in terms of wanting to kind of have more, I guess, a kind of like wider breadth of stories, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Warren or Carl, your point of view?
I'd say I see it as almost two questions. On one side, you have the increased demand for animation. And, I think with the success of things like Castlevania, they're seeing, people really want adult animation that's not just comedy. With the success of things like Avatar: The Last Airbender and Voltron that, aren't quite for kids, they're like teen, preteenish even though they're kind of targeted for kids, they're seeing this demand, from the consumer, that now when you have to fight tooth and nail for eyeballs and people are making decisions with their subscription dollars, you see an immediate response to what's working. And the same can be said for more diversity and representation on screen. In the past, it was said, oh, it features an Asian person or it features a Black person, it won't be able to be sold internationally. And that was turned on its head with Black Panther. Get Out did well internationally. So some of those old wives' tales have been kind of demolished. Add to that historically, Blacks have utilized a lot of their spending dollar to support entertainment. And so when the options are there, we will support. And so now when you're looking for eyeballs and you're looking for subscriptions and you don't want just that one-time subscription, sometimes it makes sense to go for the folks that'll demand it. And then they're finding things out that I think we all knew here on the stage, but they're finding out how big a fan of anime, for instance, that Black people are. How big a fan of animation in general, and comics and games and things of that nature. And before, it's just, we were offered one type of content. And I don't know if you spend 5 seconds online, you'll see that we want more. And the smart person and the winners, the smart companies and the winners that emerge out of these streaming wars will be the ones that embrace it the most and the most authentically.
I love that. And I think the consumer is Black, white, Asian is demanding original IP, original stories, original concept. I mean, I'm a big manga fan. I'm a big anime fan. And some of the stories that they're so deep and they have multiple layers. And I think that we want that too. We want to see our stories. Warren, quick comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely come into the mainstream because you've got like a whole generation that were watching it as kids, and they've gotten a bit older now, and it's kind of like created a cultural shift, to where we're at the moment. And, as you guys have said about, COVID accelerating it, that's also, gave it a boost. I think it's just all a culmination of just all these elements coming together, and it's just sped it up, and the cultures which kind of like I borrowed animation and kind of like also influenced by animation, like gaming and, you know, movies, like all this stuff has kind of like helped to like spin things a bit faster, you know? Yeah. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
But you know
Go ahead, Akima.
As a development producer, I find a lot of people coming to me now with projects that are inclusive of or solely animated, whereas before everybody had only live action, or they're integrating it and making it mixed media because that texture and visuals are so wonderful when you see all of these hues and skin tones and then all of the color from the animation. Like, we are truly bringing out the visual finesse that we have when we work together and create something new. So like, I've had more independent artists come to me with animated ideas and animated wants than anything literally in the last maybe 6 months.
No, that's
So it's out
amazing.
Yeah.
So I know we're Joffrey is having a couple of internet issues. So let's see if we can grab him before we lose him again. So Joffrey, you've written on your website and spoken pretty publicly about the fact that you have dyslexia. And I think that what we're seeing in this last couple of days, people are creating stories and creating characters with different abilities. You know, you'll hear on the kids panel in a couple of hours about kids characters that have diabetes, or kids characters who, you know, just are differently abled. So let me ask you if how your dyslexia has impacted your abilities, you know, your success, or do you think it just made you work even harder? Don't forget to unmute. Got to get that t-shirt. Joffrey, still on mute? Oh, all right. We'll get back to Joffrey. I knew we were going to lose him again. Okay, so before we take a couple of questions from the audience, Gavin, just real quickly. So you're currently teaching full-time at Ontario Tech University, am I correct?
Yes, yeah.
So what would you tell kids, and there's a lot of young folks in our summit who are looking to get into gaming, get into animation, what would you tell them in terms of, you know, what's the best way, or what do they need to do? Is it about skill level? Is it about story concepts? Is it, you know, what is it that they need to do to really achieve a level of success, or at least begin it?
I guess I think the first thing is passion, right? Like, I think this is a very, very competitive industry. And the first thing I tell my students is, you know, do something that you're passionate about. If this is not something that you're really, really willing to kind of like devote your life to kind of really pursuing and growing at, choose something else that you love more, right? Because you're up against people who are, you know, every waking minute is spent researching and studying, kind of growing and developing. So I would say to them, first, bring your passion, and then second, you know, try to master the craft, you know, whatever it is that you're trying to do. If you want to be an animator, if you want to be a character designer, if you want to be a game developer, a programmer, you know, what have you, figure out how to kind of just master that craft. And it's good to develop your own IPs and develop your own projects. You know, I spent years like working in animation as a studio character designer, right? And or doing freelance illustration or doing these things. But I always had like a side project that I was working on, you know? And one of the main reasons, I always wanted to teach also, but one of the main reasons I got into teaching full time is so that I'd have like a more time to kind of devote to my personal projects, you know what I mean? So so for me, this has been like a 10-year kind of.
It's kind of your.
What's that?
It's kind of your version of keeping your day job.
Yeah, and I'm bootstrapping, right? So I would say like I wouldn't do any of this if I wasn't passionate. So be passionate. Master the craft, you know, whatever that is, and continue growing, keep developing. And you don't know where you're going to end up. You don't know where you're going to wind up. And I think all of us on this panel could probably say that we didn't picture in our mind, oh, this is what I, you know, see my future being. We kind of have like a goal in mind. And if I look back, every goal that I had, I met it. And then I had to figure out a new one, right? So I think that's kind of where it is. It's kind of like you keep evolving, you keep growing. I want to do games. And I trained as an animator. I do animation as well. And as I'm doing like cinematics for my game, I'm like, I like animation again, you know, and I think with the projects that I do, I want to think of it as like a franchise, you know, like it can be a comic, it can be a game, it can be a TV show, and everything I make, it's all kind of centered around that franchise character. But I think the big thing is just be passionate, master the craft, and kind of start pushing and moving towards whatever it is that you want to do, whether that's going to school or getting a mentor or what have you, and find people that you can kind of bounce ideas off of and control what you can control. I remember graduating from school, I couldn't get a job, you know, and I thought my stuff was good, but I took the approach, the mindset that, you know, I just have to get better, you know, instead of waking up to an empty email inbox every day, let me just practice and grow and get better. And then I did that. And then I was also trying to kind of do what I thought the industry wanted me to do. And it wasn't until I said, you know what, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to do stuff that resonates for me. I'm still going to try to do it good or do it well. But it wasn't until I did that actually industry started taking notice and started approaching me. Oh, do you want to do this job or do you want to do that job? So those are the kind of things that I would suggest.
That's fantastic. And some of the educators who were on yesterday, they you know, suggest that if you are an illustrator, keep illustrating, like just draw every day, draw 1,000 times a day, just keep going. And then the other thing is, you know, we have a lot of tools that, you know, we have a panel at the end of the day that's going to talk about some of the free resources online that they're providing. You know, one of our sponsors, Toon Boom, you know, they have a tool and they have a booth in our expo. If you click on that booth, you'll see all about some of the tools that they provide as well. So let's go to the audience real quickly. We have a question from Jared Melvin, and he asks, what are some resources for original animation that you wish you knew about or wish existed when you all got started? So I guess these are for the animators, the illustrators. So Gavin or Kibwe or Warren.
I'll jump in super quick. I don't want to try not to talk too long. Sorry, guys. So, sir, can you repeat the question? I want to make sure I heard it properly.
Yeah. So what are some of the resources for original animation that you wish you knew about or you wish existed when you got started? So, for example, you know, some of the resources we just spoke about.
So I guess I might not be what the person intended, but I'll talk about tools. There's a ton of open source tools. You have Blender. You have Krita, and then I think even more importantly than that, you have like YouTube, man. Like I didn't have YouTube when I was growing up, you know. You had like bootleg Gnomon DVDs and things like that, you know. Yeah. Kind of trying to like learn from, and art books where we could get them. But now you have YouTube, you have Udemy, you have ArtStation with the ArtStation Market. You know, you have all of these resources, and I think what you're gonna get now is like you're gonna get people who are like hardcore consumers, like they just want to consume media, which is great, that's fine, but they're going to get people who early on identify this is what I want to do, and they will focus, take advantage of all the resources that are available to them, and they'll like blow us all out of the water. You know, they're going to do stuff that is far beyond, you know, what I could do at 20 years old or 25 or 30 or whatever, because they're taking advantage of the resources that are available to them. But they're also fighting with the competing things like the Netflixes and, you know, the Amazon Primes. They, you know, so where are you going to spend that time? What are you willing to sacrifice in order to kind of move forward to what you want to do? And I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
absolutely. Anybody else? Keep waiting.
No, I saw second one, Gavin, because when I started, I was learning 3D essentially from these really kind of thick books. So I started learning like Maya, and we had this kind of demo CD at the back of the book, and you had to kind of go through all these tutorials. But as I started to kind of, so this was like this is in the 90s when I started kind of like learning kind of computer animation to start with. But then as I kind of like developed, it's that thing of kind of YouTube, like, and sometimes the thing is the more specific you can be with a question, someone's had the same problem before. So kind of using Google, using YouTube, using the kind of the Gnomon series, there's kind of so much kind of online resource for any sort of like technical problem that you're sort of trying to kind of learn or work out. It's like, I guess it's that thing of trying to be on side of the kind of like the creative side before, other than just purely consuming it. But there's loads of kind of like free stuff and free kind of references online. that you can use to kind of even just Googling, okay, cool, how do I sort of use this plugin or whatever it is. Like, I think there's kind of loads more stuff now that I didn't actually, when I first started, like a while back, is it like all of that stuff wasn't fully there. So I think just kind of leaning into that would be sort of my way into it, I guess.
Anybody else, real quickly?
You know, I want to echo what Gavin and Keyboy said, but from a different perspective. Like, if we had YouTube when we first started, the amount of folks that we could reach, we're taking, little animations and comic books in our car and driving around trying to, get attention. I think now you have one person shops that have, millions and millions and millions of viewers. Like, it's a guy, King Science, for instance. He has over 11 million TikTok followers, and he puts up his own animation every week. And that's possible now. It just wasn't possible in the 90s and early 2000s. It just wasn't possible. Additionally, what you had to have from a cost standpoint, and you had to be wealthy in order to do certain things. Like, I remember trying to get into 3D animation in the 90s, and you needed like a Silicon graphics machine that was like, $5,000. And so that was the dream. You try it on your machine and you'd be cranking along. So everything you did was just so much slower than everybody else. So how much can you grow when you're setting it to render like for years? And then also dial up and the speed of internet. I can reach somebody anywhere in the world immediately. We can collaborate. We never have to meet each other ever in person. We can talk over, I met somebody over a video game and collaborated with
That's so funny. I know there's so many kids in the audience saying, "What's dial-up?" So you're aging all of us. So thank you for that. I just want to get to a couple other questions from the audience, if I can. As directors, how do you think music can be used to describe the characters portrayed on screen? So that might be an Okima question or a Warren question.
Music is so important, whether it's gaming, especially the funny thing is music and gaming for me is what keeps you wanting to game. Like, you want to do the game, but the music, when it changes and the music will push you to how you want to feel in that moment when you're playing the game. Like, I'm not a huge gamer, but my brother, I'm 20 years older than my brother. So I have a 20-something-year-old brother, and he is a huge gamer, and he's always talking about, yo, did you hear? And I'm just like, I just get the info because it's not my space. But even in animated film or television, music is so important, and it really can't be an afterthought. Just for me as a director and also as a producer, the musicality of something really can influence the feeling that someone has. Like, look at like a Hair Love. When she sees her mom and we finally see them go into the hospital and we see that her mom is the blogger, the music there, you're already like, I'm not crying, you're crying. But the music makes it even more intense. Or when you watch or like they were talking about Avatar, the music in Avatar when they're running through the jungle, crazy. Like, it's just so important. So I would definitely say, as a producer and a director, when you are creating your work, for me, even when I'm writing, I make a playlist for my writing. I make a playlist when I'm doing my watch downs. If I'm watching something down and I'm doing edits and I haven't incorporated any scoring or musicality, I literally go through my own Spotify or what have you to see what could go here. What can punctuate this moment if it's not all the way on screen? Because your music is your additional character.
No, absolutely. And I think, Keyboy, you were going to make a point about that as well.
Yeah, for me, like, music's so kind of powerful and so important. Actually, all of my shorts are kind of very music driven. There's kind of very little dialogue in kind of my films up to this point. And I've kind of like managed to kind of like hopefully tell stories as clear as I can, but just sometimes just using music to kind of help drive, using the combination between music and visuals for me, like, like you can do so much with it. So as a sort of tool, for me, it's kind of one of the most powerful things.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, especially since many of your characters are robots, so they're not speaking a lot. But yeah, if anybody's looking for some very interesting commentaries on race and all sorts of great original stories, please check out Kiwe's work. So, you know, I don't know if we can, Joffrey, are you with us? How's your internet connection? Okay, nope. All right, Joffrey, we'll catch you. Check out Joffrey's work. It's okay, no worries. So we're just about the end of the panel. Got about 10 minutes left, and I want to talk about just representation. And you know, we talk about hair love, and I again had the same reaction as Okima. It's like, I'm not crying, you're crying. So Carl, as your company is looking to grow into this space, you know, what do you want to do more of? And you are the studio behind Hair Love, am I correct?
Yeah, you know, what we're looking to do, our mission is we want to create content that challenges expectation and reflects the diversity of our audience. So what that means, challenging expectation is, you know, seeing more dads with dreadlocks and tattoos and, you know, not playing a criminal, but just a family, seeing a hair blogger, seeing, you know, different perspectives of a story, because, you know, they say that every story's been told. So the only way we can challenge expectation is to have these different perspectives. And then reflecting on the diversity of our audience, it's not just checking off boxes. Oh, we need an Asian person, a person in a wheelchair, a Black person, and now we have Captain Planet. What we're trying to do is go for authenticity. And so it needs to be specific and personal to someone, and it should offer viewers a window into that specific life, and through those universalities of the human condition and emotion, it should also see a reflection of themselves. So all of our projects will follow that mantra and have these very specific moments and universal pieces. And I think you know, the reason we were so excited about Hair Love is for that reason. It reflects our entire mission, our entire purpose as a company. And we just announced a project that we're doing with Disney and the Roots, and it's more of the same. It's pretty amazing, and I can't wait for everybody to see it, because it's special, and I think people can relate to it, and the people that can't relate to it can relate to elements, or can't relate to the specific condition, will relate to kind of the loves, the pressures, and the moments that everyone shares.
Awesome. I love that. So we'll just wrap up with the last question from the audience. Let's see. And I think this is a broad one, so let's have the last word on this. So from Amina Karoma, do you see a future of the blending of the Black diaspora communities being seen and heard in animation and games together? So, for example, when we're talking about original stories, does anybody see, or have you done a blend of like African Americans, Black Brits, Caribbeans, Francophone Africans, Afro Latinx? So I think, you know, Amina is looking for, is anybody thinking about, or do you see a world or see an opportunity from an original storytelling standpoint to blend these worlds? So let's start with Okima, and then we'll just go through the panel, and then I will, you know, introduce the next panel who's standing by waiting to talk to you about a lot of great stuff as well.
I won't be long-winded. I'm just going to easily say yes. We know that at this point, the only way that we can really have the surface area to fight racism, both interracially and cross-culturally, is to continue to blend and be together, and to understand that a Black Brit versus a Black American versus an Afro-Latin, we're all Black. Like we may come from different places. We might have gotten dropped off at different points, but at the end of the day, our origin is from the same place. And so if we continue to understand that, if we come together, create projects that we see that people respond to what they see, And so if we make our projects where we have these integrations of different cultures and geographies and types of people, then that will continue to show, yes, it can be done. Yes, it should be done. And yes, we should be doing the work in real life, not just here on screen. But like Black Panther was a very big part of watching African Americans embrace their African side and watching Africans embrace African Americans, because it's not always cyclical on either side. So the more that we create these opportunities to do that, the more surface area we have to fight the racisms in our various geographies and to do it collectively.
Well said. I think the other question about music as well is something that that's where we can blend a lot of the cultures. And so again, I think when I look at Spider-Man, Spider-Verse, Miles Morales, I mean, he's a Latin kid, but he's dark skin, and again, you're blending some of that.
He is Afro-Latino. Let's call him right. He is Afro-Latino.
Okay. I've got all the characters in my head. Anyone else want to talk about the blending of the cultures? Gavin, I know that, when we spoke a while ago, you talked about not seeing a lot of representation. You're in Canada, you're of African descent. Tell us about your ethnicity and what you'd like to see in terms of the blends.
Yeah, I have lots of complex ideas on this, but I think
you have about 2 minutes for that.
I'll go quick. I'm looking at Africa, I think, and what comes out of Africa. I think what resonated for me with Black Panther was this picture of a successful, powerful African nation, and like something that was not interfered with, and it kind of it was able to flourish, and so I would love to see what if people in the diaspora could kind of trace back and kind of find that common ground or something like that, that we can kind of all tap into and feel the same way about. I think that would be powerful. I have a project that I was working on that's on the back burner for now, but not being African. Well, I'm African descent, but not being from the motherland, I don't feel qualified to fully speak to it until I even go there or something like that. But I think there's a huge opportunity, and I would love to see it. And I think we need to find our common values and common human stories, I guess, that we can all connect with and feel good about, and just seeing positive representations that people across the diaspora can kind of gravitate to and say, yeah, I'm happy to be represented by those characters on screen.
Fantastic. So the Gladiatron video game you're working on, is that still in development?
It is, yeah. So it's a video game, and it's also a web comic. Yeah, you can check it out, gladiatron.com. It's like an interactive 3D story, and then hopefully down the road a TV show. So yeah, that's kind of the thought process and the idea, that I can leverage assets between the different mediums.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. Anybody else? Last word, Carl, Warren, or Keepway?
I was going to say, in terms of following from Kema, I think 100% yes. And I think for me, it's sort of especially with animation, because it's such a collaborative art form, and there's so many different people that are involved in kind of the creation of it, and sort of seeing kind of more diversity within the kind of infrastructure of each project means that regardless of the exact kind of the output of what the exact project's about, I think there should be space for sort of people to whether it's bring their blackness or just kind of be essentially just kind of find space within the actual infrastructure of the project as well as the actual project itself.
That's fantastic. Sense. No, that makes perfect sense.
I think there's loads of scope there, so I just feel that yeah.
Well, lady and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today. It's been super inspirational just hearing your journeys. Carl, 20 years to an Oscar. Gavin, just in Canada representing and just doing original stories and teaching the youth and really bringing that next crop of the hopefully more diverse talent pipeline. Keepway and Warren just, paying the bills, doing big things with Netflix and bigger companies, but hopefully we'll see some original stories from you as well. So thank you to everybody. The next panel is called From Script to Screen, and we've got some amazing folks on standby. So let's go ahead and take a minute to get them in. But thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Cambides, and I'm a feature producer with Cinesite. Today's summit is going, or today's panel is going to be about from script to screen. We have some great talent, some great speakers. I just want to start off by thanking our sponsors. Without them, this summit could not happen. Cinesite Studios, who I work for up in Montreal, Canada. Toon Boom, software for 2D animation. If you want to get into 2D and you want to know how it works, you got to learn Toon Boom Harmony. That's the software of the industry. The Animation School in South Africa, and Kevin Hart's LOL Network. So I'm going to go ahead and start to introduce some of our excellent speakers. With us from LOL, the head of development and production, Candice Wilson Cherry. Hey, Candice.
Hi there. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Next up, we have Vaughn Ross. He's director, Gremlins, The Secrets of Mogwai from Warner Brothers Animation. Vaughn, where are you, buddy? While he's popping up, I'm going to jump to the next person. And then we have Liesl Adams, triple threat, writer, artist, director from Canada as well. Then we have Shauna Mills. She's a story artist, director, and designer, owner of Soda Monkey. And we have Adrian Bob, is a VFX artist / director and founder of Esocentric Productions. And hopefully we have Valu joining us from Brazil. He's having some connectivity problems, so hopefully he'll be able to connect with us soon. All right, everybody, thank you for joining the panel. Liesl, you are not, there you go. There you are, Adrian. Just waiting for Liesl. All right, well, John, Liesl's going to be my first question, but I'll go.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hey, Liesl.
Hi.
Good to see you. All right, welcome. Okay, so Liesl.
Yeah.
Liesl and I have worked together before. So just a little background. We worked on a little television show called Welly Wishers, where Liesl was director and I was producer. So Liesl, you've been an animation veteran for 20 years. I've used you as a storyboard artist in a lot of my projects. We've directed a series together. You're an author. So what is your preferred medium to work in? Like you said, like you're a triple threat. You've done a lot of things. So what is do you prefer storyboarding or directing or art? Like what is kind of like your comfort zone? All three.
Yeah, no, I storyboarding has always been my passion, I think.
You're very good.
Now. Yeah, I've done lots of different things. I'm kind of used to the fast pace of boarding on a TV show, but I really like I've worked with you on a few movies as well. Mm-hmm. And I really like, getting to read a script and think about it and take my time to flesh it out and visualize scripts. That's always kind of been the thing that I enjoy. It easily kind of translates to directing, I think, because I just get to see every step, but I'm still working a lot with the script and visualizing like what the final thing is going to be. So I really enjoy that. So yeah, I would consider storyboarding my
fantastic.
Forte.
So Shauna, you also have a career as a storyboard artist, and you've held positions as director and developer on some great IPs like Rick and Morty and the Boondocks. What can you say about kind of what's your favorite medium to work in? You have to unmute.
I said I mostly storyboard. That's really where the bread and butter is. But the directing that I've done was mostly on games and just recently on the Boondocks. I'm sorry, because when you said mute, I was mute. I kind of forgot the question. What was the question again? No, you have to unmute. You're on mute. Oh no, can I? You're on mute. You gotta, oh no.
Happening.
John, how's your internet connection? Are you good? I'm going to just go ahead and bat for John for 2 minutes while he gets his internet connection going. Shauna, how you doing? I think the question was,
I'm
you know,
good.
you've worked in a lot of media, and so what's your favorite medium? Like, are you a storyboard artist? Are you an illustrator?
Well, shoot, I like to draw. That's pretty much why I entered this industry, and I think that storyboarding was the perfect career for me because I got to draw quickly and keep drawing, just keep drawing. But yeah, so that's my medium, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm in. They put me in. John's going to see what he can do about his his internet connection. We had a perfect day yesterday, and of course, the internet gods are not with us now. All right, so welcome, panel. Again, I'm a little bit biased, as people have heard from the last panel towards the women. So welcome, Candace from LOL Studios or Network. Yeah, I know there's both.
So it's both. Yeah, I oversee production and development for both.
Fantastic. So with that, can you talk to us about the work that LOL's doing? And again, I haven't seen a lot of animation in some of the work that you guys have produced, but talk to us about what LOL's doing and why you're here. I'm very interested to know why LOL's at an animation summit.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, Rio, our core DNA is in comedy, right? But about a little bit over a year ago, we started turning our eye a little bit towards expanding our animation arm. We've had a couple of projects in development for a couple of years that have had interest, and it was just a natural progression. And much like comedy, animation has a similar audience in terms of the reach. Comedy, just like animation, transcends culture, and it's global. And that's something that we've been hoping to jump into. It allows you to sort of tackle different topics that sometimes are easier for people to digest and enjoy. So yeah, we've been growing out our animation slate on the development side, and we have several projects currently in active production.
Fantastic. And we're so honored that LOL is sponsoring not only this panel, but also the summit. And so again, I direct everybody to the expo where LOL is accepting submissions. And normally I don't do so many shameless plugs, but we have so many independent artists who are like, how can I get my work seen? How can I get a meeting with somebody? And Candace is here to say, come and meet with us. So that's super generous. So I love that. Vaughn, how are you from Warner Bros. Talk to us about the work that you're doing. You are a director on staff at Warner Brothers. You have a career that most people are aspiring to. So talk to us about your career journey and what it was like directing Gremlins.
Yeah, so thank you for having me, first of all. I'm honored to be with such a great panel. Gremlins. Well, it's not a lot I can say about the project because it's not out yet.
Oh, was I supposed to not say Gremlins? Did you give me the
No, you could say Gremlins. That's been announced. That has been announced. It's an amazing project. I've had a blast on it. With a great crew, a very diverse crew, I'd like to say, probably one of the more diverse crews that I've been on in my time in animation. I've been doing it for over 20 years. This is definitely a highlight moment show for me. So I started off, is that the question you have? How I started off my career as an animator. I started in 2D animation up in the Bay Area. I'm currently still living in Oakland, California. And so I started off in 2D doing assistant animating back when that was a thing, and made my way into storyboarding. And I started working as I had a small studio that I ran for a bit of time that we did like commercial work. So I did a little bit of directing there, a little producing there. And then I decided, at that point in my career that I really wanted to focus on my story chops. And so I took a gig at Lucasfilm where I worked there for about 10 years on all things Star Wars-y, like Clone Wars and all those different shows.
Amazing.
And that brought me to my journey here where with Warner Brothers, where I got the opportunity to direct, on this first season of Gremlins, which is a show. I'm a product of the '80s myself, so it was definitely fun to revisit something that I really loved as a child. Because as a kid, I always gravitated towards sort of horror kind of things. Like Nightmare Before Christmas was one of my favorite animated films back in the day. I always loved horror films, so like Gremlins kind of fit like that perfect sort of niche of type of shows that I wanted to work on. Yeah,
that's fantastic. And you are, just correct me, you're on staff at Warner Brothers. So this is, again, I'm an ex-studio executive. So a lot of folks in the last 2 days are asking, how can I get into this industry? And so we've got a lot of, independent representation. We've got a lot of studio representation. So there's just different paths, So I'm going to kick it to Valu, because he's coming to us from Brazil. And so talk to us about the work that you're doing there. You've run your own studio for the last 20 years. And, some of the work that you're doing is very commercial. You've worked with different partners. So can you tell us about some of the work that you're doing, another path towards animation? And then I'm going to see if I can kick backstage again and then give John back the floor. So thank you.
Everyone can hear me, right?
Thank you for...
Okay, good.
Oh, are you back, man?
Yeah, I'm on my kid's computer now, so that's why I've
And by my side, I'm glad. Hi, folks. Thank you for having me here. I am from Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and I run a company since 2001, and it started like Vogue and commercials and all this little stuff. Everybody did that in some point of the career. And then I start to want to tell my own story. And it was not possible to do this in the commercial because it was like a little bit of animation, a 30-second, 15-second, 1 minute in the most. And then I start to do some short films, and I like it. It was like an extension of my brain. You see, I could like put some thoughts that I haven't, like in 20 years ago. Now I'm 47, almost 48. In October, I'm gonna start my new age. And like in 28 years, I have a lot of thought that I want to share with the world. And the short films was the thing. And then, of course, I wanted more. Once you tell the first story, you want to bring it larger than life and with more resources and all this good stuff. And I start to go to the international meeting in MIFA and Kids Screen, and learn a lot of people from the industry, and start to do my first series, my first animated series. And then I start to work less and less from the advertisement part and do more and more things to my own voice, my own story. And it grew to feature films. I just finished a film for Disney. Original was for Fox, but Fox was acquired by Disney, and they liked the content a lot and brought my content in, and we're gonna launch it maybe in the December or November. It depends of the pandemic and the theaters being open or not here in Brazil. But for sure, it's gonna be in the Disney Plus. And I do like Robin Hood stuff. I earn money from the industry and put the money on my independent things. That is very good. I have like 3 animated series right now for my own studio, and I have a branch for comic books as well. So a lot of work.
That's excellent. That's really cool, Valu. Adrian, I met Adrian when I was producing a show for NBC called Cody Kapow, and I was interviewing Crewing Up. And I remember Adrian coming in, I'm interviewing him, and I was very impressed by his 3D background, his skills, gave him a job on the spot. But then as I got to know Adrian, I started to learn about his project, EXT. And I'm a big sci-fi fan, and I was very excited to see kind of what Adrian's putting together. And Adrian, why don't you tell us a little bit about that project you put together and all the festivals and stuff that it's gotten into?
Sure. So I mean, it's really interesting hearing everyone's background, because I feel like we all come into this industry from such different areas. And I mean, I'm also loving, there's a lot of love for just drawing, because that's where I came from, just drawing. And then just weirdly kind of found my way into the VFX space and learned all the ropes from all the different projects I worked on. And then just got to a point where I was kind of, I worked on The Expanse and worked on all these other kind of sci-fi shows. And I love sci-fi, that's my genre. But it just got to a point where I was seeing the same story. It's the same story over and over. And I felt like, at that point, I loved to write too. So I just had all these scripts just kind of piling up. I was drawing all these characters and all these designs. And there was a point where my technical background just caught up to my imagination. And I think it was when that happened, it was just like, I'm going to start making my own. I have to. Why? I have no other excuses. So EXT was kind of the first of that. And that was just this epic cyberpunk kind of story where I kind of took up the reins from a lot of older sci-fi, which is, always, when we upload your mind into the internet, you can live forever. And, knowing quite a bit about humanity and the history of humanity, it would never end there. What comes next? And that simple question just kind of evolved into what EXT became, which is a story about multiple generations in this digital world where no one dies. And because of that, you get generations starting to evolve like their own independent cultures. And because no one moves, no one's, the people that were there first hold all the power. The second generation has this weird stagnation. The third generation has even more. And it leads to a civil war within this world. So I just wanted to talk about what happens next. Let's take an honest look at humanity and, actually see what would happen when you get these very strange, otherworldly ideas thrown up in our kind of messy history and our messy habits. So with that, I just kind of, one thing I love about the VFX industry is we all stay in touch with each other. So, no matter what company we bounce around to, we all stay in touch, and we're all, trying to grow and update each other. Hey, you should check this out. I know you're interested in this. So that was my team. And it took very little convincing for everyone to say, look, I know this is not your daytime job. This is something I'm working on full time, but you're all working on, you all have your day jobs. And I think it was just so encouraging to see everybody read the script, look at the materials that I had, modeled, all the robots, all the environments, and they just said, I'm in. This just sounds awesome. This is exactly the kind of stuff I want to see. And we just did it. I feel like, when you're in a lot of VFX and animation rooms, you hear all the prices, and there's a point where you're starting to negotiate in your own head. You're not supposed to talk in those meetings, but in your own head, you're definitely saying a lot. And I just got to a point where it's like, no, you can do that for way cheaper. Or if you film it this way, you can actually, save costs. You can do it. So it just became this kind of thing where I realized we're doing these big, VFX heavy movies, short still, but we're doing it for way undercut cost. And we're doing it with a lot more creativity behind the lens. And, in a lot of ways I was treating, because I've also filmed live action and I kind of jump between animation and live action. I was treating, my texture artists the same way I think a director would treat their DOP, right? Like it's a team. It's not just an army of, faceless people. It really was a team. So with that, we were able to make this project happen. And yeah, we were able to be in over 40 festivals around the world, won over 10 awards for VFX, for sci-fi, for best film, best international film. And at the moment, I can't talk too much about it, but we're in communication with the Dust Network, the sci-fi network, to talk about the next iteration of it. I mean, I originally wrote it as a feature, but since the world's just got so much bigger that we're taking steps to see what that could be on a larger scale. So.
Cool. That's really cool, and I encourage everyone to go check it out after and see what Adrian's put together. It's really some incredible stuff. Someone give this guy $50 million to do a movie. Candace, so you're coming to us from LOL Studios. I went and checked out your website earlier today, and I saw this. It seems that you guys are trying to reach a wide audience with very different things. But here, you being on an animation panel, is this an indication that maybe you're also considering moving into the animation industry from your company?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've had a few animation projects that we've worked on over the years, but I would actually even say that the pandemic helped to sort of accelerate that process. You know, we leaned heavily into technology on our live action stuff, just innovative approaches of ways to continue, you know, moving things forward. And we've had several projects in our development slate on the animation side for a while that we're really excited to have moving forward. So now a few of them are in active production, and we are moving ahead in that space. And yeah, it's something we're really excited about. It allows us to reach our audience on a global scale.
Very cool. I'd like to switch gears a little bit because part of being a producer, we often start at the script stage. And kind of Adrian was kind of hinting at it in terms of like, you know, how he was thinking about costs and stuff. And this is something as a producer that's always in my head. So when you guys, and we can start with Candace, but like when you're looking at a project and looking at a script, how does budget come into your mind right away? Do you like start considering those things immediately, or are you more like, no, the story is more important, and what we're trying to tell is more important than the budget? How do you approach that in your day to day?
Yeah, well, you know, I wish I could say budget was never an issue, but you know, it always is an issue to a certain degree, right? But I would say, you know, we always look at the creative first, and we look at the story that we're trying to tell, and then it becomes all the different elements like the packaging. So we definitely look at it holistically. And then you know, we always have our budgets that we're trying to hit, but sometimes when you start to pull different elements together, you're able to sort of move things around a little bit to accommodate it. But at the end of the day, the story is key, and having something that's great is the most important piece. But yeah, budget's always a factor.
Yeah, oh, I know. Vaughn, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as a director and a story artist, you know, I read the script, and right from the script, you know, you start thinking about, okay, there's a lot of crowds in this shot. I mean, in the script, there's a lot of water. Like, how are we gonna, you know, how are we gonna pull this off? And so, you know, immediately I start going into like, you know, thinking about like where do we want to spend the money in the episode? Where do I want to, you know, I'm only, you know, because my producer has given me a certain budget of like, you get X amount of crowd shots, you get X amount of VFX shots, you get X. So immediately you start, you know, I'm starting to like, you know, sort of figure out like where I'm going to spend, where those money shots are going to be best spent. And then relaying that information to my story artists to let them know like, hey, these are sort of the parameters that you need to be working in. And, you know, let's push it, you know, let's push it in like, and I'm I'm also one of those directors that doesn't like to leave any money on the table. So, you know, I try to like, you know, I stay within the parameters, but, you know, I try to, you know, have my artists as well, like, you know, if we got the money to spend, if we got the crowds to use, then let's use them, you know? So yeah, I mean, budgeting is definitely a very important part of the process. Because if you don't do that, then what I've seen happen in the past is that, you know, you just make the best episode or show that you want to make, and then you end up having to kill all your babies in on the back end. You know, as opposed to like if you just thought it out from the beginning and planned accordingly, then, you know, you'd have a much more better product instead of like this sort of Frankenstein's monster of like what could have been, you know.
Yeah, I know that's often a challenge that I deal with, trying to figure out, like you said, where do you want to put your dollars? Because you have a certain amount, and of course, your director, your art director, your team wants to make every shot be as amazing as possible, but you have to kind of pick and choose. Like, where are the moments, And I hear you when you talk about water and ropes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I usually go into script and be like, I tell the writers, no water, no ropes, none of that. And they're like, we can't do our job. You're telling us we can't do X, can't do Y. So it was a constant challenge. But one thing I like to tell the directors I work with is, like, if you are passionate about something, if there's something in your story that you absolutely need to have and it's central to what you're trying to do, then you need to defend it and defend it passionately. Because as a producer, I'm going to be like, okay, you know what? Liesl wants this particular shot of diving through water and thousands of dolphins, and it's the key to her film. So what are we going to take away to make that work? Where are we going to, how do we make that money shot really pop? And then where do we kind of reduce? So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a similar conversation with my artists too. That like, I want some pushback. If you really believe in something, I want to know about it. I want you to fight with me about it a little bit. Because that, you're not getting. You might not get everything you ask for. You probably won't, but it lets me know that you really care about your sequences and that you're really pushing it and you're trying to make the best thing that you can make. So, yeah, I think it's a healthy, that's a healthy sort of a relationship. And it's also sort of the relationship with the director and producer, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Give me more money. Yeah. Need more money. Yeah.
I know. So, Valu, being from Brazil, what do you see as your biggest challenge or opportunity in the animation industry in the service in Brazil, in terms of, like, what are the challenges trying to get your stories out there, within, like, the Brazilian entertainment microcosm?
Money. Always money.
Yeah.
Money is the first one, but the internet has changed a lot of things. I'm an old guy, and I used to fight for money in the several ways, like in the government, in the industry, in the brands in the markets to do like a place in the product in the film. But with the internet and the shift of the way you earn money, you can spend money in different ways. And I start to do things differently. For example, the shot with the water and all this good stuff that we like. I tend to go to the partner that have this kind of business and pitch them. So I am the creative and the producer in the same mind. I try to evaluate each kind of subject that I wanna work with, and put the partner that is perfect for this shot, or for this kind of movie, or this kind of series. And it facilitates a lot. And the traditional media was like a prison that you have to have for example, Disney have this budget, and I have to put my effort on this kind of situation. But nowadays I can do crazy things. I can just sell the final project to the Disney Channel. I can put a little bit of money from Disney, a little bit of money from the market, a little bit of money to the government. And it's not an easy thing, but it gives me the freedom that I need. Because, like Adrian, I come to the industry like a FX guy. I love sci-fi. And I learned from George Lucas and Star Wars, Star Trek, and all this good stuff. And everything I wanted to do was very, very expensive. Spaceship, explosion, and crowd, and soldier, and aliens. And I had to learn how to, in one hand, put things in perspective, But in other hand, to learn how to earn this money to expand in my own project and the thing that I believed, like Vogt just said, there is some shots or some movies or some series that you really believe in. So we have to fight, and from one way or the other is to find money, more money, or more time, or the technology that allow you to do this cheaper, because that's one thing that is changing for the best. I used to have like several rooms for a render farm. Now I can do this online. I can do this cheaper and with more machines, more memory, and cheaper.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
It's a perfect evolution.
Yeah, and technology is really helping to democratize
Yeah.
our business, to allow people that, I think in the panel before they were talking about, like, it used to take like a $500,000 suite to do any kind of 3D work, and now you can do it on your laptop.
We have these, man.
Yeah,
We have these.
yeah.
I remember back in the day, I used to go to make a live transmission for TV, and it was like a truck.
Yeah,
a satellite and all this kind of stuff. Now we have these.
And now it's all in your pocket.
Yeah, man, I can animate on my own phone. That's crazy.
Yeah, we live in a crazy world. Shauna, and I want to go to you, and then I want to get Liesl and Candace kind of speak into this question. But we've seen a lot of growth in diversity and storytelling, but the gender scales, like in our industry, are still tilted very masculine, very heavily towards men. I mean, I know in our case, Cinesite, we work very hard to ensure that we have a lot of different representation, and we're actually at 50-50 in terms of our female versus male staff, which is a great thing that our company is dedicated to. But as a woman, especially a woman of color, do you feel that you have a responsibility to represent, other women of color, people of color in your work? Like, do you feel like a certain kind of obligation of social responsibility to make it so that we're visible out there? Like something like, you know what I mean? Like,
so yeah, I know what you mean. So responsibility, that's such a strong word. I think that a desire, a real need for me to see it still. It still resonates. It's still something. I'm still sort of that little girl that would watch Disney and have to imagine me in the place of someone that doesn't look like me. You know what I mean? I had to do that work. So first and foremost, I work and what I create is something that I myself love. And I want to actually kind of comment on Valu's comment about like the money aspect being like kind of the difficult part. I really wanted to talk about that, but I'll move on to what I was talking about.
We can come back to that too.
Yeah, I thought that was that was a big part of my whole journey as well. But so like I said, the responsibility, I think you can make it your responsibility. I think personally I do make it my responsibility, but I don't feel like it, I was born to do that. I feel like me doing what I love first, it will resonate with someone that was just like me when I was growing up in the hood, So that's what I want to stay true to.
Absolutely. I mean, just being present is a very powerful thing. Being at the seat of the table is a very powerful thing.
Right, because as soon as you start trying to push the whole message, you kind of lose your own voice. So it's less about like trying to lecture people. It's more, for me, it's about spreading what was in my mind, just to show people, just to share my art. Simple artist here.
Well, they're the foundation of everything. So Lisa, what do you want to add to the subject?
So pretty much the same thought as Shauna. I just want to see more stories out there with people that look like me. For kids that are growing up now, should be able to see themselves in stories. A lot like Vaughn was saying, I grew up in the 80s, watching 80s movies and trying to picture myself like, a lot of 80s movies were just, a white guy going on an adventure and like everything works out in his favor at the end. And I watched a lot of comedies. Some of the comedies that stuck out to me were actually like Whoopi Goldberg's movies, because she was like the one visible woman that I would see growing up. So that's kind of my story MO, is to create, comedy. I love doing comedy. Right now, my graphic novel is a YA comedy romance about a girl that enters a Hunger Games style baking competition. So I just want to write like stories about like just girls going on adventures and having a good ending and a good story, and the girl just happens to be a Black girl.
That's great. I can't wait to read that. And so Candace, as like an executive, based on kind of what we just discussed with Sean and Liesl, how do you, approach that? Like, do you think about these things, making sure that, girls are represented at all levels, and kind of like, just really kind of, put our image out there, so like the first speaker said, you cannot be what you cannot see. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I love that, by the way. No, 100%. I think it's shifted over time, right? So I came from a studio. I came from an indie background, and then went into a studio background where I was in the studio for a long time, and then now we're in an independent production company, right? So we have our studio here, but we're very, very diverse. But obviously, in the studio side, you don't have the same level of diversity, right? And that's on gender, that's on ethnicity. There are many times where I was the youngest in the room, the only Black person in the room, the only female in the room, and then sometimes all of the above in that room. And then I'm trying to pitch an idea or sell it to someone who has no clue what I'm talking about, right? And at the beginning, that could be intimidating when you're first coming up, like when you're first getting your legs. It could be a little scary, to because you're fish out of water in some ways, right? And there's a point where you realize that your voice is the most important thing you have. Your perspective is the reason why you and only you should be in that position at that moment, right? It's like, so in a way, I actually do see it as a responsibility, but not in a burden sort of way. And not saying that, we're not a monolith, so we're not all, I can't represent everybody and so forth, but you do have a responsibility to speak up, right? And to me, a big part of being a great executive, a great producer, great storyteller, content creator, whatever facet you're in, is keeping your finger on the pulse, right? That leans into, you can apply that across the board to a lot of things, right? And in keeping your finger on the pulse, there comes a responsibility when you're put into these positions to be able to call something out when it doesn't resonate, or when it's bumping, when it's stereotypical, or to introduce a different POV that's not being shared. So and then now, obviously, more on the production side, we have a really diverse company, both ethnically, gender-wise, the whole bit. And it shows in terms of what's coming down the pipeline. You know what I mean? Like, we challenge each other. There's times that one of us will think something's hot and the next person's like, I don't know, that's problematic. I don't like that. But you need those sort of gut checks. And if you don't have diversity in your ranks, checking each other and able to freely have open dialogue about what's working, what's not working, then you can't create like really authentic or representative content that's going to reach audiences and actually resonate. It just becomes the same cookie cutter stuff we've seen forever. So yeah, I call it a responsibility in this sense, in a loving way, because I'm honored to be in that position. I know a lot of people could be in the same position I'm in. And it's an opportunity to sort of change what the narrative is. And it's more than entertainment. This is narrative. A lot of us, you form your identity based on magazines, books, and media. Especially, it's a little different now. Because, sorry, not to go on a tangent, but it's still different now with social media. But a decade ago, when people, if you lived in certain parts of the country, your only real outlet was media. So if you don't have representation in those spaces, and you don't have voices behind the scenes, making sure the right writers are in the place, making sure the right directors or storytellers are advocating for you when you're not in the room, then the audience never sees it. So
is it safe for me to change my answer then? I like that one.
Well, yeah, okay. But you're still down with like being responsible.
I like it too.
No, but you're so right, Candace, because even in my career, being a voice in the room allows me to kind of pick on things that people would like, ideas that came out. I was once in a meeting working on a show, and the person's like, we need more black sounding characters. And then I was like, what does a black sounding character sound like? Me being like, stir the pot. And she's like, yo, yo, yo. I was like, yo, yo, yo. And they changed it, but it was like an opportunity to kind of like, if I wasn't sitting in that room, then they would have been like, that sounds like a great idea. Yo, 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 that's exactly what black people are like. Let's put it in. They'll love it, But if you're there to be like, hey, come on, let's, how do we portray ourselves? How do we portray ourselves with film? I mean, like, and I made the point, like, children watch this, children see this. You need to have like positive role models because, we're going to grow up and we want to see ourselves up there. So I think, especially at the executive level, at the production level, behind the scenes, it's absolutely important that our voices are there. Shauna, I want to talk a little bit about your company, Soda Monkey. What can you tell us about that? It seems to be some sci-fi martial arts stuff, and we have a lot of sci-fi fans in this panel. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so I actually founded that company when I was working at Lucasfilm with my ex-coworker, Vaughn Ross over here. Yeah, he was like a big brother actually in the studio. And I guess just to comment on feeling like you're going in alone. I definitely felt that at Lucas. I felt it in most of my career so far. Yeah, and I guess I kind of adopted even just going at it alone. So when I created my studio, it was around the time that when I was feeling a certain kind of way about the industry. Like I was very happy about being in the industry. Like no stones thrown at all. I think since Lucasfilm was like one of it was my first corporate job. And I was new to that scene particularly. I kind of felt unsure in a lot of ways and kind of like I was drifting into like this larger glob, like I was disappearing. And that's what I realized about the entire industry and what it meant to me. It didn't mean as much to me as creating something that I wanted to watch or when at the end of the day that I could feel proud of. I don't want to go to bed thinking about work or jobs. I want to think about this world or these things, like my dreams for the future. So I created Soda Monkey as an umbrella. It's also kind of a play on my name, SM, so Soda Monkey. And yeah, I actually ended up making video games. I started with an indie project, an indie video game, and I had a small team at the time. It was a small team of interns, which I really, really hated having like that because I really wanted to pay everyone that worked with me on my stuff. But yeah, like you said, Valu, that's super hard. So I ended up doing a lot on my own, and I learned different aspects of just development and production. I was able to kind of somewhat. I took the like a hat of a producer as well, and I guess I still have those skills, and it still kind of lends over to whatever I'm doing now. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, so excuse me for being all like tight-lipped, but
no, I get it. Yeah.
yeah. So I've just been trying to take all of the skills that I've acquired over these years, which I've been here. I actually had to count how long I've been doing this stuff, and it's like if I rake it up, it's about like 12 or 13 years. I was like, dang, you're old. You're old now. So no, it feels good though. I feel good about it. I think that another reason why I wanted to create my own like safe haven, which that's what Soda Monkey is. I wanted to do that was because I felt like no matter how old I was always going to get sunned by someone in this industry. I don't care how amazing I am or how my resume gets piled up, because it is definitely piled up right now. It's like really, it's stacked. And I think that that doesn't really, people, if you're going in trying to get like a name, or trying to get like respect from your your peers and stuff, it's the wrong. You don't do don't do that. Go in because you love it and because you love what you do. That's not why I went, but you know, like getting sunned enough definitely made me like, okay, let's go and make your own little safe haven where you are like, you're allowed to kind of do everything that you've ever wanted. So that's
I
pretty
mean,
much,
and that's
I'm
like,
team,
you know, taking control of your own destiny. Sometimes you just have to
right.
go out and do it. And from listening to a lot of the speakers in the summit, a lot of people have done that, and it's borne fruit. I mean, like, you know, especially from like independently producing comic books, or what Adrian's doing, or what Lisa's doing with her books. I mean, like, sometimes you just have to go out and create your own content, and it'll have a life of its own. So we have about 5 minutes left. So I'm going to look at some audience questions. Let me take a look here. So one person asks, do you recommend spending $200,000 for an art school education? Is it worth it? Or is it better to focus on a portfolio, build your skills, train yourself to get in the industry? So what do you guys think about that? Let's start with you, Candace.
From my point of view, honestly, I'd like to throw it to like the animators, because they can best on their experience. But from a corporate standpoint, on our end, it's the proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? It's less about where you went and what you do. We care more about what you can do. So, but education is key. Get your education.
Yeah, education is important. I'm a big fan of education. Yeah, it's a great foundation for everything in life. Vaughn, what do you think about that question?
Yeah, that's a very specific number.
I was just reading the questions. Yeah, I thought that too. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, just from my own experience, my own journey, when I was you know, I went to art college, but I knew going in like why I was going to art college. I was going to art college because I was trying to build my skills, because I knew I wasn't good enough yet to like get a job. And so like I went to, I would have to pay for my own college. I was like working part-time in order to like, eat and survive. But while I was going to school, I was also, working freelance. I was like, doing odd like art jobs, like graphic design, like all kind of things to like, so I knew, I had a purpose for like why I was going to school. I knew I was trying to build my skill. And like, I think I was like probably a junior when I got my first internship on James and the Giant Peach in the story department. And the funny thing is like, when I got there, I was like a junior in college, and you'd think that like, oh, I made it, right? Like, I don't need school anymore. But all that did was make me realize like, oh shit, I need to really focus in school, because all these people around me were like, when you go to art school, when you're in high school, you're like the art person, right? You're like the best artist in your school. And then you go to college and you're like, oh shit, everybody here is that guy or girl, right? Everybody's got skills. And then you go into the workforce and you're like, oh shit, everyone's been doing this for 20 years, So all that did was like, it made me focus even more on my education while I was working, in the industry. I was interning, and then I got a job as an assistant animator, but I didn't quit school because I was like, I can see even more now that I need to really, really, really practice my skill. And for me, I mean, not to say that you can't do that by watching videos on YouTube and all that. It's a whole new world from when I was coming up, but I knew myself, and I knew I needed that structure in order to do it, because if I didn't have that structure, I'd be playing video games. I knew myself, and I knew, where, I knew the level of like focus that I was going to have. And like, And for me, I felt like, this is, if I'm going to spend any money on anything, I feel like I can invest in myself. It'll be the biggest loan I ever take, and then I bought a house and that blew that out the water. But like at the time I was like, this will be the biggest loan I ever take. And if I'm going to spend some money, I'm going to spend it on myself. So that's my take on it.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, like Candace said, like education. I mean, I come from a family. My mom's an educator. It's very important. Like I'll tell my kids, I don't care what you do. You need to get a degree. You need to have a good foundation. Liesl, what do you think about the question about should invest in education, invest in yourself? I mean, because I think you've done a little bit of both. What is your?
I went to Sheridan for animation.
Okay, yeah.
And my parents were very much the same, like you have to do something. So that's what I did. But I also worked my way through college, and I paid for but we had bursaries and like grants or whatever and student loans. So that's how I paid for it. But yeah, it's very different today. Like I think if you're really self-disciplined and you can do like an online animation course, like some of them are really amazing, and they're not, I don't know if art school is $200,000, but that seems like a lot of money to spend on art school.
That's explosive school.
Yeah, I don't know. But like also it depends, I think, on what you want to do. Like if you really want to get into writing stories, and you might be better off getting a degree in creative writing or something, and then doing art using like online schools and stuff like that. But for animation, I think going to school is also like worth it for like the connections that you make. And like right now, the people I'm working with are people I went to school with, and I think it's probably worth it.
So the answer seems to be, yeah, you should go to school, but don't spend $200,000.
If it's 200,000, I think I don't know.
Shauna, go ahead.
I mean, I think it's to each his own. I know that there are a few successful people who haven't even touched, I guess, the grounds for themselves. I mean, they probably go in and do lectures. Kind of one of them. I did go to school for art, but I ended up not finishing for like those exact reasons. As soon as they said that my grant was over and I'm going to start needing to pay through or get a loan, that's what they said. I was like, well, I guess that's the end of that. And I just hightailed it back to New York. And then I ended up doing a lot of what I'm doing now as commission. So I started doing animation as commission work. I would charge like $5 and I was practicing doing animation. That's how I started. In a way, that was my school. I was really passionate about it. So I guess all that to say is that I think that it's definitely up to the individual, but I guess just be smart about where you put your money, because you don't really need to do that. I think the portfolio itself, get your skills up. The portfolio is what is important, because we want to, like Candace said, we want to see what you are gonna do, like what you're capable of doing. So
yeah, I mean, and that is very true. I mean, even in my business, it's like I rarely look at where the person went to school. It's what's in their portfolio. Like show me, like like Candace said, show me the money. Where, like let's see what you can do. So yeah, it's a very.
I do see like a lot of what I'm sorry, Liesl, sorry about that.
Liesl, that's okay.
I see what you said about like making your connections and networking as an ultimate yes, because I think that is where my weakness was when I was actually coming towards here. So you have to weigh it for yourself individually.
Okay, cool. Well, we have another question for you, Shauna. Someone wants you to talk more about Project Boom Tag X.
Oh,
can you tell us a little about that? Because I don't know what it is either.
Yeah, that is a project that I am still on, but it's taking a small seat to the back. But yes, it's a project that I created. It was that was actually the game that I had started when I created my studio those years back then. And I I'm like not sure if I should talk about some of the stuff that I do now. But yes, it's about a boy who wants to become someone that's called the legendary sound master, and he enters a dangerous competition to get, I guess, win a voice that can make him that. So he kind of goes up against a bunch of like he has to face like a bunch of sound and light users in this world, and he's going through this world playing tag. So like it's a epic thing. So yeah.
That sounds wonderful.
I'm not sure if I should talk about stuff. I'm sorry.
Well, that was good. That was a little insight. We have a question from a younger audience member of ours. So she's like, he or she is asking, is there any way for kids under 16 to get an internship in the animation industry? So I'll kick it off to Valu and Candice, kind of, because you guys are, and Shauna, you guys own companies. Just to kind of get an insight of, how can young people get into this business? Because my experience, when we've had interns or co-op students, we call them in Canada, often they actually go into work in the industry. It typically becomes their first job. I mean, they're not getting paid. I mean, I think someone was saying that they do get paid interns in the States, but overall, like they don't get paid, but they learn those job experiences. They make those introductions. So how would you guys kind of give advice to someone who's 16 and under to kind of like intern or get into this business?
In my opinion, the internet is the game changer again. I have a YouTube channel. You guys want to check it out. AfroAnimation Studio is the same name of my company. And there I teach how to animate and draw and all this stuff because I love to talk about the industry. It's not like a animation school. It's more like look, this is what I do, like a studio, and you can do yourself. So you can train ahead. Because the thing I have here in Brazil, I don't know if you guys experience the same thing, but people go to the school and don't know how to work with the people, say with the crew, with the team. They don't have a team skill. Some of them know how to draw, know how to animate, is a very good artist and all this stuff, but they are no coachable. So if they practice by their own, I have a Discord channel as well, so they can make like a collaboration with each other. As a guy with 10 years old and the girl that do voices is beginning from 15 or something, and they kind of see in an independent way how to build a feature film or a short film or even a comic book. Because if you go to the college, you have the assignment the 6 months before it ends, you go do a short film. It's okay, it's fantastic, but it's one shot, it's one project. When you have this kind of sea of artists that want to do more and more and more, and you collaborate with the guy that you don't know, but you have to collaborate either way. And then you go to another room and there is a guy that is your friend, and you go and do animation or game or something like that, and it's okay. And it's changing and adapting and go beyond your own project. I think that's a good thing, because when you go to the Warner Bros. Or Netflix or whatever, or Cinesite, you go with the mindset of the collaboration, and then you can show different things, because you did the project with the John and Mary and Diana and all this good stuff, and you're gonna build a portfolio as well.
Yeah, that's a portfolio, super important, for this industry. Candice, what do you have to add to the young people getting into the industry?
Yeah, I would say 16 is a little tricky because that's still high school, so generally internships will start like, college age, 18, because then you can, you can work in the whole bit. But I would say it's still, if you know you're interested in your teens, it's like there's so many resources. Like there's so many, you can be creating stuff. Like my nieces are into animation, and they're always like creating things and posting on their Instagram. They've created like, portfolio, like profiles for that to show their work. So there's ways to start playing around early on. Trying to find things like this, like the summit, and kind of like hear what's going on, so that when you turn 18, at least you understand the language of what things are. And so when you get an internship, my advice is, as soon as you get that internship, treat that internship like it's a job opportunity. And that's like every single person you meet, regardless of their rank in the company, try to glean as much as you can from them, try to shadow them, be humble, be flexible, be hardworking. Don't give it half effort, because people are always watching. Like even for us, you never know where an opportunity comes out of a situation. Like who knows, we could all walk away from here and we end up working on a project together, everyone on this panel, right? So it's like, you just don't know where it comes from. So my advice would be, as soon as you get those opportunities, in the interim, start learning as much as you can, learn the language, try to just absorb as much as possible. When you get the opportunity, be a sponge, be flexible, be responsible, ask questions, and, learn how to read the room too, because if they're busy, but all those sort of things will serve you, because there's a difference. Like I remember every intern who went above and beyond, and most of them have actually gone on to go do amazing things. And I also remember the ones who treated it like it was an internship and they were just trying to get credits, and that doesn't serve anybody, including them.
Yeah, I've had co-op students like that as well. Another piece of advice I would give is like, look at your city, look at kind of the local resources they have and volunteer groups. And growing up in Ottawa, we had something called the Saw Gallery, which was like a community hub to come and talk about different things in filmmaking and little seminars. I mean, there's lots of resources. And as Valu said, use the internet. I mean, use your community. It could be a good starting point, especially to get those steps ready to actually become an intern and then get in the industry. So there's lots of resources out there. Okay, I think we'll do one more question, and this is a question that keeps popping up. So basically talking about pitching, being a writer, developing concepts and scripts, and trying to develop them into animation. So a lot of people are asking, what is the first step? Like, how do I start to pitch stuff? I mean, let's start with you, Adrian, since you kind of seem to have a little bit of experience down that path. What have you learned that you can offer advice to people?
Well, I think it's really interesting. As I started doing more projects, I realized that pitching is kind of what you do at the very beginning. I mean, this is a collaborative process, right? You're not going to be able to do it alone. You need to win people onto your team. So the first thing you're going to be doing is, how are you going to pitch this to your artists? How are you pitching this to your best friends? It's telling a story. You're trying to get them on your team. How do you do that? And I think as you do that, you start understanding, okay, you're going to be pitching a little bit differently to, say, your best friend than you would your parents, then to, your colleagues, then to that. You're always altering your story so that you're making it exciting for that person. So you need to know who you're pitching to first and foremost. And, read the room is a big part of it. You can't, if you know that you're losing people, you got to figure out what you do differently, right? Like, this isn't for you. This is for them. You're trying to get them on your side. And I find that as I've gotten better at pitching, I mean, I also become more aware of, the competition, right? Because whoever you're pitching to, usually, especially if it's at the higher up level, you're not the first meeting they have. You might be the 30th, and you have to stand out from that crowd. So you have to think about, what is making your story different? What do you have that those other people don't? And it becomes personal that way. So for myself, I like to show more than I tell. So whenever I pitch, I show, if I can't show an actual animation, this is what it's going to look like. I'll show, these are the characters. This is what they look like. Right? I want there to be as much visual as possible, because that's what you're pitching, right? You're pitching a visual content. So that needs to stand out, and that needs to be strong. And everyone,
great scripts are absolutely important, but when you're pitching, you can't read a script. So you need to, boil that down and find a visual, compelling way to sell that story. And, I think everyone has the ability to do that. I kind of bounce between being introverted and extroverted, and it's, sometimes it's good to be both at the same time. And I found that that background, that personal place that I come from has made me better at pitching, because I know how to sell my voice specifically as something unique and as something that can be different from those other 30 meetings that are going to happen in that day, if not more. So I think that, you have to know who you're pitching to, you have to know what you have, and you have to know what's going to make your pitch different from everyone else's. And I think we're living in a time now where it's not so much to just have like, here's a pitch deck or here's a script. People want to see it, right? Like they want to see what you're talking about. So the more that you can show, I think the better equipped you'll be.
Oh, that's very good advice. Thank you, Adrian. Vaughn, what do you have to offer? I'll come to Shauna after.
Well, I'm not a great pitch person. I'm going to be honest. I like shudder at the thought of having to pitch things myself. So, but I have pitched some things, and I mean, like Adrian says, I try to have as much visual content, because that's, that's why I got in animation, because I like to be behind the camera, not in front of it. But yeah, I think leading with, especially if you're doing your own stuff, I feel like the more you have to a completed state, just also working it within sort of a studio structure, the more that you have like completed, the less it's gonna get messed with. If you have like a kind of like, oh, I have a vague treatment and outline or whatever, then 20 execs down the road, you might not even recognize your original idea, as opposed to if you came with like a short of your concept, and it's kind of equivalent to like if you another way of going about it is if you like drew a graphic novel and got it published. It's like now they're optioning your published story, and there's a certain they want to stay true to that story, as opposed to if it's kind of a rough pitch deck or something. The idea, it's just two different ways of going about it. The idea with doing that is that you're going into it with the idea that like, okay, I know there's going to be a lot more cooks that are going to get into the kitchen to help me flesh this out, right? So one takes a little longer time to develop, like it's going to draw a graphic novel or like create a short or something. But I feel like that route ensures that your idea will stay truer to what you want to make, as opposed to the latter, where you're doing sort of a pitch deck. But the benefit of that is that now you have a team that is going to help you develop and build something maybe bigger than what you were thinking in the first place. So that would be my advice on that.
Excellent. Thank you. Shauna, you want to jump in there? And you're muted, but last time I told you were muted, I became muted, so I don't want to
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I kind of, I guess, want to piggyback off of what Adrian said. I think that, yes, you have to, and also Vaughn, because it's true, you should actually treat it as if the show has already been made. You are just drawing some fan art kind of like for it. You want the people you're pitching to, the audience, the pitch people, to know or feel like they want to see the show. And when is it on TV? Like right now, let me go watch it. That's what you want to kind of convince them. So having like your visuals, I would say don't go in with sketches. I realize, especially if you're being a Black woman, I have to go in or like above and beyond. So I tend to make sure like my visuals look extremely like, this is how this show is going to look. The end. You have to actually put a lot of of work into that. But
Like a proof of concept.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you kind of like are doing production stuff at that time.
Mhm.
I've been told not to do storyboards or animatics, but I do those anyways, and they usually always impress.
Mhm.
I tend to also brand my pitch decks. So color schemes, themes, like keeping a strong sense of like something constant. And someone very wise told me, because there's tons of showrunners right now. Someone very wise told me to choose your battles when you are fighting for certain ideas. Sometimes like the people you're pitching to might have something very, very important to tell you, or like, I guess the direction they want to kind of like lead their studio, or whatever the reasons they're giving you advice for your IP. Choose the battle. Sometimes you have to kind of like, you should fight for your core idea. I'm saying you should definitely fight for your core idea, but that you have to also be open to letting go. So not everything. I don't want you to just start letting go everything. I'm just telling you that there's certain things you have to choose your battle on. But
Excellent.
yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely correct. I mean, it goes to what we were saying earlier, about the directors. Fight for what you believe in,
Right.
but there are certain things you're going to have to kind of accept to get what you want. You have to give up something.
Right.
So, Candace, let's give you the last word on this.
Yeah, I've been the pitcher and I've been pitched to many, many times. We do both because we produce, but we also distribute, right? To everything you guys are saying, we're on the same page. I agree with that. I think on the animation side, I have seen it when we've pitched stuff before to network with just the characters, and that was enough to sell it. Now, obviously, we came in there once again, pretty packaged, like you're really packaged, like the idea. We usually have a pilot, potentially even, or a rough kind of thing of the pilot together in terms of from a development of a script standpoint. We have an idea in terms of characters, like the characters are usually fleshed out, like your core characters, the whole bit. So the more you can put it together, the better. I think when I'm on the other side of the table, I'm being pitched to, absolutely, the more you can sell me the world, the more likely you'll get a yes coming out of that room. And right, every time you pitch, the goal should be to sell it in the room. Like that's the goal. You got to leave it all on the table as if you're not going to get another opportunity to talk that project again with that room. And also, once again, you never know who's in that room, right? It may not be the right time that time, but they're like, oh, you know what? Shauna had that thing, Vaughn had that thing. And you're just like, oh, Adrian pushed me this thing. And it's like, you remember that. Like, so it's like, you want to, and remember that the person that's buying your pitch, they want you. Pitching is uncomfortable. You're essentially auditioning or you're selling yourself, and it can feel uncomfortable, but they want you to do good. They want you to get your idea out. They want to hear it. They're looking for something that's interesting, fresh, new. Currently, I'm looking for things that are fresh, what's new. Like you're always looking for that, right? So it's about just the more you can do in whatever you're comfortable with, right? Based on your skill set, to be able to sell that project to the best of your ability, whether that's visuals, whether that's like whatever that is going to be to your benefit. And to, I think Vaughn, you had mentioned about the scripts. Like, yeah, absolutely. It's like, they may or may not have read your script. So I would go in with just a strong pitch. Can work on your elevator pitch. How fast can you get your story out in 5 minutes and keep it compelling? If you pitch it to your friend and they don't find it interesting, chances are the executive won't find it interesting either. So just some food for thought.
Okay, great. I mean, okay, so that was very informative. So thank you, everybody. Don't go anywhere. It was a great panel, great discussion. We give a lot of advice to some up-and-comers who want to get in this business. And I'm going to get Rio to come back in, and she has a few things she'd like to say. So, Rio? You're muted, Rio.
Okay, that was an amazing lady. There's been science about what do I do and what do I do? Because 2 days in these lines
Your
has been
signal is really bad. I don't know if anyone else is having trouble.
Yeah, the audio is really echoey.
How
Try quickly refreshing. That's what I did.
Okay.
Okay, we'll continue. Anybody else want to add anything in? Or
yes, I want to. I was thinking the thing that Candice said about be polite in the room and the people want you to succeed. I have a friend that became a friend. There was a pitching that I was doing in NC back in 2010 for a project, and like 11 years after, they remembered me and asked me to the thing that I was pitching back then to a market that was in Timor-Leste or something like that. So people remember you. Be polite, first and foremost.
That's great advice.
People are going to remember.
Yeah, like, be professional, be polite. And like, I've had similar experiences where people I've talked to, and then years later in my career, I remember them and they remembered me. And that respect, that mutual respect you have, good manners are good manners. You can never go wrong with being, having good manners. So Rio's back. Let's see if she picks on it. There we go. Sounds better.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, awesome. Okay, so what I was going to say is, we've got over 2,000 people registered for this event, and I know not everybody's probably sitting watching you guys, but there have been a lot, and there have been a lot of folks in the chat asking about education, about what do I do? I just want to remind everybody watching that these 7 people here, this is a masterclass of information. Like you can't buy this. Like the $200,000 question, you probably got most of that here today. And so I'm just going to echo some of the things that they're saying in terms of continue to practice your craft. Look for tools. And speaking of tools, when you click on the left-hand side of your screen in the expo, that's where all our sponsors are. And if you guys want tools, there's tools there. There's the Animation Lounge sponsored by Toon Boom. That's a tool of the industry. There's 2 screening rooms where you can see the work of Adrian Bob. You can see some of Value's stuff. You can see whoever has submitted work. Clearly not Gremlins, but because we weren't supposed to talk about that today, Vaughn, but hopefully that'll be out soon. And we're so proud of you and so honored. And then again, shameless plug, but super excited and honored that LOL Networks came aboard not only as a sponsor of this particular panel, and they loaned us Candice from probably a very busy time for them. They're just churning out content like crazy. And yeah, you know what's funny? LOL Network is funny. And if you, again, go into the expo, there is a beautiful panel or a beautiful banner. You click on it, you go in, you can check out their video. You can submit, calling all illustrators and calling all animators. They are actively seeking submissions right now. Again, I don't even want to tell you, as a studio executive for over 20 something years, you rarely get the opportunity for an open call like that. I mean, can I get a nod, a thumbs up from Vaughn, from Lisa, from everybody on the panel? You don't get an open call. So go in, and again, if you're having computer issues or you're not sure where to go, their email is submissions@laughoutloud.com. And I've put that in the chat. So again, calling all illustrators, all animators, especially because we know we have a large representative of people of color, people of different abilities. So it's my pleasure as one of the programmers for AfroAnimation to be able to pitch that and say, get your pitch together because Candice is waiting. So go into the network. But Vaughn, thank you for taking some time out from staff position at Warner Brothers. Liesl, amazing work. I checked out your blog. And again, I know Canada is representing, but Black women represent as well. John Cambides, Cinesite has been an amazing partner from day one. They came aboard immediately. As soon as John said, what are you guys doing? We're like, oh, we want to do a 2-day summit. He's like, I'm in. Let me see if my company will sponsor. Cinesight, they're in. They're one of the sponsors as well. And John has done triple duty. So we thank you, John, for not only moderating 2 panels,
It was my
but
pleasure.
also being on a panel, for recovering so quickly. Thankfully, you got your kid a really expensive computer, so you recovered quickly.
Better than mine. Yeah.
Valu, it has been a pleasure to hear what's going on in Brazil. And I put your YouTube link in the chat as well. I put everybody's information in the chat. Adrian, I just see you giving knowledge to folks throughout the summit. So I've just been like, Adrian, I see you. I kind of feel like, you know, we go way back. And Shauna, you had so many fans in the audience. People were like, Shauna's dope, Shauna's this. So you're doing something well, right? And people know who you are. This is what we wanted to achieve in these last 2 days. So thank you, everybody. Now we're gonna go for a networking break. So everybody just head over to the networking booth, relax, come back. Let's see, what time is it right now? I'm on the West Coast, so I'm going to mess up all the time zones, but come back at 3 o'clock Eastern. And we've got a wonderful 2 panels rounding out the rest of the summit. The one at 3 o'clock is going to be kids, animation, and storytelling. Our last panel, Okima Timor, she mentioned Little Apple Universe. So the actual writer, director, producer, Riley Wilson, he's going to be part of that panel. You're going to hear from Pearl Lowe, who's one of the illustrators on Hair Love, Academy Award-winning Hair Love. You're going to hear from a husband and wife team, and you've probably seen them in the chat pushing Small Town Animation Studios. They have some original IP, original content, and hopefully they'll be pitching you, Candace, as well, because they're just doing some phenomenal things. And then we're going to round out the summit with, again, people have been asking about resources. There are some folks who have day jobs at Netflix and Disney, but they founded an organization called Rise Up Animation. Look them up. You want to talk about free resources and free opportunities, they are there. And then there's another gentleman named Ethan Becker. He's got a YouTube following of over 600,000, and he's just there to push opportunities and storytelling for all animators. So all of that to say thank you to this amazing panel. Look forward to networking more. Look forward to seeing what submissions come out of this. And again, thank you to our sponsors, LOL, Animation Lounge with Toon Boom, Cinesight. I think that's it. I think I got it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rio and John.
It's lovely meeting
Nice,
everyone.
okay.
Bye.
Talk later. Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
People can be cruel.
That deserves 4 thumbs up.
We'll save you!
Wednesday, don't move. Rock.
I have to admit, it's pretty delicious.
Oh, come on, that's amazing.
And the Oscar goes to Hairline.
Thank you to Lion Forge Animation.
Welcome to the amazing world of animation. Animation involves inspiration, design, creation. Animation is the art form of the 21st century. It's also considered as one of the new breed of careers and a meaningful profession. This is the Animation School. All over the world, you'll find skilled and talented animation school graduates working as television and film professionals, computer games designers and developers, advertising, and many other fields, because animation is everywhere. Obtain world-class skills from the leaders in animation education from the Animation School. Apply today. It'll be your first step to an exciting career.
What happened? Okay, babe? Is our little cockroach you getting on so far? Calm yourself down, woman. I could handle myself. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy. I could handle myself.
I'll take care of it.
My name is Boom. I'm a boy without a voice, living in a world where voices can carve mountains and split seas. My life was pretty quiet. Well, up until I entered this dangerous competition. The winner scores the craziest grand prize ever. One wish, granted by Delhi, the master of games. My wish? To have a voice so great that I could become a legendary sound master. Little did I know, I'd face up against opponents that had the abilities to use sound and light in ways I've never seen before. And ultimately become the target of a game that would determine the fate of the whole world. Suddenly, things are getting way too complicated. This is the story about my journey to becoming an awesome legendary sound master.
Welcome to the wildest game show to hit your face in a decade. You are now watching Delhi's Game of Tag, hosted by me, Delhi. If you're new here, here's what you need to know. It's a massive game of tag. 99 contestants versus 1. We've equipped 99 hopefuls with special weapons meant to tag and freeze one unlucky target. Unfair, you say? But wait. The target will have an entire world's map to hide. Contestants will have to use all of their wit in cunning to corner this elusive little mouse, who is equipped with an extra special weapon of his own. The first challenger to attack a target 5 times in a row will win a massive grand prize. The ultimate wish granted by yours truly, Master of Games, Denny. 99 challenges, 1 target, 1 victor. Let's go!
Why, Daddy? Why do people laugh and say ugly things about our mommy and sister? Why, Daddy? Why do the village elders say they don't belong here anymore? This is our home. We were all born here. Why, Daddy, does the rest of the family never visit since the militia came? Why do we have no family or friends anymore? I saw, Daddy. Mommy and big sister did nothing wrong. The militia attacked them. Why did the militia do wrong to Mommy and sister? Mommy begged them not to harm sister. Mommy was so brave. Please don't ignore them, Daddy. Why are you abandoning them? Where will they go? What did they do to deserve this? Why are you letting the militia win? Why are you punishing Mommy and sister? Why are we punishing our family because of what the militia did? Remember, Daddy. Remember, Daddy, how we laughed. What fun we had together. I'm so proud of Mommy and big sister. They are the bravest people in the nation. Silence is wrong, Daddy. Silence hurts Mommy and sister more than the militia did. Come, Papa. Mama is crying. Big sister needs. They need us. We must be good men. We must be good men.
Today is the first day of a brand new school year. What do you do when you encounter racism? Ma, what do you do?
I don't get why we have to study Christopher Columbus if Columbus didn't even discover America.
Even so, she can't just hang out on the stoop like that.
She can, and she does.
No,
Because she lives
she
here.
can't.
Yes, she can. Even in the song, it says the natives were there before him. Give it, Michael! Shut up! You know what most people don't get about gentrification? It's not the change in property value, but the fact that you move in at all. Because most black folks don't care where you flaunt your white privilege. Let him see the errors of his ways before it is too late. Before he grows to claim the dark mantle that is white supremacy. Amen! Apple.
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 Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
You really need to see this.
Follow me, boys!
For 25 years, we've been dreamers, adventurers,
Hold with me! Here I come!
and heroes.
I'm in.
Cupcake?
You have been chosen. Are you ready? Skadoosh!
For the honor of Grayskull! My hands are in the air like I just do not care. Ra-la-la!
Welcome to the Pride.
I started Laugh Out Loud in order to bring the world together through laughter and to uplift emerging creatives and comedians of color. Where comedy meets culture. We're home to the funniest people on the planet.
Hey, yo, Jacksonville, turn up!
And it's only going to get bigger and better.
time to find those tiresome toddlers and learn exactly what they're up to. What was that?
Whoa! So, what do we know about these bats?
The question seems more like, what don't we know?
A caterpillar. It's eating the leaf. Look at all the holes he made. He must be hungry.
Get me out of here! And grab all my things!
Whoa! That's not a fairy. It's a bug.
Let's get going. We've got a lot of house hunting to do.
Wow, Sumir, you have developments going up all over the city. But what's with these crazy housing prices?
As of 2015, there's 30,000 vacant units in San Francisco.
Land values in the city are rising to new heights. That's what this rally's all about. Right after, we're gonna meet with Mayor Chen.
join us.
Welcome to Sweets Cafe, the tale of Cinderella and the royal meatballs. Actually, it was Cinderella's recipe.
Cinderella.
Yup.
You're clear for liftoff. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, baby, give it all you got. Who's Roger?
10, 9, oh.
Shouldn't something that flies have wings?
8, 7.
Whew, it's getting hot in here.
Roger that.
6.
Will someone tell me who Roger is?
4.
What happened to 5?
3. Yes, 2.
Now I worry.
1.
No condom, no blast off. Stop the spread of AIDS.
Tremaine. Now, have anyone seen that boy?
Sister T, sorry I'm late.
What's wrong? You look like you haven't slept a wink.
I've been up all night, trying to come up with a challenge for TikTok. Sister T, I'm trying to go viral.
Welcome to Sunday school.
Well, hello. Welcome to our session on kids animation and storytelling. My name is Tatiana Kober, and I am the moderator for this session. And I'm looking very forward to introducing everybody to the panel. We've got a great hour planned for you. What we want to talk about today is kids cannot become what they cannot see. So making sure we get kids out there, and how do we do that? How do we represent and show all different kinds of kids, diversity, lifestyles? And I want to introduce this great group of professionals. So I just working my way through this. I'd like to introduce Pearl first, sorry. Hi, Pearl Lowe. Pearl is an animator. And tell a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I am a story artist, and I work in Vancouver, BC. I freelance currently for Cartoon Network on Craig of the Creek, but I'm also a comics artist. I work with Scholastic on comics, and I am also newly a muralist. I do murals as well. So I do all sorts of things.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to the panel. Next, we have Riley Wilson. He has a great venture called Little Apple Universe. Hello, Riley. Oh, we can't hear you.
Hello.
There we go. Perfect.
Hi.
I can hear you now. Hi. I said I wasn't going to introduce everybody or have them introduce themselves, but I think that'll be nice to hear a little bit about just quickly what you're doing. Is better than me telling.
Yeah. So, well, thank you so much, AfroAnimation. So good to be here and share digital space with everyone. My name is Riley S. Wilson. I am the Chief Creative and founder of Little Apple Universe. We focus on merging entertainment with education, and we usually take our content in schools with curriculum. My primary series is Little Apple. It's a sci-fi drama series and comic book. You heard Akima T. Moore earlier talking on the filmmaking panel. She's one of our producers, but Little Apple is a sci-fi drama series that follows a little Harlem girl as she develops special abilities and decides to use those abilities to dismantle systems of oppression. So that could look like gentrification, patriarchy, racism, the works. And so we've basically been working on that series for a while now, and it's currently streaming on YouTube. We won the Best Web Series Award at the American Bike Film Festival. So we're super excited to take it to the feature realm and elevate some of the other properties that we have. So a pleasure to be here and good to see everyone.
Perfect.
Hi, Pearl.
Perfect. Moving on, we've got Crescent Novell. She is a writer, has been writing with on all kinds of great projects, and has a lot to add to this storytelling session that we have. Crescent, introduce yourself a little bit. Hello.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. Thank you, Tatiana. So I was a teacher before, made my transition. I really broke in when I won the Nickelodeon Fellowship in 2018. After that, I did some freelancing and ended up going through the Disney pipeline. And I was working on a show called Amphibia. I didn't stay long because I ended up getting an agent, Karen Kirkland. And then now I'm at Mattel, where I've been for maybe just short of a year now. So that's my journey.
That's great. That's great. And welcome. We've got J. Mika Stewart. Mika is a director at Pip Animation Studios, but also has a very checkered past, and checkered in a great way. Welcome. Oh, we can't hear you. Can we hear you now? No. Are you on mute? Nope. Are you on Chrome? Okay, well, do you want to should she maybe log back in and see if it works next time? It's okay. Well, maybe if I log out and log back in, and we'll see if we can't get you going, and I'll introduce our final two panelists, who are both from the same company, and they're from Small Town Animation Studios, Jermaine Hargrove. And I don't know if they're going to come on together or separately. Here's Jermaine and Wakita Hargrove. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, how are you?
Very well, very well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You have a studio called Small Town Animation Studios, which is doing all kinds of things, and we'll get into it a little bit more. But one is a faith-based series that you're working on, as well as another show, Gumshe. So tell me a little bit about your process, your story telling, and a little bit about your company.
Okay, our company is called Small Town Animation. I'm the CEO. I'm the creator. I'm the illustrator. our passion brands is called Gumshe. Gumshe, the Type 1 Protector. That's the full name because it basically tells the story of a superhero that happens to be a diabetic. The diabetes is not her power. I don't want people to get it confused. Like, a lot of people saying, "Oh, she got diabetes. That's cool." That's not cool. What's cool is she's maintaining her diabetes to keep her superpowers. Her powers only work when her diabetes are maintained. So that's what the whole situation with Gumshe is about. And we also have a whole faith-based series called the Sunday Schoolers. And Keita, you could get into that.
Yeah, the Sunday Schoolers is a group of kids from all walks of life, and they go to Sunday school every day to learn how to navigate life through biblical scriptures. And it's fun, it's faith based. We're not forcing faith, but it's one of those series that kids from all walks of life can meet together and learn how to live.
That's great. Great. Okay, and before we get going, I'll introduce myself. I realize I introduced the panel and not myself. I'm Tatiana Kober. I have a company called Bajuba Entertainment. So it's a woman-owned company, and my head of sales is Emily. She's based in France. We are an executive production distribution company. So we work with producers from all over the world to help put their shows together and into production to get them to green light. And so we carry on then as well to distribute the series. So we are kind of like a matchmaker where we put you in touch with broadcasters, we pitch the shows in. So storytelling is a huge aspect of what we do because we pick up projects that we love and have a great story and are diverse from producers all over the world. But great, and Mika is here now. Let's see if we can get a little introduction from you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm trying without headphones. I was trying to blur out the exterior noise. Yeah, so I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I started out west in Vancouver, where Pearl is, and have moved my way across Canada, back and forth, and now I'm in Ottawa. I've done everything in the industry except for, I think, layouts. I've done storyboarding, concepts, rigging, animation direction, and now for the last 8 years, I've been primarily a director, but I've still, between seasons or between projects, I've gotten to dabble back into animation and rigging and all the fun stuff. So.
Great. Well, I'm glad that we can hear you and looking forward to diving in. So I think we'll start with you, Riley. Your character, Little Apple, that you've created is about a little Black girl facing a new school year, a new school. She gets all kinds of life advice, not only from her mother, but also from her environment. And she's quite sassy and real. And she has no problem tackling things like racism, gentrification, genetically modified food. Can you tell me a little bit about her and how you came up with her?
Yeah, so she's based on my little sister. My little sister is of a very darker complexion. And so is my mom. And so I was very intentional in creating a character that she saw herself in, a character that was unapologetically Black. And it's interesting that you described her as sassy because when we go into schools, that's one of the things that we tackle, and not labeling little Black girls who have an opinion as sassy. Because oftentimes, especially when we're talking about dismantling systems of oppression, those are some of the microaggressions that we see and we receive that sort of like prevents us from really getting to the root of things. So not just to sort of like contextualize why spaces and these types of things are important, it's really organic in our language and how we move and communicate with each other. And so one of the great things about Little Apple is that she's very unapologetic, but where she comes from is a place of truth.
Right.
And her powers is called claircognizance. It's the ability to know things without actually having any understanding how you know it, but it's based in fact. But also it shows up in her ability to see aura. And aura is a very real and real thing. I mean, it's sci-fi, but it's a very real thing. So her power is claircognizance, knowing information, but also being able to understand and see aura and manipulate aura, because aura is energy, how you give off protons, electrons, neutrons. We're all having sort of like these all-encompassing chemical reactions. She's able to see that. So that's sort of her shtick. I hope that answers your question.
No, that's perfect. And it's a really good point about using words that you throw out so easily, and there is that negative connotation, and yet there's also that positive aspect to it. And it's good to note that's something that is something you're trying to stay away from. What I find really interesting about what you're doing, and all of the panelists to some degree are working on different platforms. Some are very traditional and some are going in a completely different route. And you've chosen a storytelling that is a story and a proper drama, but you're going through it in a different route. Can you tell me a little bit about where the kids can watch your show?
Oh yeah, so we actually started out streaming only in schools. We were a B2B company. We partner our comic book and our series with curriculum. It's racial and social justice curriculum. So we're very intentional about that. But we actually just now released the episodes on YouTube, so you can stream all of the episodes currently and take a look at it, engage. Definitely subscribe to Little Apple Universe and stay tuned for some other titles that we have coming up, including one where we have kid detectives tackling basically dismantling police, abolishing police, and what that looks like from a kid's perspective.
That's really interesting. So when yesterday's keynote speech, children cannot become what they cannot see. This it seems to be really that you're validating that. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, we usually marry animation with live action. I mean, I come from a live action background, writing and directing. I started out at age and writing fiction and books. But when I started in film, I think we're in a very interesting space, because yes, we want children to see themselves in animation, but we also want to pay attention to the nuances in human interaction. And that's why I think, the marrying of live action and animation is such a sweet spot for me, because, I'm showing little Apple in this real girl in real life interactions and real people, but I'm also showing her with these superpowers in an animated space, and I'm opening up that world as well. So it's been great. I mean, I'm probably echoing what people have been saying all throughout the conference, and I'm actually really excited to hear about other people's work. But I mean, I think that marrying is just exciting to me. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way forward, and it's always good to see different ways of storytelling coming across. Pearl, congratulations on being part of the Oscar-winning team for Hair Love. That's such a lovely show. I watched it again the other day, actually, and tear to my eye. So for those that don't know, it's about a Black father and his daughter preparing for a really big day. And the child really represents almost every little Black girl. Who or what was the inspiration for her look?
Yeah, I think part of that is just trying to, capture a lot of the essence that a lot of little Black girls kind of have in their, appearance and in their spirit. I wasn't in the design room because I work in storyboards. I wasn't exactly in that department. But I think that, just by looking at Zuri, you can really see the influence of, people that he's grown up with, little girls that you've seen, and especially those, those viral videos that he kind of took inspiration from to create the film of, fathers doing their daughter's hair. I think just like seeing all those little girls too really gave him, potentially the inspiration to create Zuri and how she looks.
And so you're doing storyboards now. Can you tell me a little bit about your journey on how you got into it and what you're doing now?
Yeah, so I started in Vancouver, BC, just like Mika. I have been in animation for about 6 years, and I started in storyboard revisions. I've always been in the story department, but I started out in the revisions department for about a year. And then after a year, I got moved up to storyboard artist, and that was really tough for me, just because I felt like I was hitting the ground running. Just doing 1 year of revisions felt like I needed maybe a little bit more time, but it was really nice to be thrown into the world of storyboarding. And from that point on, I just kind of worked on all the shows that I could have. I tried working on action shows. I tried working on slice of life shows, preschool shows, whatever, just to kind of build my toolbox. And around 2018, 2019, I started working with more independent filmmakers. I started working with Frank Abney with his film Canvas, that's now on Netflix. He reached out to me and I did some freelance for him. And then in 2019, I also got to do some freelance work for Hair Love. And that was kind of like my first 2 introductions into feature films and short films specifically. So now I am still doing storyboards. I have worked with more American clients lately. So last year I worked with DreamWorks and Cartoon Network, and continuously I am working with Cartoon Network. But it's basically my journey. It's been really interesting. I've usually been in the 3D space. I've worked on a lot of 3D kids television shows, but I'm currently working on Craig of the Creek at Cartoon Network, and that's my first 2D show. So that's been a really cool experience for me to see how the pipelines work differently, and just to also experience different culture. I feel like progressively, I've been trying to also work on shows that really resonate with me. And being on Craig of the Creek is really, really nice, just because it really is a Black-centered show, but there are also different types of children with different types of experiences, on the queer side, on the different cultural side. So it's just really fulfilling for me. So that's where I've ended up so far.
Oh, that's awesome. So given that remark that you're seeing all kinds of different things, do you really think that this is here to stay, that we're what's your view on the state of multicultural representation in the kids animation space? I'm interested because you're smack dab in it.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it continues to be this way, and
Right.
it's even more diverse, because I think that we're really at a time where we're starting to see, creators who have all these different ideas and different perspectives from their unique lived experiences coming to the forefront and telling their stories, especially with platforms like Kickstarter, or just any other types of free programs people can get their hands on and make art with. I think is really, really helpful to get out different perspectives and different types of stories. So I really hope that it's continuously going to be this way, just because I think it benefits everybody. We do not lose from having more diverse storytelling. So I think it's a very exciting time, especially for kids animation too, just because I think that kids really deserve to see the real world reflected back at them. So yeah, I'm really hopeful that it'll continue to be progressive.
Yes, yeah, I think so. I'm interested to see too, but I think it just opens the world of storytelling, and we want to be there for our audiences. And I think it's exciting, because there's nothing more boring than hearing kids say it's all the same old, same old. So and not representative, right? Not showing a degree of what your life is like. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go on to Crescent. You've had a bit of a different journey that some of the other panels haven't had. Can you talk a little bit about how you move forward? You talked a little bit about it at the beginning, but let's actually take it to, can you tell us about some of the toys and characters and the spin you're putting on things?
Okay, well, I guess I should start by saying, like I said, I was in education, theater, arts. I had to fight for this career. So I just broke in. So it's been great, but I am new. And I definitely wrote my own pilots and stuff like that. I did my own thing. But I'm also pitching right now my own stuff. But as of right now, I haven't put out any toys for myself. The show that I'm working on is a toy-driven show that everybody loves, but it's unannounced, so I can't say what it is. But I can tell you the process about writing for toys. It's very specific. It's amazing, really, how much Like it's a business, you know, like when you see toys on an animated show, it's not there by accident. It's there by purpose. It's been given executive notes. Like this is serious. They've created a culture and a brand, and kids see it and they say, Mommy, I want to buy that. So that's something to know. Some people don't like how when you're writing for a toy-driven show or a show that's trying to sell toys, you get a lot of notes about that, and that can affect your story sometimes. Some people don't like that. I don't mind. It gives you some more boundaries, but like storytellers can think about it. Oh, I want to be authentic to my story. And I think that's great. And the other part of that is to know that it is a business and it is to make money, even though it's creative and it's expressive. It's everything we want. We're trading, we're bartering, it's currency. So there's a whole foundation to that. And for me, I have a show I'm really excited that I'm pitching, and I can't talk too much about that either, but I'm waiting for the day that I can say, and the toy is available at, you know, I loved it. I don't think anything's wrong with, like the person that I have, she is a little Black girl that's 12. We need to have toys. We need to have that. We need to have toys and different people of different cultures, and you go buy it and you play with that toy and carry it around. I think that's important. So I don't want to make it seem like it's a negative thing. It's a positive thing, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, yeah, agree. Thank you. Mika, nice to talk to you. You've been a director at Pip Animation now for a number of years and have worked in different capacities, as you talked about. And you've been working since the early 2000s on Cyber Chase. And that's that great PBS show that's been running for over 20 years.
Sorry, to clarify, Cyber has been around since 2002. I came on in 2006.
2006.
Yeah.
I would still consider that early 2000s.
True.
What do you find really great about the characters that you're working with? Because this series has longevity. Everybody wants a series that they can produce that really resonates with kids. What's the best part of the characters and how or why they've remained so relevant?
Well, I mean, I think one of the important things is that the characters do continue to evolve. And while Cyber Chase's main set of characters has been the same since 2002, their characters have evolved, like who they are have evolved, even though they're still 8 or 10. Their storyline keeps changing. It's a PBS show, so it was created to go to as many audience as they could. And that's really nice. So the three main characters, there's a Hispanic girl, a Black girl, and a white boy, and they have parents, but there are no parents in the show. There's a proxy, robotic bird that is their parents. And then in addition to evolving, so there's been some bad guys in the show that have now evolved from being bad to being more, wait, maybe they're not doing the right thing in the situation. It was a math-based show. It's evolved to be a more environmental science show, teaching about sustainable design, recycling, things that kids can do themselves at home, and which I think is important. Obviously, math is still important, but to be able to put things into real world, maybe, bring your reusable bottle of water instead of buying a plastic bottle. So now these villains have become more, oops, they did a mistake, and these kids are going to teach them a better way to solve a problem.
Yeah. So really being able to move and change and go with the times, but still keep the characters true.
Yeah, and things that we didn't think about in 2000, we think about more now.
Right.
With, climate change, recycling, things like that, maybe weren't on the forefront in 2000, but they are, and kids are seeing them now. So we need to make sure that that's important to everybody. So.
Yeah, and then in talking about new characters, when you hear about new characters with different abilities, not so much the traditional superhero abilities, what are your thoughts, especially when you think of the comment about kids not becoming what they cannot see?
Yeah, I think it's very important. Cyber Chase takes place in a. The kids are from Earth, but they travel all around space, and each planet is something new. So if we need to learn about water, we're going to go to a water planet. But I think it's more important as we are bringing in new characters that may only be a one episode arc, that we show even more representation. I know Cyber Chase can have a green character, a purple character, but we need to see different abilities. We need to see religion is not a part, but let's show people with a hijab. Let's show people in a wheelchair. Let's have Black, Asian, Indian, everything. We need to show.
Right. And show kids with different abilities, like, as you said, a wheelchair, with diabetes.
Yeah.
The kids are seeing it at school, they're seeing it around, but don't know about it. I think this is our business and storytelling. It's so important, not only to see yourself represented, but also, I think, to see other people and get a window into their worlds. And I think moving, I'll move to you, Jermaine and Wakita. You've been patiently sitting there. I think that's what's really exciting about the time, that we all used television growing up as a little barometer of how to be and how to act. And if you don't see yourself, I'm a little blonde girl. I saw myself, but I mean, I grew up, my parents were from Germany, and I was growing up at a time where it wasn't necessarily cool to be German. And, I was called little Hitler in the playground, and kids weren't nice, but I still was seeing myself. So I think this is where it's really exciting to be able to tell your stories and to do it in different ways. Jermaine, you and your wife, through your studio Small Town Animations, have created new Black animated characters in the kids space. And we talk about representation and inclusion. And Gumshi, she has diabetes, and I think it's super cool. Not cool as like what we were talking about, not cool that she has that, but that we see somebody different. Tell us how you create entertainment around a character who has to deal with something so real and so human, and is yet still a little girl.
Yes, that's the main objective for Small Town Animation. We make purpose-driven content. We want people to be empowered and inspired from our content. Now, with the Gumshi brand, that's sort of my life story. So it's easy to tell. It's easy to tell about the underserved communities which the character comes from and lives in. So with Gumshi, that's why our partnership comes in with the American Diabetes Association as well. We just want to tell our story far as the look. Like with Gumshi, you see her outfit. The way I created Gumshi is everybody could be Gumshi. The Gumshi outfit is not a suit. It's an outfit. You can go to Foot Locker and purchase Gumshi's suit. That's why she has on sneakers and not boots. So I wanted to be relatable to people saying, oh, let me braid my hair and I'm gonna be Gumshi. Her hair is braided. She has a helmet on, which is a mask. It's a leather mask, but we just want our community to identify with Gumshi. Now, she has diabetes. That's the downside of it. But the upside is she's just like any other 15, 14-year-old girl that loves bubblegum. So that's why I put the bubblegum element of it. So I don't care what race you are. I don't care what ethnicity. I don't care who you are as a 14-year-old. You love bubblegum. So you're going to be able to relate automatically to Gumshi, even without the diabetes. Now, the diabetes part is, we all know somebody with diabetes. I have diabetes. Everybody, people, parents, and different people. So that's the relatable part of being a superhero. So I just wanted to make
sorry to interrupt, but what is, for those that don't know, what is the story with Gumshi? What is her superpower?
Her superpower is bubblegum, but it's only because she goes to the story. I don't want to give it all away, but the storyline, she goes on a field trip and she gets her power along with a whole bunch of other people. So this is like our Marvel. Gumshi is like our Iron Man. So a lot of people and myself is excited about Gumshi, but we got a whole list of 15, 20 characters that's going to be in this universe. That's going to be villains. That's going to be partners, friends. So that's where Gumshe comes in as far as a whole universe. She's the leader of this universe because she gets her power, and her powers is like unique. So, you know.
Oh, great. Yeah, it sounds. I'm very intrigued, I have to say. And how did it come about that you brought the American Diabetes Association into it? I guess it's a natural thought to do it, but to get there and move your way and actually secure them, that's a really important part of storytelling. So go ahead.
Yes, with the American Diabetes Association, it falls in line with the film storyline because, as I mentioned, she comes from an underserved community, which everything is not together because she has diabetes, because she's a superhero. Everything's not together. When she fight crimes, when she fight villains, guess what? She has to go back to that same home, that same single parent mother that's trying to raise her, trying to give her food the best way she can, and she's still a superhero. So with the American Diabetes Association, and shout out to them, they have a program called Health Equity Now, and that program kind of puts the spotlight on the disparities of health and insulin prices, diabetes prices in the Black community. Let's just be honest. I don't want to say, I want to tell it like it is. It's the Black community. So the Black community, even when I was diagnosed with diabetes, they didn't have all the things that they was offering in other communities. So me and my wife, we had to try to figure it out, which is part of the storyline of Gumshe. Yeah, she's a superhero, but the parent, her mother, she has to figure it out. She's not rich. She's a superhero, but it doesn't make her rich. So she has to figure it out. The mother still has to learn about shopping, learn how to eat, learn how to check her blood glucose. So it's this where the underserved communities comes in at with American Diabetes and Health Equity Now. So it ties in with the film storyline.
Right. Very cool. Very cool. And it's a feature film, yeah?
Yes, it's a feature film, but it's also a series. And I'm gonna keep on saying it. This is our Marvel. This is our X-Men and Avengers, because after this one, it's the Protectors movie. Gumshe is part of the Protectors, which is a group of superheroes. And no, they all don't have health issues. They have unique powers. That's what we at Small Town Animation, we don't look at. We don't have that the sky's the limit. We look at it as a view. We think outside the box. We giving these superheroes powers that nobody has thought of, because everybody's stuck on, and make no mistake, I love Marvel, I love X-Men, but how much ice can we do? How much fire can we do? How much electricity? That doesn't define us. We got Black Lightning and all those other superheroes, but those abilities, those superpowers does not define the Black community creativity. So we want to make it a fact, an effort to put, hey, this superhero has these type of powers. Oh, nobody never thought of that. So it might not be greenlit from Hollywood, but guess what? We're gonna do it anyway, because these are our stories and we want to tell it. We got a just like the superheroes, Blank Man. You got Blank Man and you got those kind of superheroes. We laugh at them superheroes. Why we laugh at Blank Man and those kind of Black superheroes? They very important. Blank Man was in the hood. Like we laugh. We as a community, we laugh at their efforts of Blank Man and media man. Why do we laugh at those they paved the way for us, Small Town. Those people that put out those type of superhero movies in the hood, they paved the way for us. So we congratulate, we support them. You know, we don't laugh at them. We say, hey, we may come up with a superhero called Laundromat Man. And then what? You know, we're going to put it out. Like I said, it might not be greenlit through Hollywood, but the community is going to support it because they know it's a laundromat in my hood. Oh, it's a superhero built around a laundromat in my hood? Okay. So we just try to be unique about what we're doing and how we want to approach it. And we don't let nobody try to keep us in a box. Whatever we think about, however we see we want to put it out, that's how we put it together.
Yeah. Keeping it real for the kids. Cool. Thank you. Makita, I think the other thing that you're working on, faith-based, for me, it's an interesting space because I think it's a huge area, a huge genre, but quite underserved. There's great pockets, and you've created an animation called, what's it called again?
The Sunday Schoolers.
The Sunday Schoolers. And you've developed it with Black children as the characters instead of vegetables, because we all know that story, or angels. Tell us a little bit about the process of your storytelling and how you came to create the characters that you did, and also about where you can find the series. Are you going through a traditional broadcast or how?
Well, the Sunday Schoolers is a faith-based animated series, and it's a group of diverse characters, kids that actually, like I said, meet up at Sunday school. I'm from the South. I'm from a small town here in Georgia. There's a church on every corner. We have more churches than we have grocery stores. So I grew up going to church, to Sunday school every morning. My parents are pastors, and that's just a part of what I know. And the Sunday Schoolers, we wanted to bring it to light. My 8-year-old, I can't get her to eat vegetables, so she's not going to watch vegetables. Okay, so we wanted to create characters that's relatable. One day I asked her, this particular platform, I said, I noticed you don't watch any cartoons on this platform anymore. And she told me, she said, well, it's boring. And I said, well, I know they have Black characters, they have a lot of animation on this platform. But then I thought about it. I said, she can't even relate, not only to, just because you have an image of a Black character doesn't mean that she can relate to the characteristics of that character. So, we want to bring in kids from all walks of life. And like I said, for example, my husband, he say all the time, you were raised in the church, the church raised you, but I was raised in the streets. So we got to have a character that can relate to his upbringing as well as my upbringing. Some of them are curious. Some of them don't know about church. Some of them have questions. Some of them, aren't spiritual. They're learning. But the Sunday Schoolers is not, it's faith-based, but we're not forcing faith. It's, teaching children how to navigate through life, learn how to love, learn how to share, learn how to be kind, through biblical scriptures. And that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to force faith on anyone. We want it to be relatable to everyone. Actually, one of our animators that's part of our team, he's atheist, and he works on this series, and he told us, he said, I like working on this series. I love working with the Sunday Schoolers. I love the characters. He said, I love how you're not forcing faith on me. It's entertaining. And one thing that we want to do at Small Town Animations, we want to make sure what I call the 3 E's of entertainment. We want to make sure all of our content is educating our young viewers. We want to make sure that we're entertaining them. But at the end of this series, we want to make sure we're empowering them. And they're just learning how to navigate through life. It's faith-based 101. It's non-denominational. You don't have to, it's very entertaining, it's very relatable, and we're not forcing faith. But there is a big market there for faith. The faith-based community is very large, and there's not enough faith-based content. Believe it or not, a lot of churches, Christian schools, Christian daycares, they're still watching the talking vegetables because that's all they have to watch.
No, I think it's certainly a big area that is underserved. Now, are you going through traditional channels and telling your stories and getting them out there? Are you doing a little bit of YouTube, or are you are you having a platform? Tell me a little bit and just that we all know we've got about I'd say 10 more minutes, and I would like to do sort of a round robin with everybody about storytelling and storytelling techniques. But I was interested in knowing about outreach of platforms, and because we're living in an exciting time too, where it's traditional, meaning, linear broadcast and the SVODs, but then there's AVODs, there's people doing YouTube channels, there's people doing their own platforms, like Little Apple is also. So tell me a little bit about your methods.
Well, right now, our goal is to have the Sunday Schoolers everywhere. So we're not limited to it being on a streaming service. It's not being broadcasted. We're not limited to any of that. So right now we're working on the series, and we're actually working on the Christmas movie first. And then after the Christmas movie, we'll have the animated series. And the Christmas movie is called Sunday School is a Christmas in Heaven. We have platforms that's interested in it now. And we will be, letting you all know where you could watch the movie. And once the movie is out, then hopefully of next year, we plan on releasing our 10-part animated series.
Okay, great. I'll throw back to you, Riley. When you're creating the stories and your vision, can you leave something with the audience about what storytelling, what drives you in your storytelling? I know you were talking earlier about keeping it real and showing, but do you have something more to add?
Yeah, well, thank you. And well, usually I lead, I think I kind of echo what Jermaine and Wakita is kind of dropping down here, and being very intentional about the empowerment piece of it. And, oftentimes when I'm talking to the children, because I work with real children mostly, and when I'm sort of explaining the content to them and how Afrofuturism plays a role in the series that we create, I make sure that I include liberation, because Afrofuturism without liberation is not Afrofuturism. Afrofuturism was founded with Black folk envisioning themselves outside of constraining spaces, particularly slavery. I mean, our predecessors were writing speculative works, imagining themselves outside of bondage. And so I think when I sort of like introduce the Little Apple universe or the properties that we create, that is sort of like our North Star, making sure that we're standing on these things. We're empowering and we're entertaining all in one. And so that's with Little Apple. That's with the Cookie Crunch Club, where we're adding context to what it means to abolish the police from a child's perspective. And that's with anything that we do. I mean, we're looking at Little Apple as a feature film. And so even with that, I mean, I think if this is a very large, platform that we have here. I mean, when I initially joined the conference yesterday, there was like at least 300, 400 people in there at one time. Imagine the worlds and the platforms that we could create if we leverage each other intentionally, not just this sort of like vapid conversation, like trying to get opportunities, but we actually build infrastructure collaboratively that is intentional about alleviating some of the issues or adding some solutions beyond just content. And I think that that's sort of like the sweet spot when it comes to us as people of color, Black folk, when we're creating content, because content is king and content drives sentiment. And so using that and keeping that in the forefront of my mind is what pushes me to create any type of property, whether I'm doing it for Little Apple Universe or whether I'm writing a script or trying to sell it to a network.
Right. It's you've got that vision for your brand and you're driving it forward. And I love the idea of the collaborative, of working and building a universe, that might have other programs attached to it, and really getting it out there and working together. Because together it's stronger. And it's very interesting because the animation business and the children's business is actually quite small. It's the same players. And it's so great to see the new talent coming in and these new databases being formed, that we've been hearing about, that are we've got a database of diverse writers, of the Black community, of Asians. I think that's so great, so that we're really widening our pool and getting to know more people, because the children's can only survive through collaboration and cooperation, because we usually have modest budgets, but the biggest budgets, because animation is expensive. And it's refreshing to see that people coming in want to collaborate and have great storytelling. Pearl, you were, where was the journey go for you? You've been an Oscar winner. Are you creating your own stories as well? You're storyboarding now. Do you have a bunch of projects in development? And tell me a bit about your story consciousness, how you get there.
Yeah, I definitely like to, I think for a really long time in the beginning of my career, just because of the types of shows that were, being put out in the industry in Vancouver, I didn't feel satisfied with the type of storytelling I was doing just because it felt, I couldn't see myself in it, this whole topic of conversation of like, not really seeing yourself in it, things don't resonate with you. So I kind of started to create things on the side, in the form of comics or in the form of Bible pitches for animated series. I currently have one right now that I am collaborating with the studio on with. Can't say too much, but we'll see how it goes with them. But it's definitely something that I want to continue to do. And I want to continue to bring on different people's perspectives into the storytelling process, just because I feel like everyone has different gaps in their knowledge. And that's when the collaboration comes in, and that's when everyone else can bring in something special and unique to them, to the project. And I really want to continuously, build bridges with people, because I really do think that, we're kind of evolving as an art community from just like connecting with people and being like, okay, like tick the boxes. I want to make sure I have this type of person on the project, blah, 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 to genuinely talking about honest storytelling. And honesty and authenticity comes by connecting with folks on a real level and asking about their stories and their lived experiences and bringing that into the process. And I think that, like I mentioned before, because, there are so many different avenues that we can travel now instead of just traditional broadcasters, I think that it leaves for so much more opportunity for folks to not ask permission anymore and to just do what they think needs to be done and say what needs to be said, whether that's in the kid space, whether that's in the young adult space, whatever. But yeah, that's something that I want to kind of be an active participant in the shaping of storytelling and how it evolves to a more deeper level, to a more honest level, and to, I know the word diverse has been said so much within these years, and I'm kind of tired of it, but it is true. That's how I feel. Like, I do want to have more diversity.
That's cool. And it is. But I think that you have to keep saying these words, otherwise they go away. And I think it's exciting to hear other people's stories and to know that you can come up with different kinds of stories that won't be turned away from the broadcaster because they're just looking for one particular vein of the same story. Because as Crescent had mentioned earlier, this is a business and they want to get the ratings, and ratings, are king. Content is king for us, the creators, but ratings is also really important for them. So creating programming that the kids want to watch and that is reaching a lot of people, but still gets the kids thinking. So we are getting questions from the audience. So I'm just going to look. There's a question about music. Navi Lancaster asked, music has a great effect on children. What are your views on using music to tell the stories of your characters? That's really interesting. Music for on YouTube for kids is the #1 thing that kids are looking up. We all know that. But so yeah, how are you incorporating music? Is it a big element of your storytelling? I'm throwing that out to anybody.
Yeah, we definitely incorporate music. And if everybody heard the song, the theme song to Sunday School, as I wrote it. So that's the element that I come from. I come from the music side, so I know how it touches people. I know that music is very important. Just like you have the Pharrell song Happy, and then you have it attached to the Minions. One don't go without the other. Even the Frozen song, they don't go without the other. A hit just is not a hit far as with the child. I'm not saying hit music, but as far as animation, you got to put them together. So, because they want to relive that experience when they were not watching Trolls. They want to relive it. In their mind, they want to be dancing like Trolls or shooting ice like Elsa and Anna. They want it. So music is very important, and we're definitely incorporated the music in our film and also television, the Sunday School series. And, we're going to have soundtracks. We want to bring that element back where people love buying soundtracks. Like, kids, adults, from hearing it in the movie. I want to buy the soundtrack. So we would definitely be incorporating that in our our music. I mean, our film and TV series.
Great. Cool. Anybody else want to add to music?
Well, I also think that music is another character in the show. Like, the music is going to tell you how you feel at a time. It's going to help you, are you scared? Are you happy? Are you angry? That's going to help your characters and the audience tell what you're supposed to be thinking. So I've always thought of it as another character who might not come in till the end, but they are there.
Pretty much.
Yeah, or they're there the whole time. Go ahead.
Pretty much when you watch TV, like you're always gonna hear music. Like if you watch the scene with no music and watch the scene with music, it's completely different. Particularly in animation. Like when I'm watching an animatic and I'm just watching, I'm listening to the characters, I'm seeing what's happening. It's something missing. Like if I'm just watching an animatic and there's no music, no sound, it's missing. It's nowhere near as exciting as a show is, but they pop that music in and it brings out emotions and it carries you through the scene. So it's no separation, not in animation, not live, nowhere, and not in any kind of genre when we're talking about television and movies. It's not a separation. It's one, they come together.
Right. Right.
To just add a button on that, I teach a mobile filmmaking class, and I often say that sound is the chaperone.
Yeah, that's great too. Yeah, because it's always there. It is always there. And needs to be, I think, too. We've got a couple other questions. How do you communicate the Black culture, the lived experience, in a way that touches everyone in a personal way? So, Pearl knows.
Oh, I just want to say like two things about that. I feel like one, we have to have many Black stories because I feel like not one Black story can relate to everybody. Right. Like that's just really hard and like a lot to ask for somebody. But also, and I always say this every time I get a chance to, Karen Tolliver had said that, the more unique and specific a story is, the more relatable and universal it becomes. And I really think that that's something that is really important to lean into when you talk about any type of story. Really, I think we've all seen those kinds of stories that are very general and for everybody, but then it kind of lands flat, no one really resonates with it. So I really think that specificity is actually a strength to do for storytelling. That's all I wanted to say.
I want to add to that, if you don't mind. I like these kind of questions because the part of, yes, this is a business, but the other part of it is it's an art, so this is an art. And as artists, you're telling your truth, your authentic stories, you're telling things. And the thing about the Black experience is it's a human experience. So like, think about another culture. I mean, I won't even name one, but when they get ready to write their story, they're not like, how do I communicate who I am through and get it? No, they're telling the story about when they fell in love. They're telling the story about when they went on an adventure. They're telling the story about when they had a dream and it didn't come true, or the obstacles they had to go through. Like this is life. This is human. If you're whoever you are, the thing is to be empathetic, to know people, and to know yourself. With those three things, and you're an artist, your job is to express that. It's going to come together. There's no formula. There's no formula to create this story because it's going to feel formulaic. The story structure is the formula. The truth is the story. That's not the formula. That's the art. So tell your truth. Be authentic. Tell your truth. And it's going to touch human hearts because how else can it not?
Really quick. Yes, with the Black experience, one thing about the Black experience, we have to be able to tell it ourselves. And we have to be able to own it, the Black experience. Because I'm the Black experience with my diabetes, but a company can't own my struggle, my experience. How are you going to tell me you're going to own my experience? So we have to be able to tell our Black experience stories, and we have to be able to own it. That's all I want to say.
Right. Good. And the final question is for Riley. Everyone is attacking very complex issues that adults haven't even figured out. How are you helping children navigate through these complex ideas through storytelling that isn't too complicated? And perhaps I think one of the things maybe there or would be police, for example. How do you bring it down to the kids' level?
Well, I think oftentimes we think that children are slow, and they're not. Children are very sharp and they're very observant. And oftentimes they can understand very complex concepts and ideas if we just speak to them as their people, because they are people with their own minds and their own opinions. And so oftentimes what I do is I don't approach them as if they're babies. I approach them as if they are intelligent beings and they can actually receive what I'm saying. And so if I'm talking about gentrification, you know, obviously I'm using references and things like that, pictures, and I'm not buttercupping it. And oftentimes when to kind of contextualize this, everyone has a phone, right? And as we're consuming content as adults, so are children. And so I'm doing less telling them new things, and I'm doing more contextualizing what they already know, if that makes sense. So they already know that something's not right with the police because they see it on the internet and they hear adults talking. So they already know that something's not right. All I have to do is connect the dots. That something's not right, there should be a solution. What is the solution? I can be a solution. You know, and it just goes from there, but it's less about babying them and trying to hide information and more about opening the information to them unapologetically and being real, because they're going to get it regardless whether they're on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. It's more so about contextualizing what they already know.
That's right. That's right. That's a great answer, because kids are clever and they want information and they want to be entertained. They're just little humans, and little adults, and they blow you away constantly with the stuff they know and the answers they give. And
the darnest things. They say the darnest things, but oftentimes those darnest things is the truth that we're avoiding.
Yeah, and smart. They come out of the blue with the smartest things too. So wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so so I think that's it for us. The hour flew by. It was a pleasure talking to you, and what a great summit this is, AfroAnimation International Summit, the first one. Thank you for having me, and Pearl Lowe, Riley Wilson, Crescent Novell, Jermaine Hargrove, and Wakita Hargrove, and Mika Stewart. Thank you so much for participating. And I'd love to stay in touch and hear more about your properties because they sound great. Great. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome to Resources to Launch Your Animation Career. A couple guests will be joining me shortly. You'll see them pop on. I can't believe how on time this is. Right on the dot. We know it's late for everybody, so we're getting ready to go. I think the others will join me now. Let's see if they pop in. Okay, so I'm gonna actually introduce. So here we have Monica Lego-Katis. Monica, we're gonna have everyone talk about their journey, but she's CEO of Frogbot Films and a producer with over 20 years experience. Bobby Pontius, Academy Award nominated director and creator at Disney TV. Yeah, Bobby.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
My man Frank Avney, writer, director at Netflix, among many other amazing things you're gonna hear about shortly. And Ethan Beck.
Ethan Baker in the building.
Yeah, Ethan's new to this group here, but we're excited to have you, Ethan, amazing YouTube creator and educator. So welcome, everybody. We're closing out AfroAnimation, last panel of the day. We know in Africa it's late for some people. We're gonna keep you awake. We're gonna keep you up. And really quickly, I just want to say thank you to Rio, Keith, the entire team. AfroAnimation is amazing. Like I said, I can't believe it's everything's on schedule. Rio was like texting me last night at midnight. You guys are amazing, and to all the other moderators, panelists, we're just blown away by the talent. It's been really amazing, and of course, thank you to everybody attending. So with that, I'd say let's get started. So this is Resources to Launch Your Animation Career. All of us kind of have the same passion. And you know, with Rise Up here, I'll just kind of introduce Rise Up a little bit. Our kind of mission statement is Rise Up Animation is dedicated to increasing diverse talent in the animation industry by providing BIPOC talent with advice, portfolio feedback, resume feedback, and the tools needed to turn their dreams into reality. That's what this is all about here. And Ethan's journey and his passions totally align with that. So we're very happy to have you. So first off, I'm going to start off in just getting in a little deeper with the founders, and really I want to kind of talk about the question of, like, today many students, high school, college students, we mentor people of all ages. They're about to get into the career of animation, or they're switching careers, or they're looking to heighten their craft. But of course, resources can be expensive. Schools are expensive, and that's kind of where we all come in. And I think there's a bit of a misconception that everyone like graduates CalArts and then gets their dream job, and it's not the case. It's not the case. We all know that here because we've all had kind of that zigzag journey. So I want to start off actually with Frank. I'm going to kick it off because Frank, your path is amazing. I've known you for years. The hustle, the perseverance, the dedication, your directorial debut with Canvas and the years that was in work. Can you talk a little bit about your journey starting off, Frank?
Yeah. I mean, it definitely wasn't a linear path, but I would say that I did have that passion from an early age when I was little. I didn't know I wanted to be an animator, but I knew I wanted to work in this industry in some capacity. After my dad passed, when I was little, I saw The Lion King, and that was like that was the big one. That was the first time I was able to really connect with the film, and that was the first time that I just kind of got a glimpse into what just the powerful medium that animation was. There were lions, but I was able to see myself in that journey and see myself in the fears that Simba felt, and just it was that kind of that set the course. And so fast forward through high school and stuff, I was always drawing and stuff, and then when it came time to look for colleges, I jumped right into seeing how I can get into the industry. And then along the way it was very rocky. There were times I didn't know if this was going to be the right path for me, because animation is and was very difficult, and I saw other people succeeding quicker and getting it quicker, and I just, something wasn't clicking. But you just keep on. I did set it down for a little bit, and then I came back a little before graduation, and yeah, from there, just I was able to start working a little before I graduated. I was working in a company out in Irvine doing character stuff, and then I jumped into games, and then met all of you when I jumped into feature over at Disney in the training program, and then on Frozen, and then just from there went on to DreamWorks and Pixar, and now directing at Netflix, and along the way working on Canvas and getting that out on Netflix last year. And yeah, that's the quick of it.
Oh my God, Frank, I love you, man. I know just from seeing you at work, on Frozen, and seeing you do stuff at DreamWorks. You just have you're constantly wanting to learn. You're doing tests on the side all the time, even when you're working at Disney, you're working at Pixar, and you're still learning along the way. It's very inspiring, Frank.
It doesn't end.
A man with 6 jobs, like that's what he does. He's like,
my gosh, we always joke. Bobby always jokes that whenever we Zoom with Frank, he's cooking dinner. He's got 2 kids on his shoulders. He's animating. He's writing. He's the real life Mr. Incredible.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
So that's great, Frank. And by the way, everyone knows this is a conversation, so please jump in. With anything. But Monica, I'm going to turn it over to you. Okay. And Monica, before I introduce you, what earrings? Can you tell me about your earrings?
Okay, so I'm such a geek. I'm not really, not really geek. So everyone has their beliefs, but I believe we all came from Africa. So for me, that was a huge thing for me, was to get to Africa one day. And my stepfather worked on The Lion King, and he went to Africa, and I was like, I've got to get to Africa. So for my 40th birthday, my husband and I went to Kenya and Tanzania, and it was like coming home, honestly. And so I got these earrings when I was there, and I got a bracelet from one of the wonderful tribes that I met when I was there, the Maasai. So anyway, it was an amazing experience. And so, yeah, I was like, in honor of AfroAnimation, which I am so happy to be here and so proud of everyone who's done all the work, and every panelist. Like, what an amazing group of people. So thank you for that.
Amazing, Monica. Amazing. And Monica, your journey is incredible. I mean, from a PA on Pocahontas, is that right, to a producer on one of Netflix's biggest hits, The Christmas Chronicles, and now being CEO of your own company, a founder with Rise Up. Can you talk about your journey a little bit? And kind of like what I love too is your motto at Frogbot Films: characters we love, stories we have to tell, seen by the biggest audience possible. Tell us why kind of that's been important in your journey too.
Well, so I was born in Hollywood, California. My mom is an immigrant from South America, so I'm Hispanic, and my dad wasn't here very long. I mean, he was born here, but like, we don't have generations. So I was brought up very, pretty poor, and had to make my own way. And I loved animation. I mean, I loved it as a kid, but I had no idea that I could get into the field. And then, as I mentioned, just kind of luckily, my mother left my father and married another man. And years later, he was working at Disney, and he was doing backgrounds he started on The Little Mermaid. And by the time he was on The Lion King, and, I was like, wow, you can actually work for Disney. You can make animated movies. Like, I don't know where I thought these films and projects were being made, like in outer space. So even though I didn't go to an expensive college or anything, in fact, I was working at Bank of America that paid my tuition because, like I said, we didn't have money. So I went to Cal State LA, down here in East LA. And I was, it was very hard to get in. Just because someone doesn't guarantee it, but it does give you at least a connection. And so after 4 months, I did get hired. And you're right, it was Pocahontas. It's my first film, and I was there for 23 years, and I did leave after Zootopia, and I did work with Clay. And so for me, this is so important for us because Clay's a mutt. He's part Mexican as well, and European American. And I never really fit in anywhere when I was a kid, because I definitely wasn't white, and I wasn't Hispanic enough because I was born here, and I wasn't Jewish enough because I didn't follow the Jewish religion. So for me, representation was really important. And so that's really important for everything I do and everything I produce. I'm always thinking, what is the best way to tell this story? And should the characters be, female? Should they be people of color? That's what I'm always thinking about first, honestly.
Awesome. Thank you, Monica. And I'm going to kick it over to Bobby now. Ethan, we're going to get to you soon too. Bobby, what I love about your journey, I think people can look at your artwork online and just think, man, that guy's talented. But you went from like doing 2D to games to feature animation, to character design, to viz dev, same as everyone here, constantly learning. And now you're a creator and director at Disney, and you're just one of my favorite artists of all time because of your passion. Can you talk about just like those years of kind of like changing disciplines and growing within the industry?
Yeah, I think so. And that's great. Thank you for saying that. Like in the beginning, it was just kind of like all of us, like on this call of like, you love drawing, and then just kind of like, how can I pursue that and make a living? And then when we discovered animation, it's like, oh my God, you can make a living, like in animation, drawing and that kind of stuff. And you can show to your parents of like, hey, this person, that person did this. And so, yeah, that's really exciting too. And we're really fortunate to even like be a part of that, just kind of like finding our passions like early on. And so for me, like I think maybe just my whole career is just kind of like having a lot of interests and just kind of like, there's animation, there's drawing. I love drawing. You do like one aspect of the industry, and then you're just kind of like, okay, what else is there? And then you do that for a little bit, and then what else is there? So I've kind of always been like maybe for better or for worse, like someone who's just kind of like I like a lot like jack of all trades, master of none. Really, just like master of none. But I like a lot of it, And so now, like it's sort of brought me, like my experience in animation character design has brought me now to like trying to pitch shows and create shows and that kind of stuff. So like I kind of feel like all of the sort of combined experience that you have might sort of contribute to like what your ultimate goals are. My ultimate goals are, speaking of representation, is just kind of like at some point it clicked on me, just kind of like, well, what I want to do with the rest of my career is sort of dedicate that to telling Southeast Asian stories, especially like Filipino stories, right? Because that's what I can bring to the table. I really wanted to tap into like, who am I? Like what do I bring to the table? And so I right now just sort of dedicated my career towards that. And whether it works out or not, hopefully it does, but like it just kind of gives my career a trajectory, I think.
No, it's amazing, Bobby. As your friend, I've loved seeing you. You've achieved so much, and then now you just dedicate so much to kind of like that next step. So it's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's awesome. Inspiring path. And then this leads us to Ethan. Ethan and I just met the other day.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
you froze. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, Ethan. Yeah.
Awesome.
So Ethan, I just loved talking to you the other day because I just discovered, how much our goals aligned and your passion of providing like affordable lessons on YouTube. And I'm just kind of curious, like your path in your career into the industry, and then that choice and that inspiration to make YouTube your full-time gig now. I went down a rabbit hole of your videos the other day, and it's really cool. So can you talk about that a little bit, Ethan?
Yeah. I think the main thing was that I grew up in a small town and there wasn't any resources there. It was the only thing we had was it was a redneck town that I grew up in. Nobody really knew much about animation, but I eventually I was working. I grew up pretty darn poor. I think there's some people in animation that may have, similarly. Mm-hmm. But my family didn't have too much money to give me, so I kind of had to make my own way. I got a full ride scholarship to college, and after doing a semester of doing that, it's like, as a lot of people know, public colleges, they're just not the best for working in art or animation. So I did a semester of that, and I was like, I can't do this. I got to go to California. I've got to go where the actual industry is. And again, my family didn't have any money to give me, so I really had to kind of make it on my own in a way, and not. I think the problem is a lot of people think that you have to go to like a professional academy, or you got to go to like an art institute or something like that and drop a bunch of money. And I think the main thing for my channel is like trying to get that information out, that you don't have to do that. You don't have to drop a massive amount of money, go into debt. All it is, honestly, and a lot of people don't know this, is because they just were never taught this, by their parents, or they weren't taught. They just don't know where to look on the internet sometimes too. And I'm trying to make that resource available, that you don't have to drop all this money. You can go and literally learn on the internet. You can go on YouTube. You can go take free classes. You don't even have to buy. You don't even have to buy classes. I mean, I want you to buy my class that I have, but this is literally just something to skip ahead in time. It's like, you can learn all this information gradually, free on the internet, but if you want to skip, you take professional classes on the internet. So yeah, moved to California, lived in my car for a good amount of time in downtown Los Angeles, and I was doing classes at CDA, which can be fairly inexpensive, at Concept Design Academy in Pasadena. But other than that, I was doing that, working on my own stuff on the side. And it took about 2 years for me to get my first gig in animation. I think that's the main thing that I'm trying to do with my YouTube channel, is just to get that information out there, that you don't have to drop a bunch of money, and that there's a lot of really, really talented kids out there right now, kids and adults, that they're the future,
Right. Awesome.
Oh, I think we might have lost Trent for a second. He was having issues with his
yeah,
right. So he'll probably come back in a second.
Yeah.
Why don't we continue with, I don't have the questions in front of me at the second, but I have them near me. So I hear, so Rio's coming in, but let's talk a little bit about, if you don't mind, let's bounce back to her. Oh, there she is. Hi, Rio.
Hey, this is why I'm here. I kind of hang out backstage all day long. I have nothing else to do.
I was like, gonna start going to what do we do at Rise Up, guys?
You wait until Rio just appears again. The crowd has seen me for 2 days. Before we continue with the questions, I don't even know where mine are either. Ethan, so many people are asking that they're really surprised to see you without a knife to your throat. What is that all about? They want to know. You got? Oh, are you leaving us? Oh, he's
getting. Oh, now that's a knife.
Let's see that.
There you go. It's to hold my microphone in my videos.
That's awesome.
The thing is that a lot of people, they say they want to learn, they don't actually want to learn. They want to be entertained. So I got to find stupid little gimmicks like this, some kind of form of danger to keep them entertained. It's just a bunch of kids, it's hard to keep their attention. You got to find you got to find a way to do it.
You know what, Ethan? They came for you, because more than a few people were like, where is his knife? So I was like, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to interrupt the broadcast to understand what is happening here. No, I love this whole panel, because literally for the last 2 days, people have been asking for resources. There's so many people who are like, I don't have any money to go to school. And even in the questions right now in the audience, the people are saying, what do you guys recommend? Do you recommend going to school or not? No one will take one person's answer as truth. So I'd love to just go round robin, starting with Monica. I know you guys have all shared your journey, but what do you think in terms of your 23 years at Disney, your current, jobs? Is it really about the portfolio, which is great if you're an illustrator or, an animator, but what if you are a writer or director and you're not sure what you want to be yet? What is the path?
Well, Trent is back, so he's coming back soon in a second.
You can go ahead.
Just letting you know, I believe that education absolutely has its place. So I don't want to say you shouldn't go to school, but I will also say that, you know, Rise Up Animation, we have people that sign up for, like you're talking about, Rio, for all the disciplines. So not just the art. We have people who are interested in writing. Of course, they can't pitch us their stuff, but we can talk to them about pitching. And then there's, you know, producing, the producer track, which is production management, engineers, you know, we need technology, we need people for recruiting. So there's tons of different things you can do in animation. So I want to put that out there first. I would say for artists, the portfolio is most important. Some people are born with it. Some people teach themselves, and some people definitely learn through school, but some people don't even learn well through school. They're better off, like Ethan's saying, like watching and doing kind of online courses. So I think you don't have to go to school if you're an artist and you're really good. Your portfolio will speak for you. And also, age is not really a limit either.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I was listening to that, so I got distracted. So if your portfolio is amazing, it doesn't even matter your age. It's not like, that's the beauty of animation. If you're great, you're great. You're going to get hired. And if you have a good personality, that's the best part, because we really don't want to work with jerks. But, you know,
jerks get a third rap. I'm kidding.
Definitely some special ones. But I would say that at the end of the day, you know, if you're trying to be like, if you want to run a studio and it's not your own, then people are going to look for education. You know, I got my associate's degree first, people. I went to a junior college. I didn't have the money. I didn't know what I wanted to be. So I think the first thing you need to do is, like, if you're good at drawing, if you're good at anything in this industry, is to start looking online. Absolutely. If you're a person of color, please sign up with Rise Up Animation if you're over 18, because we have resources for you. And like Ethan said, there's free stuff, and there's stuff that you can take classes that are more affordable. And then there's also brick and mortar that are getting better too. So I think it's all avenues.
Can I ask you a question? In your experience in the industry, how many times have you personally, or any of you, seen somebody get hired just purely off of their work ethic and their good attitude? Like, their portfolio may be here, but everybody knows, like, they're willing to work. They're willing to, like, the work ethic and their attitude is like here.
It depends on, when you say, I mean, their portfolio has to be pretty close though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for, if this is the range of great art, right? Like, this is the low end and this is the high end. Yeah, there is a point where they don't have to be the best artist as long as they have a great attitude. We've not just hired them. Usually we hire them, we'll keep them on. But if they're not a good enough artist, even if they're amazing, at the end of the day, that's not the best thing for them. They need to be taught and learned. And so we also offer mentorship at studios. But I would say you want to be a good artist, but yeah, you want to be a great person, because I think you have an aptitude to grow.
Well,
Can I just add to that quickly too?
Yes,
hi everybody. I'm so sorry.
Come on back.
Yeah, thank you, Rio, for jumping. I pay all this money for internet, and there it goes. Okay. I just wanted to add
That's why you
that,
don't
Monica.
pay. I'm using my neighbors right now.
I think I am now too. I might be using yours, Rio. I'm logging in.
I'm using Rio's internet too.
Yeah.
Rio's like, don't address it. Move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, Monica, that, and I think I can speak for all of us here, like a lot of us are leaders at our respective studios or in the industry in some way. And I know I always choose enthusiasm and attitude, especially at work when, like, we're building a crew, over talent. I mean, it's just like, you want the people passionate about the project. And that will always be kind of my number one choice, to create a positive team environment.
But I will say this, though, you have to admit that what happens is that the portfolios are looked at and they're given through, and then you look at the portfolios and you have to see that's something, like, just raw talent. And then when you meet the people, to your point, and that's where it goes to what Ethan's talking about, then you're like, damn, this person's rad. Let's hire him. You know, so.
Exactly.
Yeah. I kind of feel like the days of hiring, like, where on potential, have gotten a lot slimmer. I mean, it could be partially because, the production schedules are a lot quicker, and there's just needing to get people that can kind of hit the ground running quicker than you had to back 10 plus years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, you're right on. And I would say to anyone who's watching that wants to get into animation, look close to home first. Don't set your eyes and sights on whatever it is you want to be. If you want to work at some of the big studios, no problem. That's great. But look close to home, because that's where you're going to get the best experience. You're going to get mentored by people. You'll get your speed up, your quality up, and then you can be applying to different areas. And especially, like, I love what all the folks are doing with, with this summit right here. You hear about all this animation happening in Africa and South Africa, and I'm hoping that that just branches out.
Amazing. And you know what? That's a great segue, Monica, to starting to talk a little bit about Rise Up and the YouTube classes you have, Ethan. So I'm going to kick it over to Bobby for a second. And please, since I was out for a couple minutes, let me know if you already talked about this stuff. But Rise Up Animation is almost a year old, Bobby. June 5th, it'll be a year old. Can you talk about its incarnation and its initial goals with the program?
Yeah. So, like we all went through 2020 together. And man, what some might call it a shit show, but we would call it just kind of like a trying moment, like, like all of us like together. And with the, getting deeper into the topics of just kind of like what happened with George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement. And we were already in quarantine, and that was in the summer, that was June. And when all that happened, we were all at home kind of feeling helpless. And what could we do, right? And what could we do for educating ourselves, but also kind of like maybe what could we do locally for our industry, right? So Monica, Frank, and Trent and I, we keep in touch, because we met at Disney not so long ago. And the question was just kind of like, is there something that we can do for our industry, the animation industry, like a BIPOC, of like people of color? What can we do to uplift them and sort of like make a change and just sort of like take action in the face of just all this negativity, right? So it started out really humbly, to be honest, of just kind of like maybe we can sort of provide a free online portfolio reviews to people of color. And because no one's going to CTN these days, and Lightbox and any of these Comic Cons and anything like that. So maybe we can provide those resources now. And with Zoom, man, we can sort of like connect the world to this Hollywood animation industry that we work with every day. Like Ethan is, Ethan, of just kind of like we work with incredibly talented people in the Hollywood, LA space every day, but like not everyone has that sort of resource, right? So what if we bring that to the world, right? And what if we bring that especially to spaces that don't necessarily have access to those resources? And so
I love that, Bobby. I love just your simple sentence of bringing Hollywood to their front doors and
bringing Hollywood to their front doors. And the amazing thing, guys, is like once we put that out to our colleagues, everybody kind of made a floodgate to like want to volunteer, because they wanted to do something in the face of all of this social unrest, but they didn't just necessarily have a platform for it. So Rise Up Animation was just kind of like, yes, sign me up, sign me up, sign me up. So we had people sign up from every animation studio, whether it's in LA area, Pixar, DreamWorks, and all that kind of stuff. People just wanted to be a part of it. So that's the bread and butter of Rise Up Animation. We do a lot of other things and panels and all that kind of stuff, but like really what Rise Up is kind of providing, like feedback sessions. And it's not only portfolio, it's not only art, It's also production. It's also editorial. It's also like sound engineering and all that kind of stuff. Like providing resources around the world for people just so that they can kind of connect with their sort of dream job. If they have a dream to work in Hollywood, we're here for you, you know.
Well said.
I was saying voiceover acting, and I realized I was muted.
Voiceover acting, yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's so well said, Bobby. I think we were inspired in that first week of setting up Rise Up that we had, you know, there's now over 500 volunteers, like Bobby mentioned, from all the major studios. So if you do sign up for a review, which please do, please come sign up. You have a chance of being mentored by someone from Pixar, Disney, Nickelodeon, all these amazing places.
Sony,
and
everywhere, yeah.
Exactly. And I think, like, as a collective, you know, the founders and all the mentors truly believe that the future of our industry depends on diverse and inclusive storytelling. And that's kind of what we're all about. So
absolutely. Can I just put a little thing out there?
Please,
I just want to say that not only with the big studios, we want all artists. So we're looking right now for more people who have experience with, you know, industry experience. So at least 3 to 5 years, a great portfolio to help give feedback right now to people who are interested in biz dev, environment design, character design, and background paint. So no matter where you are in the world, because even though we're a US-based nonprofit, we do, our feedback sessions are international. So if you're looking to volunteer, please go to our website, riseupanimation.org, and there's a volunteer, and you can apply there. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Monica, for saying that. And I'm actually going to kick it over to Frank, because I know all of us have benefited from some sort of mentorship. And we all believe in that. And we believe that this information should be free to everybody. It shouldn't cost $200,000 and exclude people. So, Frank, can you talk a little bit about the importance of mentoring in your career?
Yeah, mentoring's been huge, because I can't imagine getting anywhere just on my own, you know, because it's I mean even just picking out colleges, you're talking to people, you reach out to people to see, like, you know, does this curriculum look like it's the kind of stuff that I need to be knowing. And then you know, as I was in college, so my first kind of my first mentor is someone I ended up working with at Pixar once I got hired there. But I was at the tail end of college. I was about to finish, and I saw he had a blog, and this guy, his name is Victor Navone, and he had a blog, and back in, you know, in the blog days of everyone, you know, that was a big thing some years ago. But yeah, I reached out, and then, you know, it started off just kind of like getting an idea of how he got into the industry, and kind of learning from his experience. He was self-taught though, but so, you know, there's some nice things to learn about that route. But yeah, we kept in touch. He ended up recommending Animation Mentor to me because I was about to graduate and my work wasn't quite there. And he ended up being my first mentor at Animation Mentor also. And just over the years, like, even when I finished, even when I wasn't in his class and I was taking other ones, I would, you know, I asked him if it was okay if I would, you know, just send him stuff to get his feedback. Because, you know, as we were talking, you know, I learned, you know, that, you know, he had great sensibilities and just his acting choices, everything. It was something that aligned with what I wanted to do. And so, yeah, we kept in touch. You know, I graduated. We kept in touch over the years when I was working in feature, and then yeah, he's actually the guy that was training me when I actually got to Pixar, learning the software and everything. So it was, you know, just going throughout the journey, and then ending up being able to work with him and learning from him again as we're together in the same workplace. Like it was such a huge experience, and it just it forces you to realize, like, that we're all connected in some way in this industry, and we all need, you know, there's sometimes you run into that kind of like silent competition as you know, some of these schedules can create in a studio, you know, when it's time to ramp down and ramp up in the studio. But you know, just you separate from all that stuff. It's a very collaborative and small industry, and you know, having people there to help guide you based on their experiences, and or just being someone to talk to, you know, on the mental health side of things, you know, because, you know, the industry can hit us in that way as well. You know, it's crucial. It's been super helpful for me. So, you know, I always wanted to be once I got into a certain position, wanting to be able to, you know, reach back.
Well, and that's just what I love about this group too, is we've all kind of had like nice mentorships like that, and everyone pays it forward. And I think that's what's special about the industry too. So I love that, Frank. And Monica, I'm going to throw it to you too, because I want to know, Bobby explained it great, like how Rise Up got started and kind of what our bread and butter is. Where's Rise Up headed? What's next for us? And for everyone that doesn't know, Monica is she's kicking our ass and she's pushing us. Like we're not going to just be this organization that lasts 3 months and disappears. She and all of us behind her are excited about continuing with this.
Oh, thank you. And I need to give credit to Morgan. She was one of our first people helping us to get ourselves to become a nonprofit company. So yeah, it's very exciting. So it's true, our bread and butter are our feedback sessions, but we are also doing panels. We're collaborating with other studios. So we did a Nick Rise Up Animation Week. So we'll be doing that yearly. We're going to be doing one with Disney, Pixar, Sony. We just got our first official sponsor, Sony Pictures Animation. Very exciting. But what we're hoping to do eventually, and that's not going to be immediate because it takes a while, but we would like to be able to, with the funding we get, you know, be able to run Rise Up Animation, but be able to do scholarships for people, no matter where you are in the world. And we don't want it to be just a brick and mortar school. So we're hoping that it can be something where we can give out scholarships to individuals that need it, and they can be using it for online schools or, you know, whatever that may be. We're also we're getting into outreach. So we're doing stuff with schools. So even though our program is for 18 and older, we're also going to be going to elementary schools, junior highs, and high school to let people know that you can absolutely have a career in animation. And we feel like with the 4 of us going in and doing that, and all of our mentors, it shows people that, yeah, you can be a Latino woman, Filipino man, African-American man, and a European Canadian gentleman. And we can go in and show you that, like, your paths, doesn't matter where you come from, what you have, what you don't have, you can make a career in this. And there's so many different jobs. So it's a big piece.
It's amazing, Monica. Yeah, we're here to stay. Rise Up is here to stay, and I kind of love where it's going. And with that, Ethan, because I went down a rabbit hole of your videos, I discovered your videos are okay. They're what I think sets you apart from a lot of things out there is they're fun, they're super entertaining, and you get real too. I mean, you have this really nice balance. And someone mentioned in the chat something about a knife. I don't know if you've already talked about that or not, but tell us about like your community. You're over 600,000 followers, and kind of what inspired you to kind of teach in a different way.
Yeah, again, it comes back to that knife situation. You know, you gotta make sure they're entertained in some form or fashion. Yeah, you really, it's pretty much like we all have the same goal here, is just trying to put that information out, that there's so many different opportunities, and everybody thinks that there's just one. You know, you hear the term animator, and that's all that people know. Like, oh, that person's an animator. It's not just that. I think we're all trying to say that there's so many different types of jobs. You just don't understand, and you don't even have to start at the top. You don't even have to start at the middle. You can start at the bottom, the base level, and work your way up. You don't have to be the best artist in the world. That's what I was trying to say earlier, is just a good attitude goes a really, really long way. I think that's just one of the major things that I'm trying to get across is I worked as a storyboard director supervisor on this last project that I was on, and some people were really good at drawing, but I just couldn't necessarily rely on some of them. And then some of the people that were working with me, they weren't the best artists, but I knew as soon as I asked for them, they would be there. And it's that work ethic that was like, I want to work with that person. They don't do the best, but I know that they'll try again, and they'll try again until they get it. And I feel like that goes such a long way. So I think my channel is trying to put, because you know, you see, this is what I think of. is sprinkles versus meat. You got a lot of sprinkles on the internet, you know, people putting the little pretty thing on the top of the thing, and it's like, that's not, you're not teaching these people. You just can't get very far with sprinkles. It all looks nice, but you need to know the meat of the cake, you know, cake meat. But you have, and you have to be real with people sometimes. And I guess my form of doing that is kind of like not really holding anybody's hand and telling them how it is. And
so my thing, Ethan, too, like building off of that, just kind of like there must be something like, you know, because we know so many people in the animation industry, like, but there are the select few that want to help people, like you said. So where does that come from, do you think? You know, I mean, like, that want to help people. Like, we could easily go on, you know, to the industry and just kind of do our thing, but like you turning around and going, oh, I want to help people. Where do you think that comes from in your?
Well, I mean, I could talk about where it comes from, but definitely the reason that I want to do it is why we're all here. Well, for this particular situation is to get diversity and to really, there's a lot of unheard voices, unseen people that need to be heard, that need to be seen. And they just don't have the resources to know that they can be heard and be seen. And it is literally best for everybody. It's best for the companies, best for individuals, that we bring in diversity and tell these stories that need to be told and see these different perspectives, because it's real. I think I'm tired of I've watched YouTube go. If you've been in it for a while, you can watch these trends happen. And right now we're at a trend of truth where people are kind of sick of like, we want to see behind the scenes and we want to see the truth of things. And for me, in storytelling, that means telling real stories. And that means we need to get young artists, and we need to get people who want to tell their story, tell their real story. So it's not, I think that's, for me, that's like the main goal is to, and that involves, you know, diversity and as many real stories as we can, because it's literally best for everybody. To often in Hollywood, you know, sometimes we want to hide a lot of things. And I feel like we're kind of past that at this point. We really need to start telling real stories. I hope that answers your question in some way.
Ethan, that's great. There's so many good things you said there, aside from meat cake, which is also great. But I loved
cake meat though. Cake meat is the best.
Oh,
I was still thinking about that.
Yeah, we could easily spend the next 15 minutes talking about meat cake, for sure. So there's a couple things I love that you mentioned there. One is that, you know, like, I think for Rise Up, all of our mentors are currently in the industry, and you have close experience with the industry still, and so you can speak the truth, the real, not just portfolio advice and looking at drawings, but also how to navigate their careers. And the other thing I love that you mentioned, this is just kind of opening up for the room, is it's the world's much smaller now. Your YouTube channel reaches all around the world, and you know, we mentor people all the way around the world. And we're wanting to reach out to African creators and people all around the world. So how has that kind of like changed things? And what has been your experience with this international audience for the room?
For me, there's so many people that are coming from all over the world that I'm seeing, and like a lot of them saying, I didn't know this was a thing. And now because of the internet, so many people from so many different parts of the world, and the talent that's coming out of these places and the stories that they're going to be telling is so vastly different than all this crap that we've been seeing over and over and over again. It's literally best for everybody. That's the only way I can put it. It's amazing, the people that I'm seeing in my community.
Ethan literally took the words out of my mouth. So I was going to tag on to your comment, Ethan, about like why we need to have different and new stories. And I don't want to be disrespectful to people who've been making animation all these years. There's great stuff. But a lot of it is very much get to a point where it's like same old. And you know, I do think people are ready for different stuff. I think, you know, the studios are trying, you know, to do different things, but there's just, there's just so many people all over the world. And I know for me, like that's the most rewarding thing about doing what we're doing. Because, you know, I have like 4 different jobs. I mean, Rise Up Animation is definitely my focus right now and getting it going for the longevity. But at the end of the day, it's about meeting with people from all over the world. And, you hear about how they never thought it would be something attainable. And now they're messaging us and letting us know, oh, I got an internship, or I got I'm working freelance. Like that is the industry. You don't have to be working for a studio. You can just be doing freelance. You're doing it. So anyway, I just want to make sure people feel encouraged, motivated.
No, that's great, Monica. Actually, I'd love. Sorry, Frank, but I'd love you to answer this. Actually, is because we're a lot of the portfolio feedbacks. If we're meeting with people around the world, the lack of information or resources out there. Can all of you talk about kind of what a typical portfolio session looks like and the information you're trying to get across?
Well, go ahead, Frank. Yeah, no, go, Frank.
I was just gonna say that I typically try to balance between like the work and the personal and just like kind of what Ethan was talking about earlier, like some of the stuff that you don't really learn in school, because same thing when I'm teaching. It's I usually want to try to get to know someone, like where are you from, what got you into animation, like what do you want to do, what's your end goal, and kind of bounce from there, and we can talk about the work, but then also it's like digging into the personal, because I think one of the things that I've noticed was that sometimes the work is just the work, and so you see it's, and what I mean by that is that you may be they may be trying to create something that's cool, or like that can get attention in some way, or the attention of a studio or something like that, but there's something that's missing at it, and that was something from my own journey that I learned, which is the personal experience and putting that into the work, and so then we can dig into learning more about their background, or what why they made this choice, and what just getting into the personal side of it, because I think that translates into what was just talked about earlier about the diversity in storytelling, because then we get to learn more about that different perspective. We were presented the perspective, but then we get to dive deeper into something, even if we don't know where it's coming from, like something that's different, we don't know, it opens up that path of education that we can go down to learn more about this culture, that culture, or why why it's such a big thing in summertime, when you see the coconut vendor in India, and it just like one of my friends, he's been posting these things, Tarun, he's been posting these bits,
love those.
Yeah. And it's just giving you a window into that person's life, their culture, their perspective, and so that's really it for me. Like I want to dig into the personal side, and then pull that out, and then we can get that into the work. And
that's the same with me. I do an hour, and the first half hour is literally just getting to know the person. I always give them kind of like what Rise Up Animation's about, to try to make sure I'm managing their expectations, because not all of our mentors, we don't do long-term mentoring. It's really kind of like you get to come in and meet with different people. Like you can do that every 60 days. But at the end of the day, like the first 30 minutes, I kind of talk a little bit for like 10 minutes about myself, because they're usually a little nervous. And then they tell me about them. And then that's how you can then look at the artwork and cater what your resources you're going to provide to them that will fit. If somebody is in Canada versus Indonesia and there's no art school, so so it's very much about that. And they sometimes turn into a therapy session. I've done some crying. My mentees have burst out into tears. It's very, very moving. And that's why our mentors, we want you to have enough life experience to be able to handle that, because that's pretty heavy. So I hope that helps, Trent.
That's so great. I love what you're both saying, and it's so true, Frank, about, I mean, being yourself feels like such a cliche thing to say, but being in demo reel reviews, we will always take the performance that feels real, or the drawings that feel real and connected, and tell an interesting perspective over a polished reel. I mean, I always think at a certain point, everyone can do a bouncing ball the same. Everyone can draw hands the same. But what's that extra spark? And to students out there, I think finding that, bringing your background, your perspective, your storytelling is so important. And Bobby, maybe you can talk to that a little bit, because I love the drawings you've been posting recently of your childhood and Filipino stories. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think real quickly, just to echo like what Frank and Mon said, just like I talk about the craft of just kind of like being a better draftsman painter, and then also kind of exploring your voice, like craft and voice. So essentially, what sums up like what they just said, and that's really hard. I feel like I just found my voice like last year, just because I was just kind of like I just didn't think that anyone would want to hear my stories, or my culture stories. I just didn't think anyone would want to hear it. But like, I think that's the thing that I want to encourage. And anyone on the call, anyone that I meet with Rise Up Animation, is just kind of like, tell your stories. It doesn't experiences that you've had. Maybe they're stories from your culture. I mean, because like that's what the entertainment world, like animation, needs. It's fresh perspectives, right? I would lean into that, embrace your culture and embrace your upbringing and embrace your background and all that kind of that stuff can be kind of hard, and we don't always think that anyone wants to hear that, but they do, because it's you, and it's fresh. It's just kind of like it will make whether you're pitching a show, pitching a movie, or pitching your portfolio or making your portfolio, that your personal life experience and perspective is gonna make you stand out.
Well said, Bobby. Well said. That's it's a good place. I think it's a great place to kind of end on. But before we end, a bit of a lightning round here. I'd love to know, and we can start with Ethan. Lightning round of just words of advice for people trying to get into the industry, students, please.
All right, lightning round, like 10 seconds is fail, 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 fail faster. Be excited to fail. Every time you do, just see like, why did I fail? Which way can I go now? Do not be scared of it. Embrace it. Just keep on going. And also perfect practice. You can watch my videos about perfect practice, but practice doesn't make perfect. All right. You got to be very specific in how you practice, because anybody can sit there with a baby crayon all day and go in circles. That's not going to help you get any better. All right. So think about how you practice. Go ahead.
I love that, Ethan. I love that. And I'm gonna kick it over to Monica.
Oh, okay. I would say very similarly. I like the way Ethan put it, but I do think you have to work really hard and you have to work at your craft daily. I would also say don't give up. And at the end of the day, just know that you matter and you're here, and we're all here to connect. So just do it. Oh God, I sound like Nike. Okay.
Do you work for, you got paid $1 to say that, didn't you? You got paid. Bobby, let's hear it, man. Lightning round.
Lightning round, just be kind. I learned this from Monica, Frank, and Trent especially, just like be kind to people around you. And that sounds trivial, but like that means the world. I mean, can you imagine like like the boss that you worked for, your favorite boss, they were kind, right? So
love it. Be kind. It's such a simple thing, and it goes a long way in this industry. Mm-hmm. And Frank, close us out with no pressure, but the top words of advice.
Like suddenly my heart just started. But echoing all that. I'll also say just to take care of yourself. We're only as good as what we're as how good we are. So as much as it is about the work and making sure that you're delivering, and you have all-nighters and all that stuff to bring the truth to your craft and all that stuff, making sure that you're taking care of yourself and making sure that you're living life, because that's the source of what you're going to be pulling from to bring that truth into the work. So
Well said.
Yeah,
Well
well
said,
said.
well said.
I mean, honestly, everybody, that advice rounds it out. Amazing. It's almost like we planned that, but we didn't. We didn't. That was on the spot. So great job, everybody. It's just a pleasure to be here moderating all the amazing talent and inspirational people here. So with that,
kick it back to Rio. Yeah.
I'm going to invite Rio.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Come
Don't
on
leave
in,
the
Rio.
stage. Just don't leave yet, guys. But Rio's coming
I'm out.
in.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
There
Rio.
I am. Okay.
Hey.
If people could see what's going on behind the scenes, I'm like, I'm ready. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to just thank the last panel of AfroAnimation. You guys really did us proud today. Great personalities. I love that you guys all come from super humble beginnings, because again, a lot of the folks who are here at this panel, they're saying, I can't afford school. I can barely afford X. My parents don't understand that animation can be a real career. I don't know where to get the tools, etc. Well, it was very intentional that we ended the summit with, this panel. Number one, you guys are a hoot. But again, just allowing folks to know that riseup.org, and also Ethan Becker. I mean, I've been posting his YouTube links in the chats outside, but just Google Ethan Becker, go in there. I feel like, Ethan, your subscribers went up like 10,000 subscribers like in one day. I feel like it was like 600 yesterday, and it's like 611, but get in there. His videos are, like you said, entertaining and educational. And again, these last 2 days, you guys don't even know, some of you who are not in the industry, it's been a masterclass, a free masterclass of what to do in animation, how people's journeys have differed, how they could be like your own. So with that, it's a wrap. I'm going to thank our sponsors, LOL Studios, LOL Networks. They are actually, again, I've never seen this. Those of you who have been at studios, how often do people get to be invited to pitch? So calling all illustrators, calling all animators, Kevin Hart's LOL Productions, LOL Studios, they are accepting actively submissions. So you can email them at submissions@laughoutloud.com, or you can go to the left of your screen and you can go into the expo, and they have an amazing banner. You just click on it, you'll see their video. And then I believe there's an email in there, and you can find out how to submit your work. Also in the expo are other sponsors. Cinesite, phenomenal partnership these last 2 days. They've loaned us people. They have, just been really phenomenal in terms of supporting diversity. They put their money where their mouth is. They have offices in London, Berlin, Vancouver, Toronto. And I say that because we have such a representation of people who are attending AfroAnimation. So our hearts are filled. Also, Toon Boom, again, the animation lounge to the left of the big screen in the expo. Toon Boom has something called the Animation Lounge. Get in there, check out the software that is the staple for most animators and most illustrators, as far as I know. I'm not an illustrator. And then the Animation School in South Africa, just, we had Nuno Martins, their lead for the animation school in South Africa, was on a panel, and he talks the talk, all the educators. So with that, pencils down, it is a wrap. There is a bit of a test now. If you're not at the expo, go into sessions. And if you click on sessions, there's an open mic. Now, honestly, it's an open mic. Keep it clean, everybody. But the test question is, what do you guys want to do to commit to increasing diversity in animation? What is your commitment? So it's not two-way. It's not a dialogue. Just get in there, talk your truth, and we'll bounce you out as soon as you're done. But again, on behalf of the entire team at AfroAnimation, thank you, thank you, thank you. Riseup.org, you guys are phenomenal. I love that you guys have day jobs and are committed to just giving back. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Ethan,
thank you,
I'm gonna go find a knife, Ethan, because my son loves knives, and so I'm gonna be the cool mom now. I'm like, hashtag Ethan Becker.
He's not
all right.
Huge. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Rio, for what you all done.
Amazing. Amazing.
All right, thank you. That's a wrap. Sessions
Bye,
tab
everybody.
to the left, open mic.
Yo.
getting the pulse.
People can be cruel.
That deserves 4 thumbs up.
We'll save you!
Wednesday, don't move. No.
I have to admit, it's pretty delicious.
Oh, come on, that's amazing.
And the Oscar goes to Hair Love.
Thank you to Lion Forge Animation.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
You really need to see this.
Follow me, boys!
For 25 years. We've been dreamers, adventurers,
Hold with me! Here I come!
and heroes.
I'm in.
Cupcake?
You have been chosen. Are you ready?